Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. A stubborn smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The power of thunder boiled in his body, almost breaking through his physical restraints. He shouted loudly, and his body suddenly accelerated, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight towards the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear, intending to disrupt the attack rhythm of the monster with his thunderous force. The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear roared, and its 9 blazing tails intertwined in the air to form a net of fire. Each tail contained enough power to burn mountains and boil seas. It seemed that it did not take Xiang Tianlu's attack seriously. The fire net was like an invisible cage, covering Xiang Tianlu fiercely. A mere trifle. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, twisting his body in the air and avoiding the blockade of the fire net at an incredible angle. At the same time, he punched out, and the power of thunder condensed in a fist wind, which, with a deafening roar, hit the side of Tai Ching nine-tailed bear. However, 3, 4, 7, the reaction of Tai Ching nine-tailed bear was beyond imagination. It turned its body to the side and easily dodged Xiang Tianlu's punch. At the same time, it slapped out with a claw, with the momentum of tearing through space, straight towards Xiang Tianlu's heart. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with determination when he saw this. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes condensed in the air, transforming into a golden halo that instantly enveloped Xiang Tianlu and pulled him back from the brink of death. Nuo Lin himself took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The golden runes turned into beams of light, pouring down like a meteor shower, trying to disrupt the attack rhythm of the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear. The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear roared continuously, and its 9 tails danced in the air. Every swing was accompanied by the tearing of space and the explosion of flames, which defeated Nuo Lin's beam. Its eyes were like 2 bright lights, penetrating the heavy fog and locking onto Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to devour them completely. If this continues, we will be exhausted. Xiang Tianlu's face turned pale. He knew that when facing such an opponent, he had to find its weakness. Otherwise, they would be powerless to turn the tide. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment. With a look of determination in his eyes, Xiang Tianlu, do you remember what we once said? No matter what kind of difficulties we face, as long as there is light in our hearts, hope will never go out. Although the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear is powerful, it also has a weakness, which is its 9 tails. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He nodded and exchanged glances with Nuo Lin. The two understood each other and launched attacks at the same time. Nuo Lin manipulated the golden runes, turning them into chains of light, trying to wrap around the tail of Tai Ching nine-tailed bear and restrict its movements, while Xiang Tianlu condensed all the thunder power in his body, turning it into huge amounts of thunder blades, ready to deal a fatal blow. Tai Ching nine-tailed bear sensed the intentions of the two men, roared, and waved its 9 tails wildly, trying to break free from the constraints of the light chain. However, Nuo Lin's rune light chain was extremely tough, like an iron chain locking a dragon, and no matter how Tai Ching nine-tailed bear struggled, it could not break free. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu's opportunity came. His figure was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared in the blind spot of the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear. The lightning blade, with destructive power, slashed at one of the tails. The lightning blade cut through the sky, bringing with it a sharp sound of breaking wind, and headed straight for the target that was locked onto the heavenly road, a blazing tail of the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear. At that moment, the space seemed to be torn apart by this blow, and the air was filled with a violent atmosphere of lightning and fire. The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear sensed the crisis, and its 9 tails thrashed violently, trying to break free from Nuo Lin's light chain, but the light chain was tightly wrapped around it like a root, not moving at all. There was a flash of shock and anger in its eyes. It obviously had not expected that these two seemingly weak beings could cause it so much trouble. Roar! The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear roared deafeningly, and its 9 tails intertwined in the air to form a denser net of flames, attempting to block the fatal blow to the heavenly road. However, Xiang Tianlu's lightning blade seemed to ignore the heat of the flames, and with an indomitable momentum, it penetrated the barrier of the flame net and collided with 10 of the tails. Bang! With a loud bang, dazzling sparks burst out from the collision between the lightning blade and the tail. Thunder and flames collided with each other, forming a chaotic energy storm. Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily took several steps back, his face slightly pale. It was obvious that this attack also consumed a lot of his energy. But the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear suffered even greater losses. The tail that was cut by the lightning blade was instantly corroded by the power of thunder. The flame was extinguished, and it turned into a charred piece. It howled in pain, and its 9 tails danced wildly in the air, as if trying to vent its inner anger and pain. Okay, Nuo Lin shouted upon seeing this, and the golden rune light shone again. He formed seals with his hands, and his figure shuttled around the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear like a phantom. The light chain was as flexible as a spirit snake, constantly wrapping around the other tails of the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear, trying to further restrict its movements. Go to Tianlu now. Nuo Lin's voice rang out in the chaos, with unquestionable determination. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the power of thunder in his body began to boil again. This time, he no longer held back and concentrated all his strength on the thunderblade in his hand. The lightning blade drew a brilliant track in the air, like lightning cutting through the night sky, and slashed toward the other tail of the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear again. The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear roared continuously. It felt the horror of Xiang Tianlu's attack. Its 9 tails intertwined in the air to form a more complex defensive posture in an attempt to block the attack. However, Xiang Tianlu's lightning blade seemed to ignore these defenses. With an indomitable momentum, it penetrated the tail defense of Tai Ching nine-tailed bear and cut off another tail. The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear howled miserably. Now only 7 of its 9 tails remained, and its strength seemed to have been greatly weakened. Its eyes were red, and its gaze as it stared at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu was filled with hatred and unwillingness. Today is your doomsday, Nuo Lin shouted, and the golden rune light burst out again. He rushed towards the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear like a god of war. He formed seals with his hands, and the golden runes turned into beams of light, pouring down like a meteor shower, continuously bombarding the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear. Xiang Tianlu also took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He shuttled around the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear like a ghost, and his lightning blades kept attacking the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear's weaknesses. Every clash was accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this violent energy. The Thunderblade and the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear's tail clashed again. This time, Xiang Tianlu did not give his opponent any chance to breathe. The lightning blades drew silver tracks in the air, like dense raindrops, continuously bombarding the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear's body, and every collision sparked a brilliant spark. The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear roared in pain, its body trembling constantly under the attack of the lightning blade, and its 7 tails danced wildly in the air, trying to resist the rain-like attack. However, the lightning blades from Xiangtian Road seemed endless, constantly attacking from all directions, making Tai Ching nine-tailed bear exhausted. Roar! The Tai Ching nine-tailed bear roared for the last time, with crazy light flashing in its eyes. Its 7 tails intertwined in the air to form a huge amount of flame net, attempting to cover the heavenly road. However, Xiang Tianlu shuttled through the flame net like a ghost, and the lightning blade continuously slashed at the nodes of the flame net, trying to tear it apart. Today, you will definitely die. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the flame net with unquestionable firmness. His lightning blades streaked out silver rays in the air, like meteors streaking through the night sky, continuously bombarding the nodes of the flame net, and every collision sparked a brilliant spark. Finally, with a deafening roar, the flame net was successfully torn apart by Xiang Tianlu. The Taiching nine-tailed bear let out a shrill howl. Its body paused in the air, and then fell down like a kite with a broken string. Nuo Lin saw this and shouted, and the golden rune light burst out again. He formed seals with his hands and rushed towards the falling Taiching nine-tailed bear like a phantom. The golden runes turned into beams of light that poured down like a meteor shower, continuously bombarding the Taiching nine-tailed bear. Taiching nine-tailed bear rolled in the air, trying to avoid Nuo Lin's attack. However, Nuo Lin's attack was like a homing missile, constantly following its path. Amidst deafening roars, the body of Taiching nine-tailed bear was pierced by golden beams of light, and blood splattered everywhere. Taiching nine-tailed bear let out its final howl, with despair flashing in its eyes. Its body paused in the air, then fell like a meteorite, hitting the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The dust gradually dissipated, and the huge body of Taiching nine-tailed bear lay quietly on the ground. The surroundings were in a mess, and traces of the battle were clearly visible. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu approached slowly, their eyes showing both fatigue and relief. After all, this battle was undoubtedly a difficult test for them. It's finally over, Xiang Tianlu said softly. There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, but more of it was the joy of victory. Nuo Lin nodded. His eyes swept over the Taiching nine-tailed bear, and suddenly his eyes focused, as if he discovered something. Look, what is that? He pointed at the chest of Taiching nine-tailed bear, where there was a faintly glowing object, half hidden by thick fur, emitting a faint light. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately moved closer to take a closer look. It was a small jade box with intricate carvings on it, which seemed to contain some mysterious power. They carefully opened the jade box and saw a crystal-clear bead lying quietly inside. A faint aura flowed on the surface of the bead, as if it contained infinite vitality. Is this the nine-tailed spirit pearl? Xiang Tianlu said in surprise. He had read the legend about the nine-tailed spirit pearl in ancient books. It was said that this was a treasure bred in the body of the nine-tailed monster. It possessed magical powers and could greatly enhance the strength of practitioners. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they each took out half of the nine-tailed spirit pearl and swallowed it without hesitation. The beads melted in their mouths, transforming into a warm and powerful force that flowed through their bodies. They only felt their whole bodies tremble, as if some mysterious power was awakening in their bodies, which greatly improved their strength in an instant. What a powerful force! Xiang Tianlu felt the surging power in his body and couldn't help but shout. His eyes sparkled with dazzling light, as if he could see through everything in the world. Nuo Lin also felt the power of this force, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As their strength increased, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt more relaxed. They decided to put aside their burdens for a while and go to the nearby Linghai City to relax and enjoy this rare, quiet time. Linghai City, as its name suggests, is a prosperous city surrounded by the vast Linghai. As they walked along, they saw the rippling Linghai sea sparkling brightly in the sun. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing with it a faint salty fragrance and fresh scent of grass and trees, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Entering the city, you will see shops lining both sides of the street, which is very bustling. There are so many rare treasures, elixirs, and precious materials that it is hard to take your eyes off. There is an endless stream of pedestrians, including nobles in gorgeous clothes, hurried vendors, and leisurely travelers. The whole city is full of vitality. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tian rode stroll among the crowd, feeling the unique charm of this city. They would stop from time to time to admire the stalls, and occasionally bargain with the stall owners, experiencing the fun of market life. In front of a stall selling elixirs, Nuo Lin was attracted by a herb with a faint fragrance. He examined the herbs carefully and found that they were exactly the 10 kinds of precious ingredients he needed for his practice. He asked the stall owner about the price, and after some bargaining, he finally bought it at a satisfactory price. Xiang Tianlu became interested in a weapon with a peculiar shape. The weapon was made entirely of an unknown metal, emitting a faint cold light. Holding it in the hand, one could feel a chill coming over him, as if it could freeze everything. He asked the stall owner about the origin and function of the weapon. The stall owner smiled mysteriously and told him that this was a treasure excavated from an ancient ruins and had incredible power. Xiang Tianlu had an idea and finally bought the weapon at a high price. Just as they were about to leave, an inconspicuous stall caught their attention. There were some seemingly ordinary objects on the stall, but Nuo Lin keenly noticed that one of the items was emitting a faint spiritual light 137. He walked closer and found that it was a seemingly worn-out jade pendant with intricate carvings on it, which seemed to contain some mysterious power. Stall owner, how much is this jade pendant? Nuo Lin asked. The stall owner took a look at the jade pendant and said casually, "Oh, this is just an old thing. If you want it, just give some money and take it away." Nuo Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He knew that this jade pendant was not as simple as it seemed. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, then took out a few gold coins and handed them to the stall owner, and put the jade pendant in his pocket. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu asked curiously, "Nuo Lin, is there anything special about this jade pendant?" Nuo Lin smiled slightly and said, "I always feel that this jade pendant is not simple. Perhaps it hides some mysterious power. When we return, we will be studied again." The two continued their tour, tasting the various delicacies in Linghai City and buying many interesting items. They left the city reluctantly only when the sun set. After returning to their residence, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu couldn't wait to conduct an in-depth study of the jade pendant. They discovered that the jade pendant was actually an ancient magic weapon with a magical effect of sealing and releasing power. They were overjoyed, knowing that they had really found a big bargain this time. "It seems that we are lucky," Nuo Lin said with a smile. Xiang Tianlu also nodded and said, "Yes, with this magic weapon, our strength can be further improved. We will definitely go further on the road ahead." Nuo Lin held the jade pendant in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He gently stroked the complex patterns on the jade pendant, feeling the ancient power contained in it. Xiang Tianlu stood aside, staring at the jade pendant, as if he wanted to see it thoroughly. "Nuo Lin, are you sure this jade pendant is a magic weapon?" Xiang Tianlu asked in disbelief. Nuo Lin nodded and said firmly, "Yes, I've studied it carefully. The patterns on this jade pendant are exactly the same as the patterns on magic weapons I saw in ancient books. Moreover, I also felt a weak fluctuation of spiritual power, which shows that it is indeed a magic weapon." Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. He knew that magic weapons were extremely rare in the cultivation world, and each one possessed incredible power. They were extremely lucky to have picked up a magic weapon so easily this time. "Then how should we use this magic weapon?" Xiang Tianlu asked curiously. Nuo Lin pondered for a moment, then said, "As far as I know, the use of magic weapons requires specific formulas and spiritual power guidance. We must first find a secret formula of this magic weapon before we can try to use it." Xiang Tianlu heard this and nodded in agreement. The two decided to start looking for the secret of this magic weapon immediately. They took out ancient books and flipped through them page by page, looking for clues related to the jade pendant. As night falls, the lights in Linghai City gradually light up, decorating the entire city like daytime. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were still immersed in the ocean of searching for the mantra, and their figures appeared particularly focused under the dim light. Finally, after reading countless ancient books, Nuo Lin found a clue related to the jade pendant. He pointed excitedly at a passage in the ancient book and said to Xiang Tianlu, "Look, it says here that the formula for this magic weapon is spiritual seal, unlocking power. Let's give it a try." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately focused his attention and began to guide the spiritual power in his body according to the formula given by Nuo Lin. I saw him slowly raising his hands, his palms facing the jade pendant, and streams of spiritual power surged out from his palms and gathered towards the jade pendant. As spiritual energy gathered, the light on the jade pendant became stronger and stronger, as if it was about to break through some kind of restraint. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard, and the patterns on the jade pendant began to flow, emitting a dazzling light. "Success!" Nuo Lin shouted excitedly. The light of the jade pendant gradually converged, and finally turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Nuo Lin's body. Nuo Lin only felt a powerful force surging in his body, as if his cultivation had been greatly improved at this moment. "The power of this magic weapon is really strong," Nuo Lin exclaimed. Nuo Lin felt the powerful force surging in his body, and his face was filled with irrepressible joy. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes flashing with confidence and gratitude. "Xiang Tianlu, thanks to you, we were able to unlock this magic weapon so smoothly." Xiang Tianlu smiled and shook his head, patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder. "Don't say that, Nuo Lin. It was you who first discovered the jade pendant, and it was also you who found the formula to unlock it. I just did what I was supposed to do to help you through this process." The two smiled at each other, showing a tacit understanding. They know that this success is not just the result of luck, but also the result of their mutual trust and joint efforts. At the moment, the night view of Linghai City was even more charming, with a gentle breeze and a hint of coolness. They decided to walk out of the room and go to the night market in the city to celebrate this rare victory. The night market is bustling with people. The stalls were filled with a wide variety of goods, ranging from rare elixirs to exquisite jewelry. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shuttled through the crowd, stopping from time to carefully admire the dazzling merchandise. "Nuo Lin, look at this." Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed at the accessories on a stall and shouted. It was an exquisite pendant inlaid with a gem that emitted a faint glow, and it looked very mysterious. Nuo Lin walked over, picked up the pendant, and looked at it carefully. He felt a faint spiritual power fluctuation in the pendant, and he couldn't help but think, "This pendant seems to be extraordinary. Let's buy it." Xiang Tianlu nodded, and after some bargaining with the stall owner, the two of them finally succeeded in buying the pendant at a reasonable price. They continued to stroll around the night market, tasting various delicacies and enjoying this rare relaxation and pleasure. Although the night was deep, the night market in Linghai City was as bright as day, and the noise was still going on. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu held the newly acquired pendants in their hands, their hearts filled with joy, and walked lightly among the bustling crowd. The two chatted and laughed, as if all the troubles in the world had gone with the wind. "Nuo Lin, this pendant seems to have some kind of resonance with the spiritual power in our bodies," Xiang Tianlu whispered, staring at the gem in the pendant that was emitting a faint glow, as if to see through the secrets within. Nuo Lin nodded slightly, looking solemn. "Yes, I feel it too. Perhaps this pendant hides some power that we are not aware of. However, no matter how mysterious it is, now that we have it, it is our chance." The two continued to move forward, and suddenly, an inexplicable sense of crisis came over them. They all stopped and looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. However, the sense of crisis became stronger and stronger, as if some terrible existence was secretly watching them. "Xiang Tianlu, do you feel it?" Nuo Lin asked in a deep voice, with a vigilant light flashing in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression equally solemn. "While this sense of crisis comes out of nowhere, we have to deal with it carefully. At this moment, A powerful spiritual energy wave suddenly burst out from the pendant, enveloping the two of them. They only felt the darkness before their eyes, as if they were trapped in an endless whirlpool. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in an unfamiliar wilderness. There was no one around, only the withered yellow grass and trees swaying in the night wind, making rustling sounds. Qianzhaohao. A bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver light and illuminating the wilderness as if it were daytime. "Where is this?" Xiang Tianlu asked in surprise. He looked around, trying to find a familiar trace. Nuo Lin shook his head, his eyes fixed on the pendant in his hand. "I don't know, but it is definitely related to the pendant. We have to be careful. There may be some danger hidden here." At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, approaching rapidly from the darkness in the distance. The two men felt nervous and immediately prepared for battle. However, when the footsteps finally stopped in front of them, no attack came. In the darkness, a blurry figure walked out slowly, emitting a heart-pounding aura. However, when the figure was finally exposed in the moonlight, they were surprised to find that it was actually a huge amount of stone tablet. The stone tablet is engraved with ancient runes, emitting a faint light. Shangtian Road, this stone tablet, doesn't seem simple. Nuo Lin's voice was low. He slowly took a step forward, trying to get closer to the stone tablet, but the feeling of oppression made him stop involuntarily. Xiang Tianlu tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if responding to the pressure from the stone tablet. "It is indeed not simple. I feel an unprecedented power fluctuation. This stone tablet may hide some ancient secrets." At this moment, the runes on the stone tablet suddenly shone brightly, and powerful waves of spiritual energy surged out like a tide, spreading in all directions. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt that a powerful force was locking them tightly, as if it would tear them into pieces at any time. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and the spiritual power in his body instantly boiled over, turning into a bright light that enveloped him completely. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu drew his sword without hesitation, and the sword light was like a dragon, rushing straight towards the stone tablet. However, the stone tablet did not seem to be afraid at all. As the runes flowed, an even more powerful spiritual power wave met the attacks of the two. There was a loud bang, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force, with dust and grass flying everywhere. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shocked by this force and retreated again and again, their faces as pale as paper. They knew very well that although they were very powerful, they were as small as ants in front of this force. The power of this stone tablet is so terrifying. Xiang Tianlu said breathlessly, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Nuo Lin remained silent. He stared at the stone tablet with a determined light in his eyes. He knew that now that he had come this far, there was no turning back. No matter what secrets this stone tablet hides, he must uncover it. At this moment, the runes on the stone tablet changed again. They seemed to come alive and transformed into spiritual dragons, circling and dancing in the air. Each dragon exudes a terrifying aura, as if it will launch a fatal attack on the two at any time. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw determination and courage in each other's eyes. They knew that at this moment, they had no way out, and only by going all out could they have a chance of survival. The two of them once again mobilized their spiritual power and launched a fierce attack on the stone tablet. However, the stone tablet seemed endless, and no matter how they attacked, they could not shake it. Every attack was like a stone sinking into the ocean, not causing a single ripple. Just when the two were feeling desperate, the pendant suddenly emitted a dazzling light again, enveloping the two of them. At the same time, a mysterious force surged out from the pendant and integrated with the spiritual power of the two people, forming an unprecedented powerful force. Nuo Lin looked at the pendant in surprise. He felt the mysterious power contained in the pendant, a power and mystery that he had never felt before. At this moment, the runes on the stone tablet suddenly stopped flowing, and those spiritual dragons seemed to have lost their lives and dissipated in the air. The stone tablet stopped abruptly, and the runes dissipated, as if a sudden storm had suddenly subsided, leaving only the mess on the ground and the two people's rapid breathing. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with surprise, confusion, and awe of the unknown in their eyes. This pendant, what is its origin? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. He lowered his head and stared at the pendant in his hand. The gem was emitting a soft yet deep light at this moment, as if it contained the mysteries of the entire universe. Nuo Lin shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the stone tablet. Although it had returned to calm, the sense of oppression from ancient times was still hard to let go. I don't know, but it obviously has some special connection with the spiritual power in our bodies. Perhaps it is the key to unlocking the secret of this stone tablet. Just as the two were preparing to explore further, a layer of light mist suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. The mist seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power, slowly rotating, gradually condensed into an illusory portal. "Look!" Nuo Lin exclaimed. He stretched out his hand to touch it, but was blocked by an invisible force. The portal seemed to lead to another unknown world, which was both tempting and frightening. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were firm. He understood that no matter what was ahead, they had no way out. "We have to go in. No matter what is hidden in there, we have to find the answer." Nuo Lin nodded, and the two of them were in tune with each other. At the same time, they activated their spiritual power to try to break through the invisible barrier. However, the portal seemed to have consciousness and was oblivious to their efforts. It just floated there quietly, emitting an alluring light. At this moment, the light in the pendant suddenly became brighter, and a warm and powerful force surged out of the pendant, resonating with the spiritual power in the two people's bodies, forming a dazzling beam of light. "Shoot straight towards the illusory portal." Boom! With a loud noise, the portal seemed to be touched by this force, and suddenly a bright light burst out, swallowing the two of them whole. When Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes again, they were already in a completely different space. There is no sky or earth here, only endless chaos and light intertwined, as if it is a secret place independent of the world. "Where is this?" Xiang Tianlu looked around, with a hint of confusion and shock in his voice. Nuo Lin was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down and looked around sharply. "I'm not sure, but there is obviously a secret behind the stone tablet and the pendant. We have to be careful. Every bit of power here could be stronger than we can imagine." At this moment, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged into their hearts again, and the two immediately became alert, only to see mysterious runes gathering from all directions, turning into streams of light, rapidly attacking them. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin shouted, and the two of them activated their spiritual power at the same time, transforming into two rays of light, rapidly shuttling through this unknown space, avoiding those deadly rune attacks. The battle broke out again. In this space where chaos and light intertwined, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu tried their best and engaged in a fierce battle with those runes that seemed to have self-awareness. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the space seemed to be shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. However, just when they were about to run out of spiritual power and fall into despair, the pendant once again emitted a dazzling light, wrapping the two of them tightly. This time, the light seemed to contain some kind of ancient spell, which resonated with the runes, causing the originally ferocious attacks to suddenly stop and turn into points of light that dissipated in the air. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were stunned by this sudden change. They looked at each other, their eyes flashing with the happiness of surviving a disaster and awe of the unknown power. The light from the pendant gradually faded, turning into a faint shield that protected them, as if they had reached a delicate balance with this chaos space. This pendant, it seems to have its own consciousness. There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He held the pendant tightly, feeling the warmth and strength coming from it. This power made him feel unprecedented peace of mind. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes solemn. Yes, it seems to be communicating with this space, or in other words, it is protecting us from the power of this space. At this moment, the surrounding chaos and light began to surge, forming huge amounts of whirlpools that seemed to suck everything into an endless abyss. The runes that were originally dormant became active again, weaving into complex patterns in the air. Each pattern contained unspeakable power, pressing towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Prepare for battle, Nuo Lin shouted, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly, turning into a huge amounts of lightsaber, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the approaching rune patterns. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. The sword in his hand was as sharp as a dragon, drawing brilliant paths in the air, colliding with the rune patterns and emitting a dazzling light. The battle escalated again. This time, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu showed no reservations and poured out all their strength. The lightsabers and sword beams intertwined in the air, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the rune patterns. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar. The space seemed to be torn apart, and the scene of chaos and light intertwined became more and more chaotic. In this chaotic space where chaos and light intertwined, the battle between Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu reached a climax. The lightsabers and sword beams drew brilliant tracks in the air, and the clash with the rune patterns became increasingly fierce. Every 10 collisions seemed to tear the space apart completely. However, at this critical moment, an even more powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky, like an ancient behemoth awakening, bringing with it endless majesty and terror. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an indescribable pressure at the same time. They had to stop fighting temporarily and look up at the source of the aura. I saw a huge amounts of monster slowly walking out of chaos, its body covered with colorful scales, flashing dazzling light, as if every scale contained endless power. Its eyes were like stars in the abyss, deep and cold, revealing endless murderous intent and indifference. Its tail was like a huge amount of whip, waving in the air, and every movement was accompanied by the distortion and fragmentation of space. This is a powerful monster, the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake. 9 Shao Fierce Phoenix Snake. This is a legendary monster. There was a hint of trembling in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful existence here. Nuo Lin also had a solemn expression on his face. He tightly grasped the lightsaber in his hand, feeling the pressure coming from the Jiushao Lai Wang snake. This pressure made him feel unprecedentedly heavy. The Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake did not launch an attack immediately. It just stood there quietly, looking at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu with its deep eyes, as if evaluating their strength. However, this silent sense of oppression made Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel even more uneasy. They knew that once this monster attacked, it would be a devastating disaster. At this moment, the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake suddenly moved. Its body drew a graceful arc in the air, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky, and instantly arrived in front of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its tail was like a huge amount of whip, lashing towards the two people with a whistling sound. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shouted at the same time, and the spiritual power in their bodies surged again, turning into a bright light that tightly wrapped the two of them. The lightsaber and the sword light intertwined again, forming an indestructible barrier that blocked the attack of the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake. However, the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake's attack did not stop. Its eyes suddenly burst into dazzling light, and 2 beams of light, like sharp swords, pierced through the barrier between Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu and went straight to the vital points of the two. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were horrified. They didn't expect the monster's attack to be so sharp. They quickly activated their spiritual power, transformed it into 2 rays of light, and dodged quickly in the air. However, the attacks of the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake followed them like a shadow, and no matter how they dodged, they could not escape the pursuit of the two beams of light. Every confrontation made Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel terrified. They knew that if they were not careful, they might lose their lives. At this moment, the pendant emitted a dazzling light again, wrapping the two of them tightly. This time, the light contained an ancient and mysterious power, as if it resonated with the power of the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake. The Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake's attack suddenly stopped, and a hint of surprise and confusion flashed in its deep eyes. It didn't seem to expect that these two seemingly weak humans could actually withstand its attacks and possess such mysterious power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu also took the opportunity to activate their spiritual power, transforming into two rays of light and launching a counterattack against the Jiushao Laiwang snake. Their attacks carried an ancient and mysterious aura, as if they resonated with the power of this chaos space. Each attack contained the power to destroy the world. The Jiushao Fierce Phoenix Snake was furious. It did not expect that these two humans would dare to fight back. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a stream of blazing flames towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The flames contained endless destructive power, as if they were going to reduce everything to ashes. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not back down. They tightly grasped the lightsabers and sword beams in their hands, transforming them into two bright rays of light, and engaged in a fierce battle with the flames. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the space seemed to be torn apart. The scene of chaos and light intertwined became even more chaotic. The clash of flames and lightsabers was like the collision of stars. Every impact made the space tremble, as if even the boundary between chaos and light was about to be erased by this force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two figures were as fast as lightning, shuttling through this endless chaos, dodging the Jiushao Laiwang snake's almost all-pervasive fire attacks. The power of this monster is beyond imagination. Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed weak in the roar, but his eyes were extremely firm. The sword in his hand drew brilliant tracks in the chaos, trying to find the flaw of the Jiushao Laiwang snake. The same was true for Nuo Lin. His lightsaber was like a meteor that cut through the long night. Every swing brought destructive power. It collided violently with the flames of the 9 Shao fiery phoenix serpent. Sparks flew and illuminated this chaos space. The eyes of the Jiushao Laiwang snake flashed with a cold light, and it seemed to have become interested in the two humans who dared to challenge it. It no longer simply sprayed flames, but began to use its body covered with colorful scales to launch more complex attacks. Its tail was like a huge amounts of whip, drawing strange arcs in the air. Every lash carried the power to tear apart space, forcing Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu to concentrate on dodging. "Watch out for its tail," Nuo Lin shouted. He had just dodged a fatal blow when he saw the 9 Shao fiery phoenix snake's tail swinging again, aiming directly at Tianlu. 0. Request flowers 0. Xiang Tianlu reacted quickly. He turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. But the attack of the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix snake followed like a shadow. Its tail drew a perfect arc in the air and whipped towards Xiang Tianru again. "This is not a solution." Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that although he and Nuo Lin were powerful, they seemed so small in front of the Jiushao Laiwang snake. Nuo Lin also realized this. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged again, turning into a brighter light that enveloped his lightsaber. He shouted loudly and rushed towards the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix snake, trying to cut off its tail with his lightsaber. However, the Jiushao Fierce Phoenix snake seemed to see through his intentions. It swung its tail lightly in the air, dodging Nuo Lin's lightsaber. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth, spitting out an even hotter flame, and pounced towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin paused. He didn't expect the 9 Shao fiery phoenix snake to react so quickly. He quickly activated his spiritual power, transformed into a ray of light, and rolled in the air to avoid the attack. But even so, the residual power of the flames still caused his clothes to be singed and his skin to feel stinging. 0. The power of this monster is beyond imagination. Nu Lin was secretly shocked. He knew very well that he and Xiang Tianlu were in a desperate situation. But even so, he will never give up. He gripped the lightsaber tightly and rushed toward the Jiushao fierce phoenix snake again. At this moment, the pendant emitted a dazzling light again, tightly wrapping Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. This time, the light not only contained an ancient and mysterious power, it also seemed to carry a strange rhythm, creating a subtle resonance with the attack of the Jiushao fierce phoenix snake. The Jiushao fiery phoenix snake's attack suddenly became slow, and a trace of confusion flashed in its eyes. It seemed to be affected by this mysterious force and could no longer attack as freely as before. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu seized the opportunity. They simultaneously activated their spiritual power, transforming it into two bright rays of light and launching a final counterattack against the Jiushao Wang snake. There is a strange rhythm in their attacks, as if they resonated with the light emitted by the pendant. Every collision made the body of the Jiushao fierce phoenix snake tremble slightly. Two bright lights streaked across chaos like meteors. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu shuttled quickly around the huge body of the Jiushao Wang snake. Each attack was precise and deadly, but was resolved by the monster with incredible speed and strength. In the chaos space, flames splashed everywhere. The sharpness of the lightsaber and the heat of the flames intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. "We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness." Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar. His sword light burst out with dazzling light in a collision with the flames, and then turned into a stream of light, passing by the scales of the Jiushao Wang snake, leaving a shallow scratch but failing to hurt the root. Nu Lin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness when he heard this. He knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, the only way to have a chance of survival was to find its weakness. He shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body boiled. The lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hand. Every time he swung it, it brought with it a momentum like a tsunami, heading straight for the vital point of the Jiushao Wang snake. However, although the 9 fiery phoenix snake's attack became slow, it was a legendary monster with profound background. How could it be easily defeated? It let out a deafening roar, and the confusion in its eyes was instantly replaced by rage. Flames gushed out of its huge mouth again. This time, the flames were accompanied by lightning, and the power was doubled. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were startled. They knew that this was the last madness of the Jiushao fiery phoenix snake. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they launched a more fierce attack again in tacit understanding. Their figures shuttled through flames and lightning, and every collision made the space tremble, as if even the boundary between chaos and light was about to be broken by this force. Roar! The Jiushao fiery phoenix snake roared again. Its tail was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, lashing towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu with the power to tear apart space. This time, although the two dodged in time, the aftermath of the force still made them stumble back with pale faces. "We can't delay any longer. We must attack together." Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. The sword in his hand lit up again, echoing with Nu Lin's lightsaber, forming a strange light curtain that tightly wrapped the two of them. Nu Lin nodded, knowing full well that this was their last hope. The two of them activated their spiritual power at the same time, concentrating all their strength on the swords in their hands. At that moment, the chaos space seemed to stand still, with only the light of the two of them shining in the darkness, like two bright stars. "Huh!" The two shouted at the same time. The sword light and a lightsaber were integrated at this moment, turning into an unprecedented ray of light, like a lightning that cuts through the sky, heading straight for the vital point of Jiushao 350 fiery phoenix snake. The light that integrated the full-strength attacks of the two was like a sharp sword that cut through chaos. With endless power and sharpness, it pierced the vital point of the Jiushao Laiwang snake. The space seemed to be torn apart at this moment. Wherever the light passed, even chaos was purified, leaving behind clear tracks. The Jiushao fierce phoenix snake felt this unprecedented threat, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but was immediately replaced by endless fighting spirit. It let out a long roar towards the sky, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, its huge body seemed to have turned into the strongest fortress between heaven and earth. Flames and lightning intertwined to form a thick shield, trying to resist the deadly light. However, the attack by Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu was the result of their lifelong cultivation. How could it be easily resisted? The light collided with the shield, making a deafening roar. The chaos space seemed to be ignited at this moment, with flames splashing and lightning interweaving, forming a thrilling picture. Hold on, we will definitely succeed. Nuo Lin's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar. He clenched his teeth, gripped the lightsaber tightly with both hands, and poured all his strength into the Minister of Light. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. His eyes flashed with a resolute light, and the sword light in his hand seemed to turn into endless flames, reflecting the light of Nuo Lin, and together they fought against the shield of Jiushao Laiwang snake. In chaos space, fire and lightning intertwined to form gorgeous patterns, which were the witnesses of the fierce battle between the two and the Jiushao Laiwang snake. Every collision made the space tremble, as if even the heaven and earth were about to be destroyed by this force. However, at this moment, the light suddenly burst out with unprecedented brightness, like a bright star blooming in the night sky, instantly penetrating the shield of the Jiushao Laiwang snake and piercing its vital point. The Jiushao fiery phoenix snake let out a shrill roar, and its body seemed to be frozen at this moment. The light penetrated its body like lightning, bringing out 10 brilliant blood flowers. The huge body froze in air for a moment, then fell down with a loud bang, splashing up waves of chaos. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this. They knew that they had finally defeated this powerful monster and successfully escaped from its clutches. The two looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes the relief and exhaustion of surviving the disaster. They slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, as if they had just experienced a life-and-death battle. We really did it. There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He looked at the Jiushao Laiwang snake lying on the ground, its body now lifeless, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. Nuo Lin was also panting, but his eyes were shining with determination. Yes, we did it. This is the result of our joint efforts. Without you, I can't imagine we could have come this far. The two smiled at each other. Although they were exhausted, the joy of victory made them forget all the pain. They slowly stood up and looked around, looking for a place to rest. Not far away, a strange oasis is hidden in the chaos, with green trees and gurgling springs, forming a sharp contrast with the chaos outside. The two were delighted and hurried towards the oasis. After arriving at the oasis, they found that not only was the scenery here picturesque, but the air was also filled with a faint spiritual energy, which was extremely beneficial for healing and recovery. They found a secluded spot under the shade of a tree, sat down with their backs against it, and began to circulate their spiritual energy and recuperate their bodies. Tom seemed to slow down at this moment. The tranquility of Oasis formed a sharp contrast with the chaos of the outside world. Birds are singing happily on the branches, and the breeze is blowing, bringing coolness. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu gradually relaxed their bodies and minds in this peaceful environment, and their injuries slowly recovered with the nourishment of spiritual power. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and shone on the two of them, they finally opened their eyes. After a few days of recuperation, Their injuries have basically healed, and their spirits have returned to their best condition. How do you feel? Nuo Lin looked at Xiang Tianlu and asked with concern. Xiang Tianlu stood up, stretched his muscles, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. I have fully recovered and even feel stronger than before. After Xiang Tianlu stretched his muscles, he felt relaxed all over. He looked at Nuo Lin, his eyes flashing with eagerness. Nuo Lin, we have rested enough. Let's continue on our journey. In this chaos, there are still too many unknowns waiting for us to explore. Nuo Lin smiled slightly and nodded. He knew Xiang Tianlu's character very well. He was always full of curiosity and adventurous spirit. He stood up, dusted himself off, and looked into the distance with a determined gaze. Okay, let's go. However, this chaos is full of dangers, so we must be more careful. The two set out on their journey again. They crossed the oasis and returned to chaos. In chaos, the scene is unpredictable. Sometimes there are howling winds. Sometimes there are thunder and lightning, as if the most primitive power of nature is displayed here wantonly. They moved forward cautiously, being vigilant with every step. Suddenly, there was a low roar coming from the front, as if something was awakening in chaos. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They quickened their pace and rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. Soon, they saw a vortex of huge amounts of chaos, and there seemed to be something tumbling in the center of the vortex. The two of them were startled, knowing that this was an extremely dangerous scene in chaos, and they had to avoid it as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly shot out from the center of the vortex, containing endless power and sharpness, and pierced straight towards the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu reacted very quickly. They dodged the light in a flash and narrowly avoided it. What is this? Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He looked at Nuo Lin, trying to find the answer from the other's eyes. Nuo Lin also frowned and shook his head. I don't know, but he is definitely not a good person. We have to get out of here. The two stopped hesitating and turned around and ran in the opposite direction of Wang. In chaos, their figures were like two flashes of lightning, shuttling through the strong wind. However, the bright light seemed to have a spirit and always followed them closely, emitting a low roar from time to time, as if it wanted to devour them completely. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They knew that the crisis they were facing this time was far greater than any other time. They must go all out to have a chance of escaping this disaster. They increased their speed and at the same time circulated their spiritual energy to improve their own calendar area. In chaos, the wind was howling, thunder and lightning were raging, and the figures of the two people were swaying in the wind and rain, but they were always running forward unswervingly. In the depths of chaos, strong winds and thunder and lightning seem to have become the masters of this world. They roar wantonly and mercilessly whip all living beings who dare to set foot here. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are like two unyielding lone figures, struggling hard in this torrent of chaos, trying to escape from the dazzling light that follows them like a shadow. Xiang Tianlu, to your left. Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He keenly caught the trajectory of the light, rolled sideways, and narrowly avoided another attack. At the same time, a dazzling ball of light had condensed in his hand. It was the culmination of his entire body's spiritual power, ready to give the mysterious light 10 counterattacks. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu turned his body to the side, and his left hand turned into a blade to cut through chaos's obstruction. His right hand clenched into a fist, and spiritual power flowed through it, making a low roar, as if even the space would be torn apart by one punch. He turned around abruptly and punched the light. The wind from his fist collided with the light, causing ripples visible to the naked eye. The air in chaos seemed to solidify at this moment. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He noticed that the light changed direction at the moment it was repelled and attacked Nuo Lin again at an incredible angle. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He knew very well that in this environment, escaping would only put him in a more dangerous situation. He put his hands together, and spiritual energy surged between them, forming a complex rune. The rune glowed brightly and instantly turned into a shield, blocking in front of him. Boom! The light collided with the rune shield, making a deafening sound. The storm and chaos seemed to be drawn by this force, forming huge amounts of whirlpools. Under the impact of this force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated involuntarily, but the light in their eyes became more determined. This is not a solution. We must find the source of this light and solve it from the root, Nuo Lin said loudly. His voice echoed in chaos, but it was unusually clear. Nodding to Tianlu, he knew that what Nuo Lin said was absolutely right. The two looked at each other, determination and fearlessness flashing in their eyes. They accelerated again, rushing towards the source of the light, the vortex of huge amounts of chaos. In the vortex of chaos, the light became brighter and brighter, as if an ancient and powerful existence was quietly waiting for their arrival. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's hearts jumped to their throats at this moment, but they did not retreat. Instead, they became more determined to move forward. When Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu finally stepped into the core area of the chaos vortex, the bright light reached its peak, as dazzling as the scorching sun, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. Those runes seemed to have life, flowing slowly on the stone tablet and releasing a heart-pounding power. This is... Nuo Lin looked at the stone tablet in surprise. He felt the powerful force contained in the stone tablet, a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw shock and vigilance in each other's eyes. The stone tablet stood in front of them like an ancient god, watching them quietly. The invisible pressure made the air heavy, but where the light was the brightest, a chilly aura quietly rose, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding heat. Something's wrong here. Xiang Tianlu hadn't finished his words when he saw a group of colorful poisonous insects pouring out from the gaps in the light like a tide. They emitted a faint fluorescent light, and each of them contained a deadly toxin. Their fangs flashed, as if they were welcoming the two uninvited guests. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu reacted immediately, standing back to face this sudden crisis. The poisonous insects wove an impenetrable web in the air and quickly approached them, filling the air with suffocating poisonous gas. Be careful, these poisonous insects are very dangerous. Their toxins are enough to corrode the spiritual shield, Nuo Lin warned in a deep voice. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands. The spiritual power turned into a circle of light, tightly wrapping the two of them, trying to isolate them from the toxins from the outside world. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a fierce look, and he shuttled among the poisonous insects like a ghost. Every punch and kick was extremely precise and directly shattered the poisonous insects that touched the light circle. However, there were so many poisonous insects, seemingly endless, and their pressure was increasing. If this continues, we will be exhausted to death. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to find a breakthrough in such an intensive attack. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with determination, and he whispered, "Xiang Tianlu, prepare to strike with all your strength to break this sea of insects." After that, the spiritual power in his body boiled, as if to break through the restraints of his body, and he pushed his hands forward suddenly. A dazzling beam of spiritual power penetrated the sea of insects and pointed directly at the center of the chaos vortex. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu mobilized all his spiritual power without reservation, echoing Nuo Lin's light beam from afar. The two forces converged in the air, forming a dazzling tornado, which instantly swept the surrounding poisonous insects into it. Along with the shrill chirping of insects, countless poisonous insects turned into ashes. The raging tornado strangled the poisonous insects into a bloody mist, but in the chaos, an extremely large poisonous insect slowly emerged, its body covered with a shell as bright as a gem, and each piece of the shell flashed a heart-pounding light. It was the king of this group of poisonous insects, the poisonous insect king. The appearance of the poison insect king instantly made the surrounding air heavier. Its deep eyes revealed an ancient and evil wisdom, as if it could see through everything. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves surged towards Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu like a tide, trying to undermine their will. This is the poison insect king. Nuo-Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well how terrifying the poison insect king was. Its poison was enough to destroy a cultivator's cultivation in an instant, or even take his life. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with unyielding flames, and whispered, "No matter how strong it is, we can't retreat." The poison insect king seemed to have heard their conversation and let out an even more ferocious laugh. Then he stretched out his body and pressed toward them like a dark cloud, at a speed so fast that it was astonishing. Its carapace made a sharp friction sound in flight, like countless sharp blades waving in the air. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. No need to say anything, they both understood the crisis at the moment. They retreated violently, trying to distance themselves from the poison insect king. But the poison insect king's speed did not slow down at all, as if he could see through their every move. "We can't go on like this, we have to find its weakness," Nuo-Lin shouted loudly. He dodged the poisonous insect king's attack, while carefully observing the opponent's movements and expressions. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, the spiritual energy in his body boiling, and he was ready to take a risky attempt. His body suddenly accelerated, and he rushed towards the poison insect king like an arrow, gathering spiritual power in his hands, preparing to launch an all-out attack. The poison insect king seemed to have sensed Xiang Tianlu's intention. It sneered, turned its body to the side, and cleverly dodged Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, its tail suddenly swung out an extremely poisonous liquid that shot towards Xiang Tianlu like an arrow. Xiang Tianlu turned sharply in the air and narrowly avoided the venom. But the poison insect king took this opportunity, opened his huge mouth, showing his sharp fangs, and pounced towards Xiang Tianlu. "To the sky!" Nuo-Lin shouted. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he decided not to hold back his strength anymore. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and the spiritual power in his body erupted like a volcano. A bright light shot out from his palms and hit the poison insect king directly. The poison insect king sensed this powerful threat and roared in fear, but it was too late for him to dodge. The light collided with the body of the poison insect king, making a deafening noise, and the entire chaos world seemed to tremble at this moment. However, when the light faded, the poison insect king was only slightly injured. It roared angrily and pounced on Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu again, its eyes filled with the flame of revenge. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back, facing this almost invincible enemy. Their breathing became heavy and rapid. But at this critical moment of life and death, there was no sign of retreat in their eyes, only determination and indomitable spirit. "Xiang Tianlu, are you ready?" Nuo-Lin's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of determination. "Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Today, let us fight side by side and defeat this so-called poisonous insect king." Xiang Tianlu laughed loudly. His laughter was full of heroism and grandeur. It was as if to put all the fear and despair behind. Before he finished speaking, the two men suddenly jumped up like two lightning bolts and rushed straight towards the poison insect king. Their movements were swift and powerful, as if they were one with the heaven and earth. Every punch and every kick was accompanied by the sound of air bursting, demonstrating their amazing speed and strength. The poison insect king snorted coldly, moved his body slightly, and easily dodged the attacks of the two. Its shell made a crisp sound during the attack, as if even the heaven and earth were trembling at its solidity. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not discouraged. They looked at each other with a more determined light flashing in their eyes. "Come again!" Nuo Lin roared and launched another fierce attack. His fist streaked across the sky like a meteor, hitting the poison insect king's head with destructive force. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his feet like a giant hammer that could crush mountains and rivers, kicking hard into the poison insect king's abdomen. The poison insect king dodged the attacks of the two men by a narrow margin, but there was a hint of anger in its eyes, obviously irritated by the stubbornness of the two men. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves surged towards the two people like a tide, trying to disintegrate their will and strength. But Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road are like two towering mountains, standing tall and unshakable. They gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and launched another fierce attack. Their figures quickly shuttled around the poison insect king, and each attack was as dense and fierce as a storm, as if they were going to tear the world into pieces. The poison insect king was finally completely enraged. It let out an earth-shaking roar, and its body suddenly grew several times in size, lying between heaven and earth like a huge amount of monster. An even brighter light flickered on its shell, as if every piece of it contained endless power and wisdom. "Today, I will let you see my true power." The poison insect king roared, opened his huge mouth, and spewed out streams of rich venom. The venom condensed in a black mist in the air, winding towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like a poisonous snake. The black fog rolled in the air like a dead ocean, swallowing up all life around it. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were trapped in it. Their breathing became rapid and heavy, but the determination and indomitable spirit in their eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing through the darkness and illuminating the way forward. "Xiang Tianlu, we can't be trapped by this fog." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the fog, with a hint of urgency and determination. He knew very well that once he was completely enveloped by the poisonous mist, the consequences would be disastrous. "Nuo Lin, you on the left and I on the right. Let's rush out." Xiang Tianlu responded loudly, his voice full of strength and courage. The two of them understood each other and made the decision instantly. Their figures suddenly rose up like two rays of light at dawn, drawing dazzling tracks in the black mist. Nuo Lin's fist streaked across the sky like a meteor, and every time he swung it, the air exploded, scattering the surrounding domineering aura. Xiang Tianlu was like an agile cheetah, moving quickly through the fog. His feet were like giant hammers that crushed the darkness. Every kick created a wave of air, tearing the fog into pieces. Upon seeing this, the poison insect king let out an even more deafening roar. Its eyes were like two burning flames, flashing with anger and unwillingness. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out even thicker venom mist again, trying to completely drown the two people in this ocean of death. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not back down. They looked at each other, with a more determined light flashing in their eyes. They knew that this was a matter of life and death, and only by trying their best could they have a chance of survival. "Let's charge towards the sky, together." Nuo Lin roared, his voice exploding in the mist like thunder. The two of them suddenly rose up again, like two bright meteors, and rushed straight towards the poison insect king. Their speed is so fast that it almost transcends the constraints of time. In the black mist, they were like two lightning bolts drawing dazzling tracks. Every punch and every kick was accompanied by the sound of air bursting and venom splashing, showing their amazing speed and strength. When the poison insect king saw this, a trace of fear and despair flashed in his eyes. It didn't expect that these two seemingly weak ants could burst out with such amazing power. It opened its huge mouth, let out a last desperate roar, then suddenly closed its eyes, waiting for death to come. However, at this critical moment, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not give it any chance to breathe. Their figures swept in like two whirlwinds, surrounding the poison insect king. Their fists and feet rained down on the poison insect king, and every attack was like a sledgehammer hitting the poison insect king's heart. The carapace of the poisonous insect king began to crack under continuous attacks, and cracks spread like a spider web. Its body trembled in severe pain and let out bursts of shrill wails. However, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not stop their attacks. Their eyes were filled with determination and resoluteness, as if they wanted to pour all their anger and strength onto this shell. Finally, with a deafening bang, the poisonous insect king's shell exploded completely. Its body fell to the ground like a broken boulder, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel. Dust and gravel flew in the air, forming a chaotic fog. In this mist, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood like two undefeated gods of war. Although their breathing was rapid, the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter, as if it could illuminate this chaos and guide the way forward. Xiang Tianlu, we succeeded. Nuo-Lin's voice echoed in the fog, with a hint of fatigue and relief, but more of the joy of victory. He held Xiang Tianlu's hand tightly. Beads of sweat oozed out of the palms of both of them. Those were the traces left by the battle and the testimony of their fighting side by side. Yes, Nuo-Lin, we really did it. Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were full of pride and determination. He patted Nuo-Lin's shoulder, and they smiled at each other, as if all the fatigue and pain disappeared at this moment. However, although the fighting was over, the crisis was not completely resolved. They know that there may be more dangers and challenges hidden in this chaos fog. They must remain vigilant and keep moving forward. Xiang Tianlu, we have to leave here quickly. Nuo-Lin's voice rang out again, and he looked around, his eyes full of vigilance. He knew very well that in this fog of chaos, any relaxation could bring fatal danger. Yeah, I know. We have to be careful. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and his eyes became sharper. He held the weapon tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. The two men moved, cutting through the chaos fog like two lightning bolts, and rushed forward. Their speed was so fast that it almost surpassed the constraints of the fog. Every jump and run was accompanied by the sound of air bursting, showing their amazing speed and strength. As they moved forward in the chaos fog, they encountered countless obstacles and dangers. Sometimes it was invisible barriers blocking their way. Sometimes it was sharp pieces of gravel cutting their bodies like blades. But no matter what kind of danger they encountered, they never retreated. Instead, they relied on their firm will and amazing strength to break through obstacles time and time again and continue to move forward. In this chaos fog, time seems to become blurred and long. They didn't know how long they had been traveling, nor did they know how many dangers and challenges were waiting for them ahead. But they know that as long as there is light in their hearts, there is hope. As long as they keep moving forward, they can walk out of this fog. Finally, with a deafening roar, they broke through the last barrier and walked out of the chaos fog. Suddenly, the view in front of them became clear and a whole new world appeared before them. It is sunny here, with birds singing and flowers blooming, as if it is a fairyland isolated from the world. The sunlight penetrates the mist and shines on this unknown land. The golden light and the fresh air interweave to form a tranquil and peaceful picture. However, for Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu, who had just struggled back from the brink of life and death, this tranquility seemed extremely precious and short-lived. Is this really the place we were looking for? There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He looked around, and everywhere he saw was full of vitality, completely different from the dead and foggy world in his memory. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath of fresh air, frowned slightly, and seemed to be sensing something. I don't know, but there is indeed no breath of oppression and death here. We are safe for now, but... He paused, his eyes suddenly became sharp. We can't take it lightly. This land may hide even more ancient secrets. Just as the two were preparing to further explore this new world, The ground suddenly shook, as if some huge monster was waking up. Then, the surrounding vegetation began to grow wildly, and the vines twisted like snakes, quickly weaving into a huge amount of web, approaching the two of them. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin shouted, and retreated violently, while punching the approaching vines. The wind from his fist was like a dragon, with a whistling sound, instantly tearing the vines into pieces. But more vines seemed endless, coming from all directions and surrounding them. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, stomped his feet on the ground, and flew into the air like an eagle spreading its wings. His hands gathered bright light and turned it into two lightsabers, which he chopped fiercely at the vine jungle below. Wherever the lightsaber passed, vines broke, sparks flew, and the air was filled with the smell of plant juice and burning. "This is not a solution. We have to find the source." Nuo Lin shuttled through the gaps in the vines, looking for a breakthrough point for attack. His eyes were sharp, and he finally found something unusual in an area where the vines were most dense. There was a faint flickering light, as if something was controlling everything. "Shangtian Road, over there." Nuo Lin pointed there, and at the same time accelerated his body, rushing towards the target like a cannonball. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two of them cooperated well, overcoming all obstacles along the way, and finally arrived at the source of the flashing light. I saw an ancient stone tablet standing there, which was engraved with intricate patterns and was emitting a faint light, as if guiding the attack of the vines. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they attacked at the same time, one punch and one kick, carrying the power to destroy the world, rushing towards the stone tablet. The surface of the stone tablet glowed brightly, as if some force was resisting, but it was ultimately no match for the combined attack of the two and shattered. As the stone tablet shattered, the surrounding vines instantly lost their vitality, withered and fell to the ground, and the surroundings returned to peace again. It's finally over." Xiang Tianlu panted, sweat slid down his cheeks and mixed with the dirt. Nuo Lin also looked tired, but his eyes were shining with excitement. "It seems that we have really found some kind of key. But the secrets of this land are far more complicated than we imagined." Just as the two were preparing to further study the fragments of the stone tablet, the ground shook slightly again. This time, the vibration seemed to come from deeper underground, carrying an ancient and mysterious rhythm. As the ground shook deeply, an ancient and powerful aura slowly rose from underground, as if a sleeping beast had been inadvertently awakened, bringing with it unparalleled majesty and anger. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's eyes suddenly became solemn. They knew that new challenges were coming. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up, blowing up yellow sand all over the sky, blocking the sunlight and creating chaos between heaven and earth. The sound of the wind was accompanied by the low and powerful roar of beasts, which shook people's minds and seemed that even the air was trembling. A huge figure was looming in the wind and sand, and its true appearance was gradually revealed. It was a monster named Dei Julu Wolf, with a burly body and fur as dark as the night, shining with a metallic luster, which made it look even more ferocious in the dim light. The eyes of Dei Julu Wolf are like two burning stars, flashing with wisdom and wildness. Its forehooves step on the ground, and every step seems to be able to shatter the void. There are 9 sharp bone spurs growing on its back, and each of them exudes a cold aura, like the sickle of the death god, ready to reap lives at any time. This Dei Jiaoyuling? Xiang Tianlu's voice swirled in his throat with an incredible shock. Nuo Lin clenched his fists and tensed all the muscles in his body, ready for this life and death battle. "Prepare for battle," Nuo Lin growled, and his figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, rushing straight towards Geelong City. His fist whistled with the sound of breaking through the air as it struck the monster's chest. However, Dei Jilu Wolf reacted extremely quickly, dodged the attack easily by moving sideways, and at the same time opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and spewed out a stream of blazing flames, directly hitting Nualin. The flames drew a brilliant trail in the sky, and the heat waves rolled, baking the surrounding air into a distorted and shape-shifting state. Nualin paused in the air, and with the help of a clever move, he narrowly avoided being engulfed by the flames. But the corners of his clothes were still singed by the high temperature, emitting a pungent smell. "Good fellow, he is indeed extraordinary," Nualin snorted coldly, his eyes showing a stronger fighting spirit. His body rolled in the air, and when he landed, he kicked his feet and rushed towards Dai Jailulang again. This time, his hands gathered bright light, like two small suns, illuminating the entire battlefield. Scorching Sun Fist. With Nualin's roar, his fists, carrying destructive power, slammed towards Dai Jailulang. The fist wind rubbed against the air, making a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Dai Jailulang was not to be outdone. He howled towards the sky, and a faint black mist appeared around his body. In the mist, 9 bone spurs flashed with cold light, like 9 lightning bolts, piercing towards Nualin at the same time. The two collided, causing a deafening roar. The wind from the fists and the bone spurs intertwined, causing ripples visible to the naked eye that spread in all directions. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu did not sit idle. He leaped up and hovered in the air. He quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. In an instant, golden runes appeared around him and transformed into a solid light shield that protected him. Then, he waved his hands, and the talisman turned into countless golden swords, which shot towards Dai Jailulang like a meteor shower. "Heavenly sword slash," Xiang Tianlu shouted softly. Each golden sword contained an extremely sharp aura, enough to cut through space. However, Dai Jailulang seemed to have the ability to foresee the attack. He could cleverly avoid the attack of the sword every time, and even counterattacked with his sharp bone spurs, smashing several swords into pieces. The battle became more and more intense, and the offensive and defensive transitions between the three were like a dance. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening sound and flying sparks. The earth was shaking, and the surrounding vegetation was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, leaving a mess. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. After a confrontation, Nualin exchanged glances with Xiang Tianlu. The two understood each other and began to change their tactics. Nualin rushed towards Dai Jailulang again. This time, he did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he used his flexibility to move around the monster, looking for flaws in his attack. Xiang Tianlu laid down a huge amount of magic array in the air. In the array, golden runes flowed and gradually gathered into a powerful force. Nualin's figure wandered around the battlefield like a ghost, and every time he approached Dai Jailulang, it was as if he was testing the brink of death. The monster was extremely intelligent. It dodged every attack at incredible angles and even counterattacked. The bone spurs on its back were like the death god's sickle, and every swing of it brought with it the terrifying power to tear apart space. This guy is simply a fighting genius. Nualin was secretly shocked, but he did not back down. His eyes were like an eagle, tightly locking onto every subtle movement of Dai Jailulang, looking for the almost non-existent flaws. "Xiang Tianlu, are you ready?" Nualin's voice seemed particularly calm in the turbulent battlefield, as if it was out of tune with this chaotic world. Any time, Xiang Tianlu was suspended in the air, and the golden runes in the magic circle were like boiling molten gold, flashing dazzling light. He formed seals with his hands and muttered something. Every syllable seemed to contain an ancient spell, summoning the power between heaven and earth. At this moment, Nualin launched another attack. His figure was like a ghost, almost synchronized with Dai Jailuang's movements. Every dodge and charge was just right, as if he was dancing with a monster. However, this was not a real attack, but a bait to elicit Dai Jailuang's next move and prepare for a fatal blow to Tianlu. The Dai Jilu wolf seemed to be aware of Nuo Lin's intention. It was no longer in a hurry to attack, but began to defend cautiously. Each swing of the bone spur became more violent, trying to force Nuo Lin into a desperate situation. But Nuo Lin was like a fish in water, able to cleverly avoid the monster every time, and even use the monster's attacks as cover, approaching its vital point step by step. Now, Nuo Lin's voice rang out at the critical moment, like a thunder, breaking the silence of the battlefield. At the same time, Xiangdianla's magic circle finally completed its final condensation. A brilliant golden light burst out from the magic circle and turned into a golden dragon, which rushed straight towards Dai Jilu Wolf with the power to destroy the world. The golden dragon circled in the air, and every scale of it sparkled with dazzling light, as if a real dragon god had descended. Its roar was deafening, carrying an irresistible majesty, which made Dai Jilu Wolf involuntarily reveal a look of fear. However, the monster did not surrender. It howled towards the sky, and black mist appeared around it again. In the mist, the 9 bone spurs seemed to be given life and transformed into 9 black poisonous snakes, heading towards the golden dragon. The two collided in the air, bursting into brilliant sparks, as if 2 stars exploded in the air. The golden dragon and the black venomous snake intertwined together, and every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening sound and splashing light. The entire battlefield seemed to be on fire, and the air was filled with the breath of heat and destruction. Hold on toward the sky. Nuo Lin's voice rang out in the chaos. He rushed towards Dai Jiaoyalang again, like a flash of lightning. This time, his hands were condensed with brilliant golden light, as if he wanted to integrate the entire world into his hands. Nuo Lin rushed towards Dai Jilu Wolf like a meteor streaking through the night sky with unrivaled sharpness. Between his hands, the golden light was as real as substance, as if it had condensed all the power of the sun to illuminate this dark battlefield. Roar! The Dai Jilu Wolf let out an earth-shaking roar, and its eyes flashed with cold light in the darkness, like 2 stars that never go out. Facing Nuo Lin's fatal blow, it did not retreat, but instead aroused a deeper fighting spirit. Black mist spread out from its body, like a dead silent night, swallowed by the golden light. The two collided in the air, golden light and black mist intertwined, like the confrontation between day and night. Every collision seemed to tear the space apart and release a devastating force. The figures of Nuo Lin and Dai Jiaoyalang crossed in the air like 2 flashes of lightning, so fast that it was dazzling. Nuo Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded in the distance, with a hint of urgency. The golden dragon and 9 black poisonous snakes in his magic circle were still fighting fiercely, but his eyes never left Nuo Lin and Dai Jilu Wolf. Nuo Lin's heart trembled. He felt the strong, murderous intent emanating from Dai Jiaolang. The wisdom and strength of this monster were beyond imagination. It seemed to be able to predict Nuo Lin's every move, and every attack was avoided by it in an incredible way. You beast, don't even think about escaping. Nuo Lin roared, and his figure suddenly accelerated in the air, like a burning meteor, rushing straight towards the vital point of Dai Jilu Wolf. Golden light condensed in his hands, as if to pierce through the body of the monster. 0. Asterisk. The Dai Jilu Wolf roared even more fiercely, and its body twisted in the air like a black lightning, almost in sync with Nuo Lin's movements. Its bone spurs drew black tracks in the air, like the scythe of the death god, and every swing brought with it the terrifying power to tear apart space. The two collided again in the air, the golden light and the black mist intertwined, and brilliant sparks burst out. The figures of Nuo Lin and Dai Jiaoyalang tumbled in the air, and every clash seemed to shake the heaven and earth. Nuo Lin, hold on. Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out again. The golden dragon in his magic circle finally gained the upper hand and defeated the 9 black poisonous snakes. He waved his hands, and the golden dragon turned into a dazzling light and flew straight to the back of the Dai Junu wolf. 0.0. Nuo Lin was delighted when he saw this. He used Xiang Tianlu's attack as a cover and rushed towards Dai Jiaoyulang again. This time, he did not choose to fight head-on, but used his flexibility to cleverly move around the side of the monster. His hands were condensed with golden light, like two shining stars, striking directly at Dai Jiaoyulang's vital points. Nuo Lin's figure was like a ghost, shuttling through the darkness, and every move he made was just right to avoid Dai Jiaoyulang's fatal counterattack. Golden light condensed in his hands, like two burning stars, illuminating the battlefield shrouded in darkness. "You beast, today is your end." Nuo Lin's voice was cold and firm. His eyes were like those of an eagle, fixed tightly on Dai Jiaoyulang's vital points. The Dai Julu wolf let out an earth-shaking roar, with crazy flames flashing in its eyes. It was obvious that it had fallen into a state of madness. Black mist spread out from its body, like a dead silent night, trying to swallow Nuo Lin. However, Nuo Lin was like a fish in water, and was as flexible as a fish in water in this darkness. His figure rolled and dodged in the air, each time cleverly avoiding the bone spur attacks of Dai Julu wolf. "Xiang Tianlu, it's up to you." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the turbulent battlefield. He used Xiang Tianlu's attack as a cover and rushed towards Dai Jiaoyulang again. At that moment, the golden dragon of Xiang Tian Road had already approached the back of Dai Julu wolf, and the bright light was like the dawn, illuminating the darkness. The dragon opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, as if it wanted to swallow the monster in one gulp. The Dai Julu wolf sensed the danger behind it. It let out a sharp roar and twisted its body sharply in the air, trying to avoid the fatal attack. However, the golden dragon on Xiangtian Road was like a leech, following closely and not giving it any chance to breathe. Nuo Lin took advantage of the opportunity, his hands condensed with golden light, like two bright stars, directly hitting Dai Jiaoyulang's vital points. This time, he did not have any hesitation or reservation, and concentrated all his strength on this attack. Roar! The Dai Julu wolf let out its final roar. Its body trembled violently in the air, and the black moldy air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The golden light was like the first ray of sunshine at dawn, penetrating the darkness and striking directly into the heart of Dai Julu wolf. At this moment, the entire battlefield 783 seemed to be still. The golden light intertwined with the body of Dai Julu wolf, bursting into brilliant sparks. Then, a deafening roar was heard, and the huge body of the Dai Julu wolf fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, splashing up a cloud of dust. The dust settled, and the noise on the battlefield gradually dissipated, leaving only Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, and the huge body of Dai Julong lying on the ground. The golden light gradually dissipated, revealing the dense scars on Dai Julu wolf's body, proving the brutality of the battle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. Their eyes contained both the joy of victory and recognition of their tacit understanding. Then, they walked towards Dai Julu wolf's body and began to search. This monster is extremely powerful, and it must have treasures on its body, Nuo Lin said as he carefully searched the monster's body. Sure enough, not long after, he found a crystal that was flickering with a faint light in the belly of Dai Julong. The crystal is dark black in color, but has golden lines flowing on its surface, giving off a mysterious and powerful aura. "Is this a demon core?" Xiang Tianlu shouted in surprise. He knew very well that the demon core was the most precious treasure in the demon beast's body, containing the essence and power of the demon beast's life. Nuo Lin nodded and carefully put away the demon core. Afterwards, they found several scales emitting a faint glow on the monster's corpse. These scales were extremely hard, as if they could withstand any attack in the world. These scales are also treasures and can be used to create powerful protective gear. Xiang Tianlu said, with excitement flashing in his eyes. The two men collected the treasures they found, then sat on the battlefield and began to discuss how to distribute them. After some discussion, they decided to use the demon core together to enhance each other's strength, while Xiang Tianlu would keep the scales for future use in making protective gear. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat cross-legged, placing the demon core between them. As they practiced their skills, the demon core began to emit a strong light, covering the two of them. Waves of powerful force surged out from the demon cores and poured into their bodies, nourishing their meridians and bones. Under the nourishment of this power, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt that their strength was increasing rapidly. Their meridians became tougher and their bones became harder, as if they could withstand any attack from the world. At the same time, their cultivation was also rising rapidly, as if they were about to break through the original bottleneck and reach a new realm. After an unknown amount of time, when the power in the demon core was finally exhausted, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt as if their bodies had been reborn and their strength had greatly increased. They smiled at each other, knowing that this battle not only allowed them to obtain valuable treasures, but also made a qualitative leap in their strength. Xiangtian Road, let's go. Nuo Lin stood up, patted the dust off his body, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Nuo Lin walked side by side with Xiangtian Road, his steps light, as if he had merged into one with the land. The aura they exuded was even deeper, like two sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, their edges fully exposed. The power of this demon core is indeed extraordinary. I feel that my cultivation has approached a new realm. Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful, and his eyes flashed with desire for an unknown battle. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, I also feel that my strength has been greatly improved. These scales will surely be used to create powerful armor in the future, allowing us to take our combat effectiveness to a higher level. The two walked along the winding mountain road, and the surrounding scenery was like a flowing painting. In the dense forest, the sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows like golden fragments dancing in the air. The clear stream gurgles through the mountains, making pleasant sounds, as if it is the music of nature. Suddenly, there is a low roar from the front, as if some huge monster was wreaking havoc in front. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a look of vigilance flashed in their eyes. They quickened their pace and approached the source of the sound cautiously. After passing through a dense bush, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. I saw an open grassland in front of me, with all kinds of exotic plants growing on the grassland, emitting a faint fragrance. In the middle of the grass, there is a huge amount of pits, the edges of which are covered with sharp gravel, as if they were left by some huge monster. What is this? Xiang Tianlu asked in surprise, his eyes scanning the pit, trying to find clues. Nuo Lin frowned. He walked to the edge of the pit and carefully observed the arrangement and shape of the gravel. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stepped back abruptly. Oh no, there might be a trap here. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind in the pit, as if something was rushing up from below. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a resolute look flashed in their eyes. They flashed and retreated like two bolts of lightning, practicing their skills at the same time to prepare for the impending crisis. However, when they retreated to a safe distance, they were surprised to find that what rushed out of the pit was not an enemy, but a huge amount of rock. The rock rolled in the air with incredible force, as if it was going to smash them into a pulp. Nuo Lin and 4.3 Xiang Tianlu flashed again and cleverly avoided the attack of the rocks. They looked at the rock that had fallen to the ground in the distance, and an inexplicable chill welled up in their hearts. The rock fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust like a small sandstorm, which instantly filled the entire grassland. When the dust settled, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu discovered that there were mottled runes engraved on the rock, flashing a faint green light, revealing an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. What is this? Xiang Tianlu widened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly with surprise, and his eyes were fixed on the rock. Nuo Lin frowned. He walked slowly towards the rock and gently touched the runes with his fingers. He felt a strange energy passing into his body from his fingertips, which shocked him. This seems to be some kind of ancient seal, but why did it appear here, and why did it suddenly explode? He was full of doubts. At this moment, the strange plants on the grass seemed to sense something and began to sway slightly, emitting a stronger fragrance, as if responding to some unknown call. In the distance, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a storm seemed to be coming. "We have to leave here. Everything here is weird." Nuo Lin looked back at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes full of unquestionable determination. Xiang Tianlu nodded. He knew very well that in such an unknown environment, the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it would be. The two of them turned around quickly and prepared to leave the grassland. However, at this moment, the grass beneath their feet suddenly began to shake, as if something was waking up below. "Not good, let's go." Nuo Lin grabbed Xiang Tianlu, and the two of them retreated violently. Almost at the same time, the grass under their feet suddenly cracked, and a huge amount of figure rushed out from the ground, bringing with it rolling dust and amazing momentum, and rushed straight towards the two of them. The runes on the rocks seemed to be activated, and the green light suddenly intensified, forming a sharp contrast with the rolling dark clouds in the sky. The huge amounts of figures rushed out from the ground, carrying an ancient and vicissitudes of life aura, like a giant beast that came from ancient times, which shocked Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Who is this?" There was a hint of fear in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. A solemn look flashed across Nuo Lin's eyes, and he shouted in a low voice, "No matter what it is, we must not sit and wait for death." After that, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the huge amounts of figure like a flash of lightning, with the long sword in his hand flashing with a cold light, pointing directly at the opponent's vital points. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu followed without hesitation, his figure leaving a trail of afterimages on the grass, and the long sword in his hand swung out dense blade light, as if to tear the huge amounts of figure into pieces. However, the huge amounts of figure seemed to have endless power. It waved its arms, bringing up gusts of wind, which neutralized the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Every collision made a deafening sound, as if it would completely destroy the grass. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were startled. They knew that they had to go all out when facing such an opponent. Then, the two of them simultaneously mobilized all their strength, wielding their long swords and long knives tightly, forming a series of dazzling sword and knife lights. The huge amounts of figure seemed to have sensed the strength of the two men. It let out a low roar, and its aura suddenly increased. Then, ancient runes began to emerge on its body. These runes flashed with mysterious light, as if forming a powerful formation. "Is this an ancient sealing formation?" Nuo Lin was shocked. He knew very well how powerful and mysterious this formation was. Once trapped by it, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiang Tianlu also noticed this and said with a pale face, "We have to find a way to break this formation, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." However, the huge amounts of figure seemed to have seen through their intentions. It suddenly waved its arms, and a powerful force surged out of the formation and headed straight for the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, but the power followed them like a shadow, as if it wanted to devour them completely. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, illuminating the grassland. Immediately afterwards, a loud thunder exploded, as if to shatter the entire world. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were delighted. They knew that it was the power of heaven and earth helping them. So, the two of them shouted at the same time, concentrated all their strength on one point, and launched the final attack towards Zetian's figure. The sword light and the knife light intertwined together, forming a dazzling beam of light, rushing straight towards the huge amounts of figure. However, just as the beam was about to hit the huge amounts of figure, it suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage. And that ancient ceiling formation seemed to have never existed and disappeared without a trace. The beam of light missed the target. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu paused, their eyes filled with disbelief. The huge amounts of figures seemed to merge into the void, without leaving even a trace of breath, leaving only the traces of the grass that were blown messily by the strong wind and the rapid breathing of the two people. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu panted and looked around, but he could no longer find any trace of the mysterious figure. Nuo Lin's face was gloomy. He stared ahead and said slowly, "This ceiling formation seems to have self-awareness. It is protecting something, or perhaps waiting for something." Xiang Tianlu felt uneasy when he heard this. "What should we do next? We can't just give up like this, right?" Nuo Lin was silent for a moment. Then a look of determination flashed in his eyes. "No, we can't give up. Now that we have come this far, we must find out the truth. Beneath this seal, there must be huge amounts of secrets hidden." After saying that, Nuo Lin took another step and walked towards the place where the huge figure once appeared. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and both of them knew that every next step might lead to unknown danger. The strange plants on the grass seemed to sense the two's determination. They began to sway violently and emit a stronger fragrance, as if to cheer them on. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the bright moonlight covering the grassland with a layer of silver gauze. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu came to the place where the ceiling formation once appeared, only to see a huge amount of pits left on the ground. The gravel on the edge of the pits still flashed a faint green light, as if telling what had just happened. "We have to go down and take a look," Nuo Lin whispered. He glanced at Xiang Tianlu with determination in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded 647 his head. Although he felt a little uneasy, he also understood that it would not be wise to retreat at the moment. So, the two of them activated their skills at the same time, leaped into the huge amounts of the pit. Inside the pit, it was pitch black, with only the weapons in the two men's hands emitting a faint light. They moved forward cautiously, being vigilant with every step. Suddenly, there was a low roar coming from the front, as if some huge monster was waking up. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a look of vigilance flashed in their eyes. They quickened their pace and moved closer to the source of the sound. At this moment, a bright light suddenly lit up from the front, illuminating the entire pit. The bright light was like the breaking of dawn, instantly dispelling the darkness in the pit. However, when Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's vision adjusted to the sudden light, their faces suddenly became solemn. The source of the light was not the treasure or mysterious power they imagined, but a group of densely packed poisonous spiders flashing emerald green light. These spiders are huge. Each one is as big as a pony. They are covered with hard shells, and their 8 long legs are covered with sharp hooks that flash with cold light. The most terrifying thing was that their eyes were like 2 bright emeralds, staring coldly at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if they had already regarded them as their prey. What the hell is this thing?" There was a hint of fear in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never seen such a horrifying creature. Nuo Lin tightly grasped the sword, his eyes flashing with determination and calmness. "It seems that we have to be careful. These poisonous spiders are obviously not good people." After saying that, Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the group of poisonous spiders like a flash of lightning. His sword drew a graceful arc in the air and went straight to the vital point of a spider. However, the spider seemed to have seen through his intentions long ago and easily dodged the attack by moving its body to the side. At the same time, the rest of the poisonous spiders also began to attack. They came from all directions, like a green torrent, surrounding Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Those sharp legs swung like swords, and every attack was enough to smash the rocks into pieces. Xiang Tianlu saw this and stopped hesitation. He shouted loudly and swung the long sword in his hand with dense blade light, engaging in a fierce battle with those poisonous spiders. However, there are too many of these poisonous spiders, and their attack speed is extremely fast, making it often difficult to defend against them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seem to have a very difficult time under the siege of poisonous spiders. Each of their attacks required huge amounts of physical strength and energy, but the poisonous spiders seemed endless, and there was no end in sight. This is not a solution. We must find a breakthrough. Nuo Lin shouted. His voice seemed unusually weak amid the roar of the poisonous spider. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, but his heart was filled with helplessness and despair. He knew very well that with their strength, it was almost impossible to break out of the siege of these poisonous spiders. In this small space illuminated by green light, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to be in an endless nightmare. The hissing sounds of poisonous spiders, the whizzing sounds of long legs cutting through the air, and the snapping sounds of shells colliding with each other interweave into a symphony of death, echoing in every corner. Nuo Lin's eyes became increasingly cold. He knew very well that facing such an enemy, any trace of hesitation could be fatal. His figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth among the siege of poisonous spiders. He tried to be precise with every swing of the sword, striving to leave only a crack in the spider's hard shell. However, these poisonous spiders seemed to have immortal bodies. Even if they were severely injured, they would quickly adjust their posture and launch a fierce attack again. We can't go on like this. We must find their weakness. Nuo Lin's voice sounded unusually firm in the fierce battle. He dodged the spider's attacks while observing their movement patterns. Xiang Tianlu was also fighting hard. His long sword drew silver tracks in the air, and sparks flew when it collided with the poisonous spider's sharp claws. However, as the battle continued, his physical and spiritual strength were rapidly consumed, and his face was covered with sweat and fatigue. Their eyes, Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He noticed that every time the poisonous spiders attacked, their eyes would flash a strange light, as if that was the source of their power. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, he had an idea and immediately adjusted the direction of his attack. He no longer swung blindly, but instead focused his strength, aiming each attack directly at those eyes flashing green light. Sure enough, when his long knife slashed across the eyes of a spider, the spider's body trembled violently, its movements became slow, and finally it fell to the ground powerlessly. This discovery was like a ray of light, illuminating the darkness in Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's hearts. They began to imitate this attack method, striving for accuracy in every shot and killing with 5 shots. Thanks to their efforts, the number of poisonous spiders began to decrease rapidly, and the originally airtight siege circle gradually showed flaws. Hold on, we will definitely win. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the battle. His words were like an invisible force, inspiring Xiang Tianlu to continue fighting. As Nuo Lin finished speaking, an indomitable will flowed between him and Xiang Tianlu, as if it had ignited the fire deep in their hearts and filled their tired bodies with strength again. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. He leaped up like a tiger descending from a mountain, and his long sword drew a brilliant silver trail in the air, going straight for the vital point of a poisonous spider. This time, he no longer hesitated and stabbed the spider's eyes with his long knife accurately. The green light was extinguished instantly, and the spider's huge body fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nuo Lin was delighted when he saw this. He understood that they had found the key to defeating these poisonous spiders. He moved like a dragon, weaving through the remaining spiders. Every swing of his sword was like a thunderbolt, striking directly into the spider's eyes. The sword flashed, the green light went out, and poisonous spiders fell one after another under his attack. There was a breath of victory in the air. However, at this moment, a poisonous spider of even larger size suddenly emerged from the ground, its eyes flashing with a heart-pounding light like 2 bright emeralds. This spider was obviously the king among these poisonous spiders. Its appearance made Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel unprecedented pressure. Asterisk, be careful. This is their leader. Nuo Lin shouted, knowing full well that the strength of this spider was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary poisonous spider. Xiang Tianlu looked solemn when he heard that. He gripped his sword tightly and prepared to fight. He stood side by side with Nuo Lin, and their figures looked particularly resolute in the green light. The poisonous spider leader let out a deafening roar and waved its 8 long legs like 8 dragons, pouncing towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It was extremely fast, like a flash of green lightning, dazzling. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not dare to be careless. They retreated violently, waving their weapons and engaging in a fierce battle with the poisonous spider leader. The flashes of swords and the shadows of sabers intertwined, and the green and silver lights collided in the air, making a deafening roar. Every time they clashed, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Gravel and soil flew everywhere, and the entire pit seemed to be shaking. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions became extremely solemn. They knew very well that this battle was a matter of life and death, and they could not afford to be careless. As time went by, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more coordinated. Their attacks became more and more fierce, and they strived for precision in every move. Although the poisonous spider leader was powerful, he gradually became overwhelmed by the joint attack of the two. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Nuo Lin's sword slashed through the eyes of the poisonous spider leader, and the green light was instantly extinguished. The huge body fell powerlessly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With the fall of the poisonous spider leader, the remaining poisonous spiders seemed to have lost their backbone and fled in all directions. When the dust settled, the green light in the pit gradually dissipated, replaced by dead silence. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both breathed a sigh of relief. But then they looked around vigilantly to prevent any unknown threats from lurking. These poisonous spiders are quite cunning. Xiang Tianlu wiped the sweat from his forehead. His voice was a little breathless, but more of it was the joy of victory in the battle. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Although they have retreated, we still need to be careful and not stay here for long. Just as they were about to leave this dangerous place, the ground suddenly shook slightly, and then the surrounding stone walls began to emit a low roar, as if something was awakening from the inside and trying to break free. Oh no, there's something underground. Nuo Lin's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Xiang Tianlu, and the two of them retreated violently, away from the stone wall where the changes were happening. I saw the originally solid stone walls began to crack, and huge amounts of cracks spread rapidly like winding dragons, splitting the entire pit into pieces. Along with the appearance of cracks, an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere diffused from deep underground, making Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel unprecedented depression. What on earth is going on? There was a slight tremor in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never seen such a strange sight. Nuo Lin frowned, staring at the ever-widening cracks, with an ominous premonition in his heart. It seems that we have accidentally touched an ancient mechanism. The secrets hidden here are far more complicated than we imagined. As the crack expanded 790, powerful energy waves came from deep underground, making the entire pit seem to collapse. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and there was a flash of determination in their eyes. Let's go. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Nuo Lin shouted, and he pulled Xiang Tianlu up, and the two of them rushed towards the exit of the pit like two lightning bolts. However, just as they were about to rush out of the pit, huge amounts of shadows fell from the sky, completely blocking the exit. It was a huge barrier formed by countless gravel and soil, as if it was nature's obstruction to them, or a warning from some mysterious force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stopped suddenly in front of the barrier. Their faces suddenly changed, with disbelief and determination flashing in their eyes. Nual Lin held the sword tightly, and the tip of the sword lightly touched the barrier, and gravel fell down, as if the wall was laughing at their inexperience. This barrier is so solid. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of despair. He gripped the long knife tightly, trying to split it open with brute force, but only saw sparks flying and the barrier remained motionless. Nual Lin stared at the barrier with a sharp gaze, as if trying to see through its essence. There must be something fishy going on here. We can't just sit there and wait for death. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes flickering with reluctance and stubbornness. Yes, we will definitely find a way out. The two men suddenly jumped up like two gusts of wind, rushing around the barrier, trying to find a breakthrough. He put all his strength into every attack, with sword and knife lights interweaving to scatter the rubble on the surface of the barrier, but he was never able to shake its foundation. Within the barrier, powerful energy fluctuations continued to come, making Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel unprecedented pressure. They knew very well that if they didn't leave quickly, they would be trapped here forever. We have to think of a solution. This is not a solution. Nual Lin's voice was a little hurried. He stared at the barrier, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth and scanned the barrier, trying to find a flaw. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed to a corner of the barrier. Look, there seems to be something different there. Upon hearing this, Nual Lin immediately looked over there and saw a piece of gravel slightly protruding from the corner of the barrier, which seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding barriers. He suddenly had an idea and swung his sword. Nual Lin shook his sword, like a dragon soaring into the sky. The sword light was dazzling, and it went straight to the protruding gravel. In an instant, the air seemed to be split by the sword, making a sharp whistling sound. The moment the sword tip touched the barrier, sparks flew everywhere, like a falling star, but it stirred up layers of air waves in this closed space. Open it for me, Nual Lin growled. His muscles tensed, his strength gathered at the tip of the sword. The protruding gravel actually trembled slightly under this blow, and then shattered with a loud bang, revealing a deep darkness behind it, as if it was the only hope to the outside world. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He jumped up suddenly, and his long sword was like a dragon emerging from the sea. He followed Nual Lin and slashed towards the gap that had just been torn by the sword light. The two forces converged, and under the combined efforts of the two, the barrier finally cracked open a gap large enough for someone to pass through. Hurry up, Nual Lin shouted, and rushed into the crack first, followed closely by Xiang Tianlu. The two of them were like two streams of light, shuttling through the cave that was about to collapse. However, just as they were about to break out of the crack and see the light of day again, an indescribable force suddenly came from underground, and the entire space seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, squeezing them so hard that they could hardly breathe. The cracks began to heal rapidly, as if they were going to swallow them up again. This power, Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He felt an unprecedented crisis. He swung his long sword, trying to use the sword light to stop the crack from closing, but all efforts seemed so insignificant. Nual Lin's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that he could not retreat at this moment. The true energy in his body boiled, and the long sword turned into a dazzling river of light, slashing towards the front end of the closing crack. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut, and the healing speed of the crack was slowed down. Hold on, head for the sky. Nual Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar. His inner energy was almost exhausted, but his will was as unshakable as a rock. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth, wielded his sword, and put all his strength into every strike. He fought side by side with Nual Lin, resisting the terrifying force that wanted to imprison them here forever. We won't lose, Xiang Tianlu roared, his voice echoing in the narrow space, as if it was a challenge to fate. The light in the crack became increasingly dim. The space the two were in continued to be compressed, and every breath became difficult. But even so, they still did not give up. The light intertwined by the long sword and the long knife became the only light of hope in this desperate darkness. Just when everything seemed to be coming to an end, a strange wave suddenly came from outside the crack. The wave was gentle and ancient, as if it had formed some kind of delicate balance with the power deep underground. The closing speed of the crack was miraculously slowed down. "What is this?" Nuo-Lin was shocked. He felt the antiquity and mystery contained in the fluctuation, as if it was a power that existed together with the land. Xiang Tianlu was also stunned, but he quickly reacted with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Whatever it is, this may be our chance." The two of them used this sudden force to exert their strength again. The sword light and the knife light intertwined into an airtight net, forcibly stretching the crack to create a passage for escape. Just as they were about to break through the crack and greet the dawn of freedom, a deeper, more ancient hum sounded in their ears. The sound seemed to have traveled through time and space, carrying endless vicissitudes and secrets, causing the two to pause in their movements. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and read the same message from each other's determined eyes. No matter how unknown the road ahead is, they will move forward side by side without fear. This voice seems to carry some kind of guidance. Nuo-Lin's voice was low and full of awe. He looked up at the faint ray of light outside the crack, with indescribable emotions surging in his heart. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn but with a hint of curiosity. "Yes, it seems as if the ancient times are whispering to us, telling us the secrets of this land." The two of them carefully walked through the life passage formed by the interweaving of sword light and knife light. Every step they took was extremely firm, as if they were crossing the long river of time and heading toward the unknown other side. As the crack gradually expanded, a fresh and slightly moist air rushed in, bringing with it the vitality and vigor of the outside world, which lifted their spirits. Beyond the crack is a dense primeval forest. The sunlight shines through the dense treetops, casting mottled shadows, and the air is filled with the fragrance of soil and flowers. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood at the edge of the forest, looking back at the crack that was about to close completely, with mixed feelings in their hearts. "We really got out?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He looked around. This unfamiliar environment made him feel both novel and a little confused. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath of free air, his eyes firm. "Yes, we are out. But this is just the beginning. This forest and this land hide too many secrets waiting for us to explore." The two stepped into the forest, and the fallen leaves under their feet made a rustling sound, as if it was nature's welcome to them. The sunlight danced among the leaves, forming beams of light that illuminated the way ahead. From deep in the forest, the occasional sound of birds singing and animals roaring adds a bit of vitality to this quiet world. "Look over there." Nuo-Lin suddenly stopped and pointed to an open space not far away. In the open space, an ancient stone tablet stood quietly. Tom had left mottled marks on it. Some ancient runes could be vaguely seen on the tablet, emitting a faint light, as if whispering ancient legends. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and from their determined eyes, they seemed to see endless desire for exploration and endless courage. They walked slowly towards the ancient stone tablet, each step stepping on the dust of time, feeling the weight of the years. These runes seemed to contain some kind of ancient power. Nuo-Lin's voice was low. He stretched out his fingers and gently touched the runes on the stone tablet. A faint wave passed from his fingertips into his body, shocking his mind. Xiang Tianlu also stared at the stone tablet, his eyes flashing with curiosity and, these runes seemed to have some connection with our power. Just as the two were immersed in the mystery of the stone tablet suddenly shone brightly, and an ancient and powerful aura surged out from the stone tablet, instantly enveloping the two. This breath is powerful and mysterious, as if it contains endless power and wisdom. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt their hearts tremble, and the power in their bodies seemed to be drawn by this breath and began to stir. They looked at each other, with determination flashing in their eyes. It seems that we have to experience the power of this stone tablet. Nu Lin took a deep breath, unsheathed his sword, and the sword light was bright, like the scorching sun in the sky. Xiang Tianlu also swung his long sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and the momentum was fierce. The two men moved and rushed towards the stone tablet in an instant. The sword light and the knife light intertwined together to form a dazzling light curtain. The runes on the stone tablet seemed to sense the attacks of the two people, and the light became more dazzling. An invisible force surged out of the stone tablet and collided with the power of the two people. Suddenly, the entire forest seemed to be shaken by this force, with leaves flying and light and shadows swaying. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved as fast as lightning, shuttling back and forth in the light curtain. The sword and knife lights constantly collided with the power on the stone tablet, making a deafening roar. Every collision seemed like a landslide, which made people tremble with fear. However, the two men fought more and more bravely, and the sword and knife lights became more and more fierce, as if they wanted to completely defeat Li Gao on the stone tablet. The light of the runes on the stone tablet began to dim, and the invisible power was gradually weakening. It seems that we are about to succeed. Xiang Tianlu shouted and swung his long sword suddenly. A sharp blade light instantly slashed towards the stone tablet. Nu Lin was equally unwilling to be outdone, and with a wave of his sword, a brilliant sword energy followed, interweaving with the blade light to form a destructive force. At the moment when the sword light and the knife light were about to hit the stone tablet suddenly shone brightly, and an even more powerful aura surged out from the stone tablet, instantly swallowing up the power of the two. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt that a powerful force bound them tightly and made them unable to move. Zero request flowers. What's going on? Nu Lin's face changed drastically. He struggled hard, but couldn't break free from the restraint of this force. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He clenched his teeth and let the strength in his body surge, trying to break free from the restraints. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not shake this power in the slightest. At this moment, the runes on the stone tablet suddenly began to flow, forming mysterious lines. These lines intertwined and entangled in the air, and finally turned into a powerful force, rushing towards the sky. Just as the powerful force of the runes on the stone tablet rushed towards the sky, as if to reveal some ancient secret, a low and powerful beast roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest, shaking the surrounding trees and sending fallen leaves flying like autumn rain. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shocked. The force that bound them loosened slightly at this moment, giving them a chance to break free. A powerful creature is approaching. Nu Lin's eyes were sharp as he quickly assessed the situation. The true energy in his body started boiling again as he tried to break free from the restraints. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He tightly grasped his long sword and prepared to fight. This aura is definitely not something that an ordinary monster can possess. Before he finished speaking, a huge monster walked out from the shadows of the forest. It looked like a wolf, but had scales as crystal as jade. Its eyes flickered like cold stars, and there were two sharp fangs in its mouth that flashed a faint blue light. This was the legendary Jade Stonebee Wolf, an extremely rare and powerful monster. Jade Stonebee Wolf, Nu Lin whispered, feeling both shocked and expectant. Such an opponent was the best touchstone to test their strength. The Jade Stonebee Wolf growled and stomped the ground with its limbs, raising a cloud of dust. Its pair of cold star-like eyes were fixed on Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it had already regarded them as its own. It seems that we have to deal with this big guy first. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, swung his long sword, and turned it into a silver lightning, going straight for the throat of Yiliubu Wolf. Nu Lin was not willing to be outdone. His long sword was like a dragon. The sword light was bright, and he pierced the monster's left eye. The Jade Flowstone Wolf reacted very quickly and easily dodged the attacks of the two people by moving its body to the side. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spit out a green mist mixed with stone powder and venom, which instantly filled the surrounding space. "Be careful, this is its poisonous fog," Nuo Lin warned loudly, while circulating his true energy to form a layer of protective light, shield, to isolate the poisonous fog from outside. Xiang Tianlu also reacted quickly, waving his long sword to form a sword curtain that cut the approaching poisonous fog into pieces. However, the jade-flowing stone wolf's attack did not stop. It suddenly jumped up like a moving boulder and crashed directly into the two people's protective light shields. Bang! With a loud noise, the protective light shields of the two people were shaken by the violent impact. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu swayed and almost lost their balance. What a strong force! Xiang Tianlu's face changed slightly. He knew very well that it was not wise to confront such a monster head-on. He must find its weakness. Nuo Lin also had a sharp gaze. He stared closely at the movements of the jade-flowing stone wolf, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Although it is fast, there's a short pause after each attack. We can take advantage of this. The two, 870, were in tune with each other and adjusted their tactics in an instant. Nuo Lin swung his sword, which turned into a sword shadow and went straight to the abdomen of the jade-flowing stone wolf, where its defense was the weakest. Xiang Tianlu swept his sword across, trying to restrain the monster's movements and create opportunities for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's body was as fast as lightning, and the sword shadow flashed, hitting the belly of the jade-flowing stone wolf directly. The monster obviously had not expected Nuo Lin to be so decisive. Although the scales on its abdomen were strong, they made a crisp cracking sound under this fierce blow. The jade stone wolf roared in pain, and the cold light in its eyes became stronger, as if it wanted to devour Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu alive. You're still a little naive if you want to hurt my brother." Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu swung his sword suddenly, which turned into a silver streak and chopped straight towards the side of the neck of the Yulio stone wolf. The monster reacted quickly, moving its body to the side and narrowly avoiding the attack. But Xiang Tianlu's long sword drew a graceful arc in the air, bringing up a gust of wind that blew the surrounding trees to and fro. Nuo Lin took this opportunity and leaped up again. His long sword was like a dragon, drawing a brilliant light track in the air and piercing the eyes of the jade stone wolf. Although the monster was ferocious, it began to panic under Nuo Lin's continuous attacks. It roared continuously and spewed out green poisonous mist from its mouth again, trying to interfere with Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's vision. However, this time, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were well prepared. The two of them moved like two streams of light, drawing graceful arcs in the air and easily avoiding the attack of the poisonous fog. At the same time, their attacks became more fierce. The sword light and the knife light intertwined together to form a dazzling net, trapping the Yuju wolf firmly in it. Let's see where you can escape to." Nuo Lin sneered and swung the sword again. The tip of the sword drew a perfect arc in the air and went straight for the throat of the jade-flowing stone wolf. The jade stone wolf roared continuously, its eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. It tried its best to break free from this dazzling net, but the attacks from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like a continuous tide, one wave after another, leaving it with no chance to fight back. Bang! With a loud bang, the jade flow stone wolf's body finally couldn't withstand the continuous attacks and fell heavily to the ground. Its eyes lost their luster, and the green poisonous mist no longer spewed out of its mouth. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that they had won the battle. However, just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the jade flow stone wolf's body suddenly moved again. There was a strange blue light flashing in its eyes, and a low and powerful roar came out of its mouth. Then, its body began to swell, as if it was about to explode with all its strength. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions instantly became solemn. They knew very well that this was no ordinary counterattack, but the last struggle of the Jade Flowing Stone Wolf, a determination to perish together with the enemy. It's going to fight to the death, be careful. Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice, and instead of retreating, he advanced like a flash of lightning, rushing straight towards the monster that was as big as a mountain. His long sword drew brilliant light tracks in the air, and each sword contained terrifying power enough to split mountains and rocks. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. His long sword was like a dragon, with a whistling sound, and every swing seemed to tear the space apart. His eyes were firm, and he showed no intention of retreating. He fought side by side with Nuo Lin to face this powerful enemy together. The Jade Stone Wolf roared continuously, and its swollen body looked like a powder keg that was about to explode. Every scale flashed with a strange light, as if it contained endless energy. Its eyes were like two bright stars, flashing with madness and despair. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Jade Stone Wolf finally launched an attack. Its body was like a meteorite with an unstoppable momentum, rushing straight towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved as fast as lightning, constantly shuttling through the air to avoid the crazy attacks of the Stone Wolf. Their sword lights and knife gleams intertwined together, forming a series of dazzling barriers, trying to block the attack of the Jade Flowing Stone Wolf. However, the power of the Jade Flowstone Wolf was too strong, and every collision made Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel huge amounts of pressure. Their bodies kept tumbling in the air, and every time they landed it seemed to crack the earth. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Nuo Lin shouted loudly. His voice seemed a little weak in the roar of the battle, but Xiang Tianlu caught it clearly. Xiang Tianlu nodded and stared closely at the movements of the Yuliushi Wolf, trying to find the flaw. Finally, after a violent collision with the Jade Flowing Stone Wolf, he discovered a tiny crack on the monster's body. "Look there!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and at the same time he jumped up and slashed at the crack with his long sword like lightning. Nuo Lin's eyes also lit up. He followed Xiang Tianlu's steps, his long sword like a dragon, stabbing straight at the same target. Bang! With a loud bang, the Jade Flowstone Wolf's body finally couldn't withstand the attack of the two people, and the crack expanded rapidly, as if to tear its entire body apart. At that moment, the world seemed to be filled with endless violence. The painful howls of the Jade Stone Wolf resonated with the world, shaking every inch of space. The light was dim, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if even the sky was holding its breath for this life-and-death battle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, two figures shuttled through the strong wind and rubble, like two unyielding lightning, interweaving between despair and hope. Every time they clashed, there was a distortion of space and an explosion of air, as if they wanted to incorporate the entire world into their battle. Its power is weakening, but we can't relax at all. Nuo Lin's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar. His eyes were like torches, piercing through the thick fog and staring directly at the gradually dimming eyes of the Jade Stone Wolf. Sweat and dirt mixed on his face, but they could not conceal his unyielding will. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu's lips curled up into a fierce smile, which was a desire for victory and contempt for the powerful enemy. He stretched out his body like a wild horse, swinging his long sword, bringing up gusts of wind, and each strike was accurate and fatal, hitting the vital points of the Jade Flowing Stone Wolf directly. Although the Jade Stone Wolf is almost at the end of its strength, its final struggle is still terrifying. Its body was like a huge rock that was about to collapse. Every collision carried the momentum of a landslide, forcing Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu to fight back with faster speed and stronger force. The battle entered a fierce stage. The air around seemed to be frozen. Only the flashes of swords and sabers were constantly interweaving and colliding. Every contact sparked dazzling sparks, illuminating the dim battlefield. Find a right moment and kill with one blow. Xiang Tianlu roared, his voice rolling in his throat with unquestionable determination. Nuo Lin nodded, and their eyes met at this moment. No need for words, they understood each other's thoughts. They began to cooperate more tacitly, with one person attacking and the other assisting. Every attack just weakened the defense of the Jade Flowing Stone Wolf. Finally, after a fierce confrontation, a shocking crack appeared on the huge body of the Jade Flowstone Wolf. It was the result of their countless accumulated attacks. The cracks were like a ferocious giant python, winding across its surface and emitting an ominous light. "Now!" Nuo Lin shouted. His figure turned into a stream of light and went straight into the depths of the crack. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu's long sword fell like thunder and met Nuo Lin's long sword at the crack, bursting out with dazzling light. Boom! With a loud noise, the sky and the earth changed color. The body of the Jade Stone Wolf could no longer bear it, and the crack spread rapidly until it exploded, turning into rubble and dust all over the sky, shrouding the entire world in chaos. As the Jade Stone Wolf's huge body exploded, a tremendous energy wave suddenly erupted from the rubble and dust, like a volcanic eruption, squeezing the surrounding air and causing it to distort and shape-shift. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, each practicing their own self-defense techniques to resist the sudden energy impact. When everything calmed down, the two looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They knew that as a powerful monster among the demon beasts, the Jade Flowing Stone Wolf must have something extraordinary hidden in its body. "Hurry, look for it. There must be treasure on it," Nuo Lin said anxiously, and with a flash of his body, he rushed first into the pile of rubble and dust. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two began to search among the rubble. After a while, Nuo Lin had a crystal in his hand that was shining with a faint green light. The crystal was crystal clear, as if it contained endless vitality and power. "This is the demon core of the Jade Stone Wolf," Nuo Lin exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. "The demon core is the essence of the demon beast. For warriors, it is an invaluable treasure that can improve their cultivation and increase their experience." Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he searched among the rubble again. Soon he found a strange herb that exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. The leaves of the herb were like swords, and its rhizome was like a dragon. It was obviously an extremely precious treasure from heaven and earth. "Ah, we are really lucky this time." Xiang Tianlu laughed and raised the herbs in his hand high, his eyes full of excitement. The two of them no longer hesitated. Each found a safe place and began to use the treasures in their hands. Nuo Lin placed the demon core in his palm, closed his eyes, and concentrated, guiding the energy in the demon core to slowly flow into his body. He only felt a warm power rising from his dantian and quickly flowing through his limbs and bones, making him feel unprecedented comfort and strength. Xiang Tianlu chewed the herb carefully and felt a strong medicinal power instantly rushing into his mouth, turning into a warm current, sliding down his throat into his dantian. The medicinal power continued to swirl and condense in his body, and finally transformed into a powerful force, giving him signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation. As time passed, both of them were immersed in the huge improvement brought by the treasure. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the two opened their eyes at the same time, and there was a gleam of brilliance in their eyes, as if they were reborn and their strength increased greatly. "Haha, I feel like I can smash a mountain with one punch." Xiang Tianlu laughed loudly, and as he swung his fist, the wind from his fist whistled, carrying with it amazing power fluctuations. Nuo Lin also showed a look of joy. He gently waved the sword, and it seemed as if wind and thunder gathered at the tip of the sword. As the sword light flashed, even the space trembled. The two smiled at each other, knowing that although this battle was dangerous, the final result would be a great victory. Not only did they successfully kill the powerful Jade Stone Wolf, but they also obtained treasures that were enough to greatly increase their strength. After their strength increased greatly, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt particularly happy. They knew that although the road ahead was still full of unknowns and challenges, with this new power, they were more confident to face everything. So, the two packed their bags and set out on their journey again. A few days later, they passed through a small town called Qingxing Town. Qingxing Town is located in a green valley, surrounded by mountains and gurgling streams, like a moving landscape painting. The town's buildings are simple and elegant, and the bluestone paved streets are lined with shops, making it a bustling place. Wow, this Qingxing Town is really unique. Nuo Lin looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but express his sincere admiration. Xiang Tianlu also smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, we have rarely seen such a peaceful and tranquil town along the way. Why don't we stay here for a few days and relax?" The two hit it off immediately and walked into the town. They strolled on the bluestone road, feeling the rare tranquility and comfort. There are all kinds of stalls on both sides of the street, selling snacks, toys, and all kinds of rare treasures. "Look, there's someone selling elixirs over there." Nuo Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed to a stall called 660 not far away. Xiang Tianlu was also cheered up when he heard this, and the two of them walked over immediately. There were all kinds of elixirs on the stall, some of which gave off a faint fragrance, while others gave off a strong medicinal aroma that lifted people's spirits when they smelled it. "Boss, how much are these elixirs for?" Nuo Lin asked. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who looked simple and honest. He smiled and replied, "This young man really knows what he is talking about. These magical herbs were picked by me personally from the mountains and are of top quality. Look at this spirit snake grass. It is a healing medicine. Only one plant is needed to heal serious injuries, and this 1,000-year Polygonum multiflorum, after taking it, can prolong life and enhance cultivation." The stall owner introduced the food incessantly, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu listened with great interest. In the end, they each picked a few of their favorite elixirs and left the stall contentedly. Then, they visited several shops and bought some clothes, food, and other items needed for the journey. In a tea house, the two also tasted the local specialty tea, which had a rich aroma and sweet taste, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. "I never thought that Qingxing Town is not only picturesque, but also the tea is so delicious." Nuo Lin held a teacup and praised it highly. After taking the last sip of tea, Nuo Lin put down the teacup, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "This tea is so delicious that one can't help but linger." He turned to Xiang Tianlu and suggested, "Brother Xiang, why don't we go shopping again and see if there are any special souvenirs that we can bring back to our friends?" Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded, and the two of them stood up and left the tea house, walking into the bustling street. At the moment, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the bluestone road, giving the entire town a golden edge, adding a bit of warmth and tranquility. "There seems to be a handicraft shop over there. Let's go take a look," Xiang Tianlu said, pointing to a small shop in front that was decorated with colorful lights and handmade woven products. As you walk into the store, a scent of wood and ink hits you in the face. The walls are covered with exquisite paintings, and the tables are covered with a variety of handicrafts, from delicate wood carvings to delicate embroidery, all of which demonstrate people's ingenuity and heart. This landscape painting is really nice. It makes people feel as if they are among the mountains and rivers. Nuo Lin pointed to a painting depicting mountains, rivers, his eyes flashing with appreciation. Indeed, and judging by the strokes, it should have been painted by a local hermit. Xiang Tianlu carefully examined the scroll and added, "Why don't we buy this painting as a souvenir of this trip?" After some friendly bargaining with the shop owner, the two finally bought the painting at a satisfactory price. The owner also gave them 2 small hand-woven pendants as a friendly gesture to the visitors from afar. When I walked out of the handicraft shop, it was already dark. The night in Qingtown has a unique flavor. The lanterns on both sides of the street light up one by one, making the town look like a dream. In the distance, bursts of laughter and joy were heard, It turned out that the residents of the town were holding a bonfire party. Brother Xiang, how about we join in the fun? Nuo Lin suggested, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Good idea, Xiang Tianlu responded positively, and the two of them quickened their pace and walked towards the direction of the bonfire party. When we arrived at the party, we saw flames shooting up into the sky, illuminating everything around us. People formed a big circle, holding hands and dancing happily. Some people in the middle were playing and singing local folk songs. The singing was melodious and intoxicating. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were also infected by the joy and joined the dancing crowd. Although they were new here, they quickly integrated into the lively and harmonious atmosphere. Following the rhythm of the music, they danced to their heart's content, releasing the fatigue of the journey and enjoying this rare relaxation and happiness. The party lasted until late at night. When the last song ended, people dispersed one after another. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu returned to their residence with full of memories and reluctance. The party ended. The night deepened. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked slowly back to their residence under the moonlight. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the bluestone road, reflecting the determined figures of the two people, as if even the night had given way to them. Brother Xiang, tonight's party is really unforgettable. I feel like my soul has been cleansed, Nuo Lin said softly, with a barely perceptible sigh in his tone. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes deep, as if he could penetrate the night and see farther away. Yes, this kind of pure happiness has been missing for a long time on the road of cultivation. However, there's still a long way to go, and we have to keep moving forward. After saying this, the two of them went back to their rooms and stayed silent all night, waiting for the next morning to set out on their journey again. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the bluestone road, Nuo Lin and Shantian Road were ready to go. Carrying their bags and holding their weapons, they set out on the journey to leave Qingxing Town. Along the way, there were birds singing, flowers blooming, and streams gurgling in the mountains and forests, as if nature was seeing them off on their journey. However, this tranquility did not last long. When the two reached a valley, an inexplicable smell suddenly spread, making the air heavy. Brother Xiang, do you feel it? There seems to be an unusual smell in the air. Nuo Lin stopped and frowned. His perception was sharp, and he had noticed something unusual. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He looked around and saw that the rocks on both sides of the valley seemed to be trembling slightly, as if something was about to wake up. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly rose up and rushed out of the valley like two lightning bolts. However, at this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the depths of the valley, turning into a huge amount of storm, circling around. The storm was filled with deafening roars and a sharp breath that seemed to be able to tear apart space. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions changed drastically. They knew that this force was beyond their imagination and was absolutely beyond human power to contend with. Hurry! Use all your strength to get out of this valley, he shouted to Tianlu. His voice was torn into pieces by the storm, but his eyes were full of determination. Nuo Lin nodded, and the two of them simultaneously activated their full body strength to increase their speed to the extreme. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the storm, like two candles struggling in the gale but never extinguished. The storm was as violent as a raging sea, and every breath felt like a brush with death. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, like two fallen leaves tumbling in the wind, managed to carve out a way out of this destructive force. Brother Xiang, hold on. Our strength cannot be trapped by this mere storm. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the storm. His eyes flashed with an unyielding light, and the vitality in his body boiled, as if to burn the world to ashes. Xiang Tianlu's lips curled up fiercely. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would mean eternal damnation. Nuo Lin, you and I, brothers, have never been afraid of any challenge. Today, let this storm bear witness to our determination." Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu's vital energy surged violently, and his figure instantly turned into a stream of light, and he actually broke through a barrier of the storm. Following closely behind, Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. His vitality was boiling, as if hundreds of dragons were roaring, helping him break free from the restraints. The two men shuttled through the storm, and every confrontation was a fierce collision between vitality and the storm, erupting with a deafening sound, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. The sharp breath in the storm was like countless sharp blades, cutting their skin, but the two men seemed to be unaware of the pain. They just stared at the front, Wang Zhao, which was the team where the hope of life lay. Nuo Lin, look ahead. There's light there, Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, with a hint of excitement in his voice. That was the only ray of hope they saw in despair. Nuo Lin's eyes fixed when he heard this. Sure enough, at the end of the storm, a faint but firm light was shining through the layers of dark clouds. It is a symbol of hope and a guide for them to break through the darkness and embrace the light. Brother Xiang, let's charge together, Nuo Lin shouted, and the vitality in his body burst out again. His speed suddenly increased, as if he wanted to surpass the limit and embrace the light. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. His whole body was boiling with vitality, like an awakening dragon, rushing towards the light with fearlessness and determination. The figures of the two people drew brilliant tracks in the storm, which were the mark of their unyielding spirit and their struggle against fate. Finally, when the last trace of the storm was left behind, the two of them stood firmly on the ground in a peaceful valley. It turned out that the light was a hidden cave, the entrance of which was covered by vines. If they had not fought to the death, they would probably never have found it. Outside the cave, in the quiet valley, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. In that smile, there was both the relief of surviving the disaster and the desire to explore the unknown. They walked slowly towards the cave, and each step seemed particularly heavy, as if they were stepping into an ancient and mysterious realm. Brother Xiang, what secrets are hidden in this cave? Nuo Lin's voice was low, with a hint of curiosity that was hard to conceal. He shook his head towards Tianlu, his eyes deep, as if he could penetrate the darkness of the cave and glimpse the mystery within. I don't know, but since we were able to survive the storm, this cave may hold the answers we are looking for. After saying that, the two stepped into the cave, and suddenly a cold breath hit them in the face, as if to freeze their souls. Inside the cave, it was dark and without light. Only the weapons in their hands flashed coldly in the darkness, becoming the only guide. They moved forward cautiously, treading on thin ice with every step for fear of triggering some unknown mechanism. However, at this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded deep in the cave, as if some huge creature was waking up. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly jumped up like a cheetah, rushing towards the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also flashed and followed closely behind. The two of them moved in perfect harmony, as if they had practiced it countless times before. Deep in the cave, a huge amount of figure slowly emerged. It was an ancient stone statue. Its body was covered with traces of time, but its eyes flashed with a faint green light, as if it could see into people's hearts. "What is this?" Nuo Lin exclaimed. He had never seen such a strange stone statue. The aura of the stone statue made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He gripped his weapon tightly and stared at the stone statue vigilantly, as if he was ready to deal with any emergency at any time. "I don't know, but he is definitely not a good person. We have to deal with him carefully." At this moment, the stone statue suddenly moved. Its arms were as heavy as mountains, and with a whistling sound, it smashed towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two men retreated violently and narrowly avoided the attack, but the air in the cave became extremely heavy because of this attack. "Come on," Nuo Lin shouted, the energy in his body boiling, as if hundreds of dragons were roaring, helping him fight the stone statue. His weapon drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and collided with the stone statue's fist, making a deafening sound. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He moved like a ghost, weaving in and out of the stone statue's attack, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Every time he swung his weapon, it brought with it a fierce gust of wind that seemed to tear the space apart. The two men engaged in a fierce battle with the stone statue in the cave, and every collision seemed to be as if a mountain was collapsing and the earth was splitting. Although the stone statue is huge, its movements are extremely flexible, as if it has its own consciousness and is fighting wits and courage with them. As time went by, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's physical strength and vitality were constantly depleted, but their eyes became more and more determined, as if they were determined to completely defeat the stone statue and uncover the secret behind it. Just when they were about to run out of strength, a crisp sound suddenly came from deep in the cave, as if some restriction had been broken. Then, an ancient and mysterious power surged out from the body of the stone statue, instantly turning it into powder. At the moment when the stone statue turned into powder, an ancient and mysterious power surged out like a flood, instantly filling the entire cave. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt an indescribable pressure coming towards them, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their shoulders at the same time. What kind of power is this? Nuo Lin's face changed drastically. He took a few steps back involuntarily, his eyes full of shock and awe. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He gripped his weapon tightly, feeling the fluctuation of the power, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart. I don't know, but it's definitely not something we can easily resist. We must find the source of this power as soon as possible, otherwise we will be in big trouble. After that, the two stopped hesitating, and they suddenly jumped up, rushing towards the depths of the cave like two lightning bolts. Adab, behind them, the mysterious force seemed to be constantly chasing them, and every breath seemed to be brushing against death. Deep in the cave, a faint light flickered in the darkness, like a beacon guiding them forward. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stared at the light, with determination in their eyes, as if no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lay ahead, they were determined to find out. However, at this moment, a sudden force surged out from the darkness, like an invisible giant python, and instantly wrapped around them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge amount of force tearing at their bodies, as if it was going to tear them into pieces. Nuo Lin roared, the energy in his body boiling, as if hundreds of dragons were roaring, helping him break free from the restraints of that power. His weapon drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the invisible force. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone. He moved like a ghost in the darkness, constantly looking for the flaw in that power. Every time he swung his weapon, it brought with it a fierce gust of wind, as if it could tear apart the darkness. The two engaged in a fierce battle with the invisible force in the cave, and every collision seemed to be as if the heaven and earth were collapsing. Although that force was invisible, it was extremely powerful, as if it had its own consciousness, battling wits and courage with them. As time went by, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's physical strength and vitality were constantly depleted, but their eyes became more and more determined, as if they were determined to completely defeat this invisible force and uncover the secret behind it. Just when they were about to run out of strength, a crisp sound suddenly came from deep in the cave, as if some restriction had been completely broken. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented powerful force surged out from the darkness, instantly defeating the invisible force. That unprecedentedly powerful force, like the awakening of an ancient god, brought with it endless majesty and vastness, instantly shattering the invisible power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt their bodies lighten, and the pressure that was about to crush them disappeared in an instant. Nuo Lin panted, with disbelief flashing in his eyes. He looked into the depths of the cave, where it seemed as if an ancient door was slowly pushed open, releasing endless mystery and unknown. Xiang Tianlu was also shocked. He gripped his weapon tightly, feeling the aftermath of that power, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. We may have found the legendary. Before he could finish his words, a stronger wave suddenly came from the depths of the cave. It was an ancient and deep call, as if something was waiting for them, longing for their arrival. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they both knew each other's feelings. Their figures suddenly rose up again, like two lightning bolts cutting through the darkness, rushing towards the deepest part of the cave. As they went deeper, the scenes in the cave became more and more bizarre. Ancient runes flickered on the stone walls, as if recording ancient secrets. The mysterious rune lights intertwined into a web, forming a natural barrier, but under the guidance of some force, a path was made for them. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from the deepest part of the cave, illuminating the entire space. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt their eyes brighten, as if they had arrived in another world. In the center of the light, there was an ancient rune stone suspended, emitting a soft and mysterious light, as if it was the core and soul of the entire cave. The power that called upon them came from this rune stone. This is, Nuo Lin muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the rune stone, as if he wanted to imprint every detail of it in his mind. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He walked forward slowly and reached out to touch the rune stone. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the rune stone, a powerful force surged out from the rune stone and bounced him away. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin was horrified. He hurried forward to support Xiang Tianlu and looked at the rune stone briefly. The rune stone seemed to sense their hostility, and its light became brighter and brighter, and the entire cave began to tremble under this light. An even more powerful force surged out from the rune stone, as if to devour them completely. Just as the rune stone shone brightly, as if to devour everything, a low and majestic roar suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The roar was like the awakening of an ancient beast, causing the entire cave to tremble. Even the light of the rune stone seemed to dim a little at this moment. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, both of them flashing with solemnity and vigilance. They knew that the secrets hidden in this cave were far more complicated and dangerous than they had imagined. "Be careful, something is coming," Xiang Tianlu warned in a low voice. His body was tense to the extreme, ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the cave. Its eyes were like two burning flames, flashing with ferocity and cunning. This is a Huiyuan colorful parrot lion, several meters long, covered with colorful feathers. Every feather seems to contain endless power and mystery. Saliva dripped from its mouth, which was its desire and anticipation for prey. "This is Huiyuan parrot lion." There was a hint of disbelief in Nuo Lin's voice. He was well aware of the power and rarity of this monster, but he didn't expect to encounter it here. The Huiyuan parrot lion seemed to feel the threat from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It let out a deafening roar and suddenly stretched out its body like a colorful cloud and pounced towards the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently. They knew that it was not wise to fight this monster head-on. However, the speed of Huiyuan parrot lion was beyond their imagination. It caught up with the two of them in an instant like a flash of lightning. "Let's fight!" Nuo Lin shouted, the energy in his body boiling, as if there were thousands of dragons roaring. His weapon drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, like lightning cutting through the darkness, and pierced towards the eyes of Huiyuan parrot lion. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone. He moved like a ghost, weaving through the attacks of Huiyuan parrot lion. Every time he swung his weapon, it brought with it a fierce gust of wind that seemed to tear the space apart. The Huiyuan parrot lion roared angrily, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a ball of colorful light. This light was like a big net, instantly covering Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two men only felt a powerful force tearing at their bodies, as if it was going to tear them into pieces. "Break!" Nuo Lin roared, and the vital energy in his body surged out, forming a dazzling light shield that dispersed the power. At the same time, his weapon was like a dragon, breaking through the shackles of the colorful light and slashing towards the neck of the Huiyuan colorful parrot lion. Xiang Tianlu also flashed and appeared on the flank of Huiyuan colorful parrot lion. He swung his weapon like lightning and went straight to its vital point. However, Huiyuan Kai parrot lion seemed to have anticipated this. It turned its body to the side and easily avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. The three of them engaged in a fierce battle in this small cave. Every collision seemed to cause a landslide and the earth to split. The stone walls in the cave were shaken and collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed tireless. In their eyes, there was only fighting and the desire for victory. The battle in the cave became increasingly intense. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two strong grasses in the wind, at a disadvantage but tenacious. 0. Request flowers. Every attack of the Huiyuan colorful parrot lion carries an overwhelming force. Its colorful feathers are like sharp blades in battle. Every swing stirs up a gust of wind mixed with gravel and dust, making the entire space look chaotic. This guy's power is even more terrifying than I imagined. Nuo Lin panted, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes became more determined, as if he wanted to memorize every inch of the monster's skin. Xiang Tianlu was dodging the attack of Huiyuan Kai parrot lion, while Shimai's wife was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. His figure was as erratic as a ghost, and every time he appeared, he seemed to be testing the bottom line of the monster. We can't stay passive like this. We must find its weakness. The Huiyuan Kai parrot lion seemed to be enraged by the stubbornness of the two men. It let out a deafening roar, and the fire in its eyes became even more intense. Suddenly, it rose up like a colorful whirlwind, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were swept into it. The colorful light condensed into blades of light as it spun, each of which was powerful enough to cut through metal and stone, forcing the two to concentrate on defense. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted, and the energy in his body boiled again, as if it was about to break through the limits of his body. He took a sudden step forward, clenched his fists, and his vital energy condensed into a golden halo around him, instantly shattering the surrounding light blades. Xiang Tianlu was also cheered up when he saw this. His figure was like a ghost. He took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the Huiyuan Kai parrot lion and instantly appeared behind it. His hands became claws, and the energy condensed into sharp spikes at his fingertips. Heavy thorn sister beasts. However, Huiyuan Kai parrot lion's reaction was surprisingly fast. It turned its body to the side, not only dodging Xiang Tianlu's attack, but also took the opportunity to open its huge mouth and spit out an even more intense ball of colorful light, completely wrapping Xiang Tianlu in it. This light contained a powerful suction force, as if it was going to devour Xiang Tianlu's life force. To the sky, Nuo Lin was horrified. He rushed forward without hesitation, clenched his hands, and the vitality in his palms gathered into a huge amount of shield, which forcibly pushed back the colorful light. With the combined efforts of the two, they finally managed to temporarily stabilize the situation. But the eyes of the Huiyuan Kai parrot lion flashed with a more ferocious light. It obviously did not give up, but was brewing a more violent attack on people. We must find its weakness. Otherwise, if we continue like this, we will run out of energy sooner or later. Nuo Lin panted, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, but his eyes became more solemn. He knew that the strength of this Huiyuan Kai parrot lion was far beyond their imagination, and it would be very difficult to find its weakness. While Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were talking, Huiyuan Kai parrot lion was ready to attack. Its eyes were like burning flames, staring at the two of them tightly, as if it wanted to devour them completely. "Be careful, it's going to attack again," Nu Lin warned in a low voice. His body was already tense to the extreme, ready to meet the next wave of attack from the monster at any time. Sure enough, Huankai Parrot Lion suddenly rose up again like a colorful cloud, with endless sounds of wind and thunder, and pounced towards the two of them. Its wings flapped like two sharp blades, and every time it swung 030, it seemed to tear the space apart. Nu Lin shouted loudly, and the vital energy in his body boiled again. He clenched his fists, and the vital energy condensed into golden balls of light on his fists, like two bright stars, smashing towards the head of Huankai Parrot Lion. However, the Huankai Parrot Lion seemed to have anticipated Nu Lin's attack. It turned its body to the side and easily dodged Nu Lin's fist. At the same time, its claws stretched out like lightning and went straight for Nu Lin's chest. Nu Lin retreated violently and narrowly avoided Hui Yuansai's attack. But his clothes had been torn by the monster's claws, revealing a deep wound, and blood instantly dyed his clothes red. Nu Lin. Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He rushed forward quickly, his hands turned into claws, and the energy condensed into sharp cones at his fingertips, piercing straight back into the eyes of the Huankai Parrot Lion. However, Huankai Parrot Lion's reaction was surprisingly fast. It turned its body to the side, not only dodging Xiang Tianlu's attack, but also took the opportunity to open its huge mouth and spit out a ball of colorful light, covering Xiang Tianlu. This colorful light contained a powerful suction force, as if it was going to devour Xiang Tianlu's life force. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. "To the sky," Nu Lin roared, and he rushed forward again, with his hands clenched into a palm. The vitality in his palms gathered into a huge amount of shield and forcibly pushed the colorful light back. However, this attack also caused serious damage to Nu Lin. His face was pale and his body was shaky, as if he would fall down at any time. "Nu Lin, how are you?" Xiang Tianlu struggled to break free from the colorful light, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. "I'm fine." Nu Lin endured the pain. His eyes became firm again. "We can't just give up. We have to find its weakness." The Huankai Parrot Lion roared again, with an even more ferocious light flashing in its eyes. Obviously, it was angry at Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's tenacity and was preparing to launch a more violent attack. The roar of the Huankai Parrot Lion echoed in the cave, like the call of an ancient giant beast, making the entire space tremble. Its eyes were like two burning flames, staring at Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to remember them forever in its heart. Nu Lin took a deep breath, enduring the severe pain in his chest, and his eyes became more determined than ever before. He knew that at this moment, they had no way out, and only by trying their best could they have a chance of survival. "Xiang Tian rode, let's go together," Nu Lin shouted in a low voice, and his figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards Huan Colorful Parrot Lion again. Xiang Tianlu was also cheered up when he heard this. He followed closely behind like a ghost, ready to launch the final charge against this powerful monster together with Nu Lin. The two men, one in front and one behind, rushed towards the Huankai Parrot Lion like two gusts of wind. Their figures quickly shuttled through the cave, and every collision seemed to be a landslide, with debris flying and dust rising. The Huankai Parrot Lion roared angrily, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a ball of colorful light again. However, this time, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not choose to fight head-on. They moved their bodies to the side, cleverly avoiding the light. At the same time, their attacks followed closely, constantly attacking the vital parts of a sister beast. Nu Lin's fists were like golden meteors, and every swing was accompanied by a roar, hitting the Huankai Parrot Lion heavily. Xiang Tianlu was as elusive as a ghost, his hands turned into claws, and every attack was aimed directly at the monster's eyes. Although Huiyuan Parrot Lion was powerful, it began to look overwhelmed under the joint attack of the two. Its eyes flashed with fear and anger, and it kept roaring, trying to intimidate the two people with its voice. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not frightened. They fought more and more bravely, and each attack became more ferocious, as if they wanted to defeat the monster completely. In the dim and narrow cave, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were illuminated by the colorful light, like two unyielding lightning bolts, moving quickly around the Huiyuan colorful parrot lion. Every confrontation caused waves of energy. Let the whole space tremble. Nuo Lin, be careful of its wings. Xiang Tianlu warned loudly after a quick dodge. The Huiyuan parrot lion flapped its wings suddenly, bringing up a gust of wind mixed with sharp gravel, attacking Nuo Lin like countless sharp blades. Nuo Lin leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, but his clothes were cut several times and his skin was left with a few shallow scars. He snorted coldly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he rushed towards the monster again. His fists were like two golden lightning bolts, hitting its chest and abdomen directly. Huiyuan parrot lion cried out in pain, and his body paused slightly. But then he started to rage again, and the fire in his eyes became even more intense, as if it wanted to burn everything. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out colorful light again, attempting to cover the two of them. However, this time Nuo Lin and Xiang Molu already had a plan to deal with it. Their bodies were intertwined, and they cooperated with each other in perfect harmony like dancing. One went to the left, and the other went to the right, avoiding the light's cover respectively. At the same time, they attacked from both sides, one in front and one behind, one attacking and one defending, and forced Huiyuan parrot lion to retreat again and again. Xiang Tianlu, Zhaoji 3.0 will attack its eyes. Nuo Lin still maintained a calm judgment in the fierce battle. He knew that only by finding the monster's weakness could he kill it with one blow. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu's figure became even more erratic, and he wandered around Huiyuan parrot lion like a ghost, looking for the best time to attack. Finally, when the Huiyuan parrot lion flapped its wings to attack, he jumped up suddenly, made his hands into claws, and went straight for the monster's eyes. Roar! The Huiyuan parrot lion let out a shrill roar. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but was quickly replaced by anger. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from Xiang Tianlu's attack. However, all this was in vain. Seeing this, Nuo Lin took the opportunity to rush forward and smashed his fists on the back of Huiyuan parrot lion like two small mountains, knocking its huge body forward and hitting Xiang Tianlu's attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the Huiyuan parrot lion's eyes finally couldn't withstand the fatal blow and exploded instantly, and the colorful light also dissipated. The monster let out a final desperate roar before its huge body collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust and rubble. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their faces filled with the joy of victory. Although they were seriously injured and exhausted, the sense of accomplishment at that moment made them forget all the pain and fatigue. After the battle, the cave was in a mess, with dust and rubble scattered all over the ground and a strong smell of blood in the air. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the huge body of Huiyuan parrot lion and smiled at each other, with both relief and determination in their eyes. It's finally over. This guy's much tougher than we thought. Nuo Lin panted and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he felt pain in his wounds. Yeah, but we still made it through. Xiang Tianlu also showed a tired smile, his hands trembling slightly, and 03 was obviously exhausted. He looked at Nuo Lin and continued, "Thanks to you, Nuo Lin. If you hadn't reminded me in time, I might have been torn to pieces by the beast's wings." Nuo Lin shook his head and said, "Don't say that, Xiang Tianlu. We are partners and brothers, and it is only natural for us to help each other. Besides, without your cooperation, I can't find its weakness." The two smiled at each other, and then began to check each other's injuries. Although they all suffered serious injuries, fortunately their lives were not in danger. They decided to find a safe place to recuperate first and then continue on their journey after their injuries recovered. Deep in a cave, they found a relatively spacious and dry place. This place is far away from traces of fighting, and the air is filled with a faint scent of herbs. There are some strange plants growing on the walls of the cave, emitting a faint light, making the entire cave look like a dream. This is nice, a good place to rest. Nu Lin looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Xiang Tianlu also nodded and said, "Well, it is indeed very quiet here. Without being disturbed by others, we can heal our wounds quietly here." The two men began to get busy, treating the wounds with the herbs and cloths they carried with them. Although the conditions were simple, their techniques were very skilled, and they bandaged the wound quickly. In the next few days, they stayed in the cave and recuperated quietly. During this time, they would occasionally exchange their cultivation experiences with each other or talk about their future plans. In this quiet environment, their injuries gradually improved and their spirits recovered a lot. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the cave, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes at the same time. There was a determined light in their eyes, as if they were ready to set off again. "My injuries have almost recovered. It's time for us to set off." Nu Lin stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt the renewed strength in his body. Nu Lin stood up and took a deep breath of the slightly moist air in the cave. A feeling of freshness instantly rushed into his heart and lungs, refreshing him. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu, who was also standing in the same posture, his eyes flashing with anticipation for a new journey. "Xiang Tianlu, which direction do you think we should go next?" Nu Lin asked, his voice echoing in the empty cave with a hint of reverberation. Xiang Tianlu pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping across the soft light emitted by the strange plants on the cave wall, as if looking for some guidance. "I think we should explore along the source of this herbal fragrance. Maybe we can find some clues or resources that may be helpful to us." His voice was steady and firm, revealing his fearlessness of the unknown. Nu Lin nodded in agreement. The two packed their bags, walked out of the cave, and stepped into a dense forest gently embraced by the morning light. The sunlight shines through the dense tree canopy, sprinkling on the ground in patches, forming an interweaving of light and shadow. The air is filled with the fresh scent of soil, flowers, and plants, and occasionally you can hear the gurgling sound of a creek in the distance, like a piece of music of nature, melodious and peaceful. They walked along a winding path, with lush trees on both sides and various colorful wildflowers blooming, as if it was a welcome ceremony carefully arranged by nature. As Nu Lin walked, he carefully observed the surrounding environment, his heart filled with curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. "Nu Lin, look over there." Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed to an open space not far away. There is a huge amount of ancient tree growing in the open space. The trunk is thick, the branches are luxuriant, and there are some vines wrapped around the trunk, which looks very mysterious. Nu Lin walked quickly forward and observed the ancient tree carefully. He discovered that at the root of the ancient tree, there were actually several flowers emitting a faint fluorescent light. The flowers had strange shapes, and there seemed to be subtle patterns engraved on the petals, emitting an indescribable charm. "Is this the legendary fluorescent spirit flower?" Nu Lin whispered in surprise, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It is said that this magical flower not only has miraculous healing effects, but can also help warriors improve their cultivation. It is an extremely precious treasure. Xiang Tianlu was also surprised when he heard this. "It seems that we are lucky to encounter this legendary spiritual flower here," he said as he approached carefully, for fear of disturbing these precious lives. Just as the two were about to pick the spiritual flowers, suddenly, a slight vibration came from the ground, and then the whole forest seemed to fall into some inexplicable silence. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw vigilance and confusion in each other's eyes. Nuo Lin's heart shuddered. The inexplicable vibration made him feel the undercurrent surging in the depths of the forest, as if some ancient power was awakening. He quickly collected his thoughts and winked at Xiang Tianlu, signaling him to act with caution. Xiang Tianlu, this shock is serious. We must act quickly and leave immediately after picking the spiritual flowers. Nuo Lin's voice was low and rapid, like an arrow flying through the night wind, with an unquestionable determination. He nodded to Tianlu with a serious expression. He waved his hands gently, and an invisible wave rippled out from his palms, carefully wrapping the fluorescent spiritual flowers, as if weaving a protective cocoon for them. At the same time, his footsteps were as light as the wind as he quickly approached the spiritual flower, fearing that the slightest sound would alarm the unknown existence in the forest. Just when Shantian Road was about to touch the spiritual flower, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a huge force surged out from the ground, like a sleeping dragon suddenly awakening, causing the entire forest to tremble. "Not good, retreat quickly," Nuo Lin shouted, and his body retreated instantly, like a black lightning cutting through the air. He clenched his hands into fists. The inner energy in his body surged, ready to deal with any crisis that might arise. Xiang Tianlu also flashed and instantly retreated to Nuo Lin's side. With sharp eyes, he scanned the surroundings, trying to find the source of this power. However, everything around seemed so calm. Only the shaking ground told of the coming storm. "Nuo Lin, this force is too strong. I'm afraid we can't resist it." Xiang Tianlu's voice was solemn. His eyes were fixed on the ground, as if looking for a gap to escape. Nuo Lin nodded, looking determined. "Xiang Tianlu, let's try together. Use our true energy to protect the spiritual flower and try to pick it before the power explodes." His voice was low and powerful, as steady as a mountain. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the qi in his body surged out, transforming into a bright light that tightly enveloped him, Nuo Lin, and the fluorescent spiritual flowers. At the same time, Nuo Lin also mobilized all his energy, interweaving it with Xiang Tianlu's power to form an indestructible shield. At the moment when the two of them worked together to protect the spiritual flower, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and a tremendous force gushed out from it, ravaging the entire forest like a flood. Wherever that force passed, trees were uprooted, boulders were crushed into powder, and the entire forest seemed to be swallowed up by this force. However, in the face of this destructive force, the shield built by Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu was as solid as a rock, and no matter how hard the force hit, it could not be shaken in the slightest. They guarded those fluorescent flowers tightly, as if they were guarding the most precious treasure in their lives. Just when the shield was about to reach its limit and break, the force suddenly stopped and receded like a tide, leaving behind only a devastated forest and two sweaty, exhausted warriors. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their eyes sparkling with relief and joy at surviving the disaster. They carefully opened the shield and saw that the fluorescent flowers were still lying intact at the roots of the ancient tree, emitting a faint fluorescence, as if telling the thrilling experiences they had experienced. "We succeeded," Nuo Lin roared excitedly. He grabbed the spiritual flower and put it carefully into his bag. After Nuo Lin properly placed the fluorescent spirit flower, the two began to slowly evacuate this dangerous area. The surrounding trees were still trembling slightly, as if nature was still in shock from the thrilling turmoil that had just occurred. "Xiang Tianlu, this fluorescent spiritual flower is indeed extraordinary. It can actually trigger such a terrifying power," Nuo Lin said as he walked. There was a hint of lingering fear in his voice, but more of it was awe for the spiritual flower. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes still scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Yes, this force is too strong. If we hadn't retreated in time, the consequences would have been disastrous." There was a hint of relief in his tone, but he was also full of awe for the unknown power. The two men walked through a devastated forest, the ground beneath their feet still shaking slightly, as if telling of the residual power of that force. The surrounding trees were uprooted, the boulders were crushed into powder, and the entire forest seemed to have experienced a catastrophe. Nuolin, look over there. Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed to an open space in front. In the open space, a huge amount of cracks, like a hideous wound, stretched across the forest, and low roars seemed to come from deep in the cracks. Nuolin looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger, and a chill rose in his heart. The crack seemed like a scar on the earth, revealing an unspeakable horror. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. We have to leave here as soon as possible. It's too dangerous. Nuolin's voice was a little hurried. He turned and looked at Xiang Tianlu with a determined light in his eyes. Nodding to Tianlu, the two quickened their pace and moved forward quickly along a relatively safe path. The trees on both sides of the path were still lush and green, but the traces of destruction by force were still clearly visible, as if reminding them of the thrill just now. As the two went deeper, the surrounding scenery gradually became unfamiliar. They passed through dense woods, crossed fast-flowing streams, and finally came to an open meadow. On the grass, wildflowers are blooming and colorful butterflies are dancing, as if it is a paradise isolated from the world. Finally out, Nuolin breathed a long sigh of relief. He stopped, turned around, and looked at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes flashing with joy of surviving a disaster. Xiang Tianlu also smiled, patted Nuolin on the shoulder, and said, "Yes, we succeeded. However, why this fluorescent flower can trigger such a powerful force, we still need to study it carefully." Nuolin nodded and looked at the bag in his hand, with a determined light in his eyes. "Yes, we need to find a safe place to study the secret of this fluorescent flower." The two continued walking, crossing the grass, and coming to the foot of a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a clear stream flows, and a dense bamboo forest grows beside the stream. Deep in the bamboo forest, a simple bamboo house is looming, like a secluded paradise. Xiangshan Road, look at that bamboo house. Why don't we go there to take a rest and study the fluorescent spiritual flowers by the way? Nuolin said, pointing in the direction of the bamboo house. As soon as Nuolin finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept in, rolling up bamboo leaves and dust all over the sky, blocking the two people's vision. The sound of the wind seemed to be mixed with an ancient and majestic roar, which made people feel cold. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body retreated instantly. He clenched his hands into fists, and the true energy in his body surged, ready to deal with the impending crisis at any time. Nuolin also reacted quickly. He dodged the bamboo that was swaying in the wind and scanned the surroundings, trying to find the source of this power. At this moment, a huge monster rushed out from the depths of the bamboo forest. It was covered with silver-white scales, its wings were as sharp as blades, and its eyes were like burning flames, emitting a heart-pounding light. This is the powerful monster in the legend, the White Featherwind Explosion Dragon. White Featherwind Explosion Dragon. Nuolin cried out in surprise. He didn't expect that in this secluded paradise, he would actually encounter such a powerful monster. Xiang Tianlu's expression was solemn. He knew very well that the monster was extremely powerful, and he had to go all out to have a chance of survival. He took a deep breath, and the inner chi in his body surged out, transforming into a bright light that enveloped his entire body, as if he was wearing a golden armor. "Nuolin, be careful of its wings and claws," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body rushed towards the White Featherwind Explosion Dragon like an arrow. Nuolin was not to be outdone. He mobilized all his energy and gathered a powerful force in his hands, which turned into a fist shadow and blasted towards the White Featherwind Explosion Dragon. Wherever the fist shadow passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making bursts of explosive sounds. The White Featherwind Explosion Dragon roared angrily and flapped its wings violently, causing a strong wind to blow and sand and rocks to fly. Its body rolled flexibly in the air, easily avoiding Nuo Lin's attack. At the same time, its claws slashed towards Nuo Lin like lightning at an astonishing speed. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the sharp claws. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, but at the same time he became more alert. He knew that the monster was much stronger than him, and he had to rely on Xiang Tianlu's strength to fight it. Xiang Tianlu, attack its eyes quickly. Nuo Lin shouted, trying to distract the white feather wind explosion dragon. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly accelerated and appeared above the white feather wind explosion dragon's head like a ghost. He gathered a powerful force in his hands, which turned into a bright light and blasted towards the eyes of the white wind explosion dragon. The white feather wind explosion dragon roared, flapped its wings violently, and set off a powerful storm, trying to blow Xiang Tianlu away. However, Xiang Tianlu was like a nail stuck in the air, not moving at all. His eyes were fixed on the white feather wind explosion dragon's eyes, and the power gathered in his hands had reached its limit. Go! Xiang Tianlu shouted and pushed out his hands suddenly. The bright light streaked through the air like a meteor and instantly hit one of the eyes of the white feather wind explosion dragon. The white feather wind explosion dragon let out a shrill scream, its body tumbling in the air, and Li flapped her arms frantically. Its other eye was filled with anger and pain, as if it wanted to tear Xiang Tianlu into pieces. Nuo Lin was overjoyed when he saw this. He took the opportunity to condense all his internal energy, turning it into a fist shadow and blasting towards the belly of the white feather wind explosion dragon. Wherever the fist shadow passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making bursts of explosive sounds. The fist shadow was like a dragon, whistling out. Nuo Lin's power seemed to be infinitely magnified at this moment. His fist wind drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, and went straight to the abdomen and waist of Baiyu Fengbeilong. The white feather wind explosion dragon screamed in pain and anger, and its huge body twisted in the air, trying to avoid the attack at an astonishing speed. However, Nuo Lin's attack was too swift. The moment his fist shadow made contact, a deafening roar erupted, as if even the heaven and earth were shaken. Roar! The white feather wind blasting dragon let out a deafening roar. Its wings suddenly spread out, and the storm it brought was like a hurricane. The bamboos in the bamboo forest were uprooted and flew all over the sky, forming a green storm ocean. Xiang Tianlu, be careful, Nuo Lin shouted. He knew very well that when a monster of this level was angry, its attack would become more ferocious and unpredictable. Xiang Tianlu's figure was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He skillfully shuttled through the bamboo forest, avoiding the bamboo leaves and gravel blown away by the white feather wind explosion dragon's fierce wind. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, always locking onto the monster's movements, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Nuo Lin, you attract its attention, and I will look for the flaw. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the storm. His tone was firm, revealing his unquestionable determination. Hearing this, Nuo Lin took a deep breath and gathered his strength again. His body suddenly increased several times in size in the air, as if he had turned into a giant. He punched the white feather wind explosion dragon one punch after another, and each punch carried a force that was enough to shake the mountains. The white feather wind explosion dragon became even more violent under the continuous blows. Its scales were flying with sparks under Nuo Lin's attack, but it still fought back tenaciously. Every flap of its wings and every swing of its claws was enough to solidify the surrounding air, forming areas of death. Xiang Tianlu, hurry! Nuo Lin's voice sounded a little hoarse in the fierce battle, but he still persisted and created opportunities for Xiang Tianlu. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu caught the brief pause of the white feather wind explosion dragon after flapping its wings. That was the gap in its strength and also its only flaw. Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up like a golden lightning, instantly passing through layers of storms, and appeared on the flank of the white feather wind explosion dragon. He put his hands together, and his fingertips flashed with golden light, as if condensing the purest power between heaven and earth. As he approached the heavenly road, the true energy in his body gushed out like a volcanic eruption, turning into an unstoppable torrent that directly hit the heart of the white feather wind explosion dragon. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the white feather wind explosion dragon trembled violently in the air, and then fell like a kite with a broken string, smashing into the bamboo forest, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel. As the huge body of the white feather wind explosion dragon fell to the ground with a loud bang, the brief silence in the bamboo forest was broken, but this tranquility did not last long. The dust and rubble dispersed, and the white feather wind explosion dragon slowly climbed up from the ground. Its eyes became even redder, and its silver-white scales flashed with an eerie light. An even more powerful aura emanated from its body, as if at this moment it had completed some kind of metamorphosis, and its strength had reached a new level. This actually evolved during the battle. New Orleans' face suddenly changed. He could feel that the white feather wind explosion dragon in front of him was completely different from before. Its strength, speed, and even defense had all increased to a heart-pounding level. Xiang Tianlu also looked solemn. He knew very well that facing the evolved white feather wind blast dragon, they had to go all out, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Nuolin, be careful, its power has increased, Xiang Tianlu reminded. At the same time, his internal energy surged, his whole body was shining with golden light, and he was ready to fight again. Nuolin nodded, took a deep breath, and an unyielding light flashed in his eyes. He knew that as the protagonist, he could not retreat, let alone let his companions face danger alone. Xiang Tianlu, let's go together. We must not let it succeed. Nuolin shouted, and his body size increased again, like a god of war descending, and punched the white feather wind explosion dragon. This time, the white feather wind explosion dragon did not choose to dodge, but faced the attack head-on. Its claws were like two sharp blades, colliding with Nuolin's fist wind, making a deafening roar. Bang! Fists and claws collided, airwaves rolled. Nuolin only felt a powerful force coming. His body involuntarily stepped back several steps, his face slightly pale. Nuolin. Xiang Tianlu's heart tightened when he saw this. He flashed and instantly appeared beside Nuolin. He condensed his true energy in his hands and turned it into a golden shield to protect Nuolin. Xiang Tianlu, I'm fine, let's fight together. Nuolin took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and rushed towards the white feather wind explosion dragon again. This time, the two fought side by side and cooperated well. Nuolin was responsible for attracting the white feather wind blaster's attention from the front, while Xiang Tianlu looked for opportunities to launch a fatal attack from the flank. The battle entered a white-hot stage again. In the bamboo forest, fists whistled and claws flashed. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. Roar! The white feathered wind explosion dragon roared angrily and flapped its wings suddenly, creating a storm even more violent than before. The bamboos in the bamboo forest were uprooted and flew everywhere, forming a green sea of storm that enveloped Nuolin and Shangtian Road. Be careful, Nuolin shouted, and he mobilized all his chi to form a protective chi shield to resist the storm. At the same time, his eyes were as sharp as torches, always locking onto the movements of the white feather wind explosion dragon. Xiang Tianlu took advantage of the storm's cover and quietly approached the white feather wind explosion dragon. His hands were condensed with golden light, as if containing the mysteries between heaven and earth. Go! Xiang Tianlu shouted and pushed out his hands suddenly. The golden light streaked through the air like a meteor and hit the vital point of Baiyu Fengbeilong. However, the evolved white feather wind explosion dragon reacted more quickly. It turned its body to the side and easily dodged Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, its claws moved towards the sky road at an astonishing speed like lightning. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful," Nuo Lin shouted. He flashed and appeared in front of Xiang Tianlu in an instant, punching the claws of the white feather-wind explosion dragon. Nuo Lin's fist and the sharp claws of the white feather-wind explosion dragon suddenly collided in the air, bursting out bright sparks, as if two stars collided in the air, instantly illuminating the entire bamboo forest. However, the power of the evolved white feather-wind blaster was too amazing. Nuo Lin only felt an indescribable force coming. His fist was actually hurting slightly. His body flew backwards involuntarily, breaking several bamboos before he could barely stabilize his body. Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu saw this, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but he knew that being distracted at the moment was tantamount to suicide. He took a deep breath, suppressed the worries in his heart, and gathered golden light in his hands again, preparing to launch a new round of attacks. However, the white feather-wind explosion dragon did not give him a chance to breathe. It roared angrily and flapped its wings violently, creating a storm even more violent than before, as if it was going to engulf the entire bamboo forest. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were swaying in the storm, and they tried their best to barely keep their balance. "If we continue like this, we will be exhausted," Nuo Lin shouted. His voice seemed a little weak in the storm, but Xiang Tianlu heard it clearly. Xiang Tianlu knew in his heart that Nuo Lin was right. Although both of them are quite powerful, they still seem to be unable to cope with the evolved white feather-wind blasting dragon. If they continue like this, their true energy will be exhausted sooner or later, and defeat is only a matter of time. "We must find a chance to escape," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice firm and powerful, as if instilling confidence in Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin nodded, took a deep breath, and locked his eyes on the white feather-wind explosion dragon again. He knew that escaping at that moment would be tantamount to suicide. Only by finding the flaw of the white feather-wind explosion dragon would he have a chance of survival. At this moment, the white feather-wind explosion dragon attacked again. Its claws were like two silver lightning bolts, streaking towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack narrowly. However, they did not fight back immediately, but took this opportunity to retreat deeper into the bamboo forest. "It's chasing us," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice filled with anxiety. "Don't panic. Find a chance to fight back," Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. As he retreated, he observed the movements of the white feather-wind explosion dragon. Deep in the bamboo forest, the terrain is complex. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu used the terrain advantage to deal with the white feather-wind explosion dragon. Sometimes they hid behind bamboos. Sometimes they jumped onto treetops, using all available obstacles to avoid the attacks of the white feather-wind explosion dragon. However, the white feather-wind blaster dragon did not seem to intend to let them go. It roared and flapped its wings, creating a storm that uprooted the bamboos in the forest, as if it was going to raze the entire forest to the ground. "We can't go on like this. We have to find a way out," Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of despair in his voice. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a narrow valley deep in the bamboo forest, which might be their only hope of escape. "Nuo Lin, run over there," Xiang Tianlu shouted, pointing in the direction of the valley. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin ran towards the valley without hesitation. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two of them ran, while turning back to fend off the attacks of the white feather-wind explosion dragon. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two gusts of wind, shuttling between the bamboo forest and the valley. The roar of the white feather-wind explosion dragon followed them like a shadow, echoing in every inch of space. The shadows of bamboos danced, the wind whistled, and the figures of the two people were looming in the green bamboo forest. Every turn and every jump was just right to avoid the deadly claws that followed them like a shadow. "Xiang Tianru, look!" Nu Lin suddenly shouted, his eyes fixed on a protruding boulder not far away, where a secret path was hidden, and the end of the path seemed to lead to the outside world. Good opportunity. Xiang Tianlu's mind moved. He quickly analyzed the terrain and shouted to Nu Lin, "You attract its attention from the left side. I will go behind it and use this boulder as a cover. We will act separately and finally meet on the trail." Nu Lin nodded. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and his body suddenly accelerated, rushing straight towards the white feather wind explosion dragon. His fists were whistling, and every blow carried the sound of breaking through the air, trying to anger the giant beast and make it temporarily ignore Xiang Tianlu's existence. Roar! The white feathered wind explosion dragon was completely enraged by Nu Lin's provocation. It gave up the idea of chasing Xiang Tianlu, spread its wings, and like a dark cloud covering the sky, it trapped Nu Lin in a dustpan. The claws were as fast as lightning, and every swing was enough to tear the space apart. Nu Lin could only rely on his amazing body skills and reactions to barely dodge. Every time he narrowly avoided it, his heart rose to his throat. On the other side, Xiang Tianlu took advantage of the opportunity created by Nu Lin and silently went behind by Feng Baolong. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden light gathered in his palms, forming a complex rune array. That was his top secret technique, which could burst out powerful energy in a short period of time and interfere with the enemy's perception and actions. "Go!" Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and suddenly pushed the rune array towards the white feather wind explosion dragon. The rune exploded in the air, transforming into a dazzling curtain of light that instantly enveloped the giant beast. The white feather wind explosion dragon paused, as if confused by the sudden light, and the rhythm of its attack paused briefly. Now, Nu Lin seized the opportunity, retreated violently, and in a few jumps he was close to the boulder. With the help of the boulder as cover, he exchanged positions with Xiang Tianlu in perfect harmony. However, Baiyu Wind Explosion Dragon was disturbed by the light curtain and was unable to notice this change in a short period of time. "Hurry up!" Nu Lin shouted at the Xiangtian Road that they had just come out from the other side. The two of them ran along the secret path without stopping. The trail was lined with dense bamboo forests, which served as a natural barrier and provided them with excellent cover. The white feather wind explosion dragon finally broke free from the light curtain, but it was too late. It roared angrily and flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of wind, but it could only watch the figures of Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu gradually disappear into the depths of the bamboo forest. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu ran wildly along the secret path until they were sure that the roar of the white feather wind explosion dragon could no longer be heard. Only then did they dare to slow down and lean against the 10 thick bamboos, panting. At the end of the trail is an open valley with gurgling streams, singing birds and fragrant flowers, which forms a sharp contrast with the dangers of the outside world, as if it is a paradise. Finally safe, Nu Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled tiredly. Xiang Tianlu also smiled with relief. He looked around and selected a hidden cave as a temporary shelter. "Let's go there first to heal our wounds and regain our strength." The two walked into the cave carefully. Although it was dark inside, the air was flowing, dry and warm. Xiang Tianlu took out a few precious herbs from his arms. These were the healing items they had prepared earlier. These herbs can temporarily relieve our injuries, but it will take time to fully recover, Xiang Tianlu said as he crushed the herbs and applied them to a wound on Nu Lin's arm. Nu Lin grimaced in pain, but pretended to be relaxed and said, "Your skills are far inferior to those of the old Huxia doctor in the village. Stop talking nonsense and bear with it." Xiang Tianlu responded unhappily, but his hands became gentler. After treating Nu Lin's wound, Xiang Tianlu also began to bandage himself. The conversation between the two echoed in the cave. Although their bodies were exhausted, their spirits were extremely excited because of the joy of surviving the disaster. This time, Thanks to your rune array diagram, we might have been in real danger. Nuo Lin said gratefully. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly. It is because you attracted its attention that we have the opportunity to implement our plan. As the effects of the herbs gradually took effect, the injuries of the two began to improve and the pain was greatly alleviated. They sat quietly in the cave, listening to the sound of the stream outside and the occasional bird song, enjoying the rare tranquility. The sky outside the cave gradually darkened, and the cave seemed even deeper. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu leaned against the wall of the cave, enjoying this rare peace, as if time had stopped at this moment. Xiang Tianlu, what kind of world do you think is outside this valley? Nuo Lin broke the silence, his voice filled with curiosity and yearning. Xiang Tianlu raised his head slightly, as if imagining the world outside. Anyway, it's much calmer than what we experienced before. Perhaps we will find a land where there is no danger, only peace and tranquility. If there really is such a place, I would rather never leave. Nuo Lin said softly, his eyes looking through the cave entrance at the endless night sky, his heart filled with desire and fear for the unknown. Xiang Tianlu patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder and said, "Yes, as long as we survive, we will always find such a place." The conversation between the two people gradually became less and less, leaving only the sound of the wind and the stream outside the cave, interweaving into a melodious nocturne. The herbal scent inside the cave integrates with the natural fragrance outside, bringing unprecedented peace to people's minds. When the first ray of morning light shone through the cave, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both woke up. They smiled at each other, as if celebrating another peaceful night. "How is your injury?" Nuo Lin asked. He noticed that Xiang Tianlu looked much better than last night. "I'm much better now. How about you?" Xiang Tianlu responded, standing up and preparing to leave the cave. Nuo Lin also stood up and stretched his muscles. "Me too. I feel like I'm reborn." When the two men walked out of the cave, the scene before them brightened their eyes. The valley seems more vibrant in the morning light. The stream sparkles silver in the sun, and the birds sing happily on the branches, as if welcoming their new life. "We have to move on." Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and felt the gift from nature. Nuo Lin nodded. "Yes, although the road ahead is unknown, we cannot stop." The two walked along the valley and soon came to an open snowy field. The snow was covered with a thin layer of frost, which sparkled brightly in the sunlight. In the distance, a towering snow-capped mountain stood in the sky, as if calling them. "Zero, asterisk, that is." Nuo Lin pointed at the snow-capped mountains, surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu gazed at the snow-capped mountains, and an inexplicable urge surged in his heart. "Let's go and take a look. Maybe there we'll find new clues or a new adventure." The two smiled at each other and set out on their journey to the snow-capped mountains. Every step on the snow seemed extremely difficult, but their hearts were filled with unprecedented determination and courage. As they gradually approached the snow-capped mountains, the surrounding scenery became more and more magnificent, as if every step was stepping into a whole new world. The snowy wind howled, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill, as if it was going to completely freeze the will of the two. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked on the thick snow, and every step seemed to be a struggle against the power of nature. The towering snow-capped mountain was like a monument between heaven and earth, standing quietly, waiting for their challenge. There may be difficulties and obstacles ahead that we cannot imagine. Nuo Lin's voice seemed a little trembling in the wind and snow, but it was more of an unyielding determination. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were like torches, and a resolute smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "So what? Along the way, when have we not found a chance to survive in the realm of Wei?" As they continued to climb, the slope of the snow became steeper and steeper, and every step required tremendous physical strength and willpower. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from deep in the snow-capped mountains, as if something was waking up, and the entire mountain was shaking. This is... New Orleans' face changed drastically. He had never felt such a strong force of nature. Xiang Tianlu looked solemn. He quickly looked around and saw that the snow around him began to crack, forming huge amounts of cracks, like the fangs of a giant beast that wanted to devour them. "Hurry up! We can't stay here for long," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly accelerated and sprinted toward the top of the mountain. Nu Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them shuttled between the wind, snow, and cracks, and every jump seemed to be on the edge of life and death. Just as they were about to reach the top of the mountain, an unprecedented storm came from the sky, with wind and snow forming an impenetrable wall that blocked their way. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they both exerted all their strength and rushed towards the center of the storm. Bang! With a loud bang, the two people's bodies collided violently with the storm and were instantly bounced back by the powerful force, falling on the snow. The surrounding snow was scattered by this force. What kind of power is this? Nu Lin struggled to get up, his eyes full of shock. Xiang Tianlu's face was pale, but his eyes were still firm. "I don't know, but it is definitely beyond the power of nature. We must keep moving forward." The two stood up again, and this time they no longer fought alone, but stood back to back, pooling their strength together to form an indestructible barrier. As they moved forward step by step, the storm seemed to feel threatened and became more violent. The wind and snow were like knives, cutting through every space. However, Nu Lin and Shangtian Road are like two unshakable mountains. No matter how fierce the wind and snow are, they cannot shake their steps. Finally, after a violent collision, the storm seemed to have exhausted its strength and gradually dissipated into the invisible. After the storm, the world seemed to have regained a moment of tranquility. Only the thick clouds above the snow-capped mountains slowly dissipated, revealing a long-lost blue sky. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. Although they were in tattered clothes and had frosted faces, their eyes were shining with unyielding light, and this power seems to be testing us. Nu Lin panted, with both fear and relief in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes deep. Perhaps this is the only way to the top of the mountain. Only after going through such trials can one truly touch the secrets of the top of the snowy mountain. The two continued to move forward, and the snow under their feet became more solid, as if the previous storm had cleared a path for them. The surrounding scenery also changed quietly. The originally monotonous white snow was replaced by a strange ice crystal. Each ice crystal flashed a different light, as if stepping into a dreamlike world. "Look, what is that?" Nu Lin pointed ahead, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Looking in the direction of Nu Lin's finger, Shangtian Road saw a huge amount of ice sculptures standing in front of it. The shape of the ice sculptures was extremely strange, as if it was the reappearance of some ancient totem, emitting a faint blue light, giving people a mysterious feeling. Is this the ice spirit totem in ancient legends? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. He had read the legend about the ice spirit totem in ancient books. It was said that it guarded a secret on the top of the snow mountain. Nu Lin nodded, with curiosity and awe in his eyes. "If that's true, then are we close to the truth?" The two carefully walked around the ice spirit totem and saw a vast ice field in front of them. In the center of the ice field, a huge ice pit was clearly visible. A faint light was emitting from the ice pit, as if it was the source of some unknown power. What is this place?" There was a hint of confusion and fear in Nu Lin's voice. Xiang Tianlu stared at the ice pit, his eyes showing both expectation and uneasiness. "I'm not sure, but my intuition tells me that the secret of the snow-capped mountain is hidden here. We must go down and take a look." The two looked at each other, and without further ado, they slowly slid down the edge of the ice pit, being extremely cautious with every step, for fear of triggering some unknown mechanism. When they finally stood at the bottom of the ice pit, the scene before them made them hold their breath for an instant. In the center of the ice pit, a huge amount of ice crystals were suspended in the air. The ice crystals seemed to be wrapped in some unknown power and were slowly rotating, emitting a dazzling light. And around the ice crystals, strange lines spread out, like ancient runes, recording some lost knowledge. What is this? Nu Lin's voice was filled with shock and awe. Xiang Tianlu stared at the ice crystals, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. I'm not sure, but I feel a familiar breath. This seems to have some connection with the power within us. The two of them slowly approached the ice crystal, and the moment their fingers touched the surface of the ice crystal, a warm and powerful force instantly surged into their bodies, as if they were resonating with some ancient power. Their bodies began to glow, and the surrounding ice crystals seemed to be affected and began to vibrate slowly, as if responding to their call. At the moment, huge amounts of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the ice pit, and a strong light poured down from the crack, illuminating the entire ice pit. Just as the light poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the entire ice pit as if it were daytime, a low and long beast roar suddenly echoed above the ice pit, shaking every inch of space. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces suddenly changed. They looked up and saw a huge monster slowly descending from the crack in the sky. Its body was elegant and agile, and covered with crystal-clear ice and snow, like a spirit beast from an ancient legend. That monster was none other than the legendary heavenly sacrifice ice fox. Its eyes were like two brilliant sapphires, sparkling with wisdom and cunning. Its long tail swayed gently, and every 10 strands of hair seemed to contain an endless supply of ice. Its appearance caused the temperature of the entire ice pit to drop instantly, and a heart-pounding chill filled the air. Heaven is offering sacrifices to the ice fox. There was a hint of disbelief in Nu Lin's voice. He had read about this kind of monster in ancient books. It was said that they had the magical ability to control ice and snow and were one of the Asgardians on the top of the snow-capped mountains. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, his eyes showing both vigilance and fighting spirit. It seems that if we want to touch the secret of the ice crystal, we must first get past it. The Tianji ice fox circled in the air for a circle and finally landed steadily on the edge of the ice pit. Its sapphire eyes stared at Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if evaluating their strength. Then, it slowly opened its mouth and uttered a series of clear fox calls. The sound echoed in the ice pit, as if summoning some unknown power. "Be careful, it's about to attack," Xiang Tianlu whispered, and, at the same time, the power in his body began to surge, preparing for the upcoming battle. Nu Lin also took a deep breath and adjusted the strength in his body to the best state. There was an unyielding light in his eyes, as if he was declaring to the Tianji ice and snow fox that they would never give up easily. The Tianji ice fox seemed to sense the determination of the two people. It stopped hesitating and flashed, turning into a silver lightning and pouncing towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture, leaving only a series of silver afterimages flashing in the ice pit. "Come on!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the attack of Tianji ice and snow fox. His fist was wrapped in blazing flames, and it collided with the ice power of the snow fox in the air, making a deafening roar. Nu Lin was not idle either. He moved flexibly in the ice pit, using his familiarity with the terrain to constantly look for opportunities to attack. Each of his attacks was precise and deadly, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength into this one strike. The Tianji ice and snow fox seemed to be at ease facing the joint attack of the two. Its body flipped lightly in the air, and each dodge was just right, as if it was playing a game of cat and mouse with the two people. At the same time, it exhaled ice breath from time to time, condensing the surrounding air into ice, forming sharp ice blades, and shot towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Be careful of the ice blade," Xiang Tianlu shouted, waving the flame in his hand to melt the incoming ice blade. However, the attacks of the Tianji ice and snow fox were like an endless tide, coming wave after wave, leaving the two overwhelmed. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness, Nuo Lin said loudly while dodging the attack. Xiang Tianlu nodded and stared closely at the Tianji ice and snow fox, trying to find flaws in its movements. However, the ice fox seemed to see through his intentions, and each attack became more ferocious, as if it wanted to completely submerge the two of them in ice. Just as Xiang Tianlu was trying to capture every subtle movement of the Tianji ice fox with his eyes as sharp as a torch, the monster seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of its mouth, with a playful light flashing in its sapphire-like eyes. It flashed again, turning into a stream of silver light. This time, it did not attack directly, but ran quickly around the edge of the ice pit, leaving behind circles of silver halos. A cold light flickered on the ice. It's planning. Nuo Lin had sharp eyes and saw the intention of Tianji ice and snow fox at a glance. He reminded loudly. As expected, as the Tianji ice fox ran, the air around the ice pit began to cool rapidly, and the ice surface that was gently swept by its tail instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice. The entire edge of the ice pit was sealed tightly, and those ice blades that were originally suspended in the air seemed to be summoned and flew towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianru at a speed as fast as thousands of arrows shot at the same time. "Be careful," Xiang Tianru shouted, and he retreated violently. At the same time, he waved his hands quickly, and flames jumped in his palms, forming a series of blazing barriers that blocked the flying ice blades. One is blocked outside. However, the number of ice blades was too great, and his defense gradually became inadequate, and he could only hold on with difficulty. Nuo Lin's situation was even worse. He was trapped in a cage made of ice, surrounded by hard ice walls. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free, and those ice blades, as if they had found their target, flew towards his location one after another. Each ice blade contained enough sharpness and coldness to penetrate steel. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianru, was very anxious when he saw this. He suddenly burst out with a powerful force and turned into a flaming tornado, rushing towards where Nuo Lin was. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and flames condensed at his fingertips, forming a series of blazing runes that bombarded the ice wall. Bang, bang, bang! A series of explosions sounded, and the ice wall began to crack under the bombardment of flames. Nuo Lin finally found a breakthrough, and he struggled hard and finally broke free from the ice cage. "Xiang Tianru, I'm fine," Nuo Lin shouted loudly, with a hint of determination and gratitude in his voice. The two fought side by side again. Facing the fierce attack of the Tianji ice and snow fox, they no longer retreated, but exerted their strength to the extreme. The flames of Xiang Tianlu and the frost power of Nuo Lin intertwined in the air, forming brilliant colors that illuminated the entire ice pit like daylight. When Tianji ice fox saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but then he regained his composure. It knows that the real battle has just begun. Its figure flashed again, turning into a stream of silver light and rushing towards the two people. This time, it no longer reserved its strength, but released all the ice power in its body. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire ice pit seemed to tremble. The attack of the Tianji ice snow fox and the defense of the two people collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling rays of light. Ice chips and flames intertwined, collided, and dissipated in the air. The entire ice pit seemed to have turned into a world of chaos. "We can't continue to be passive like this. We must find its weakness," Nuo Lin shouted loudly, with a hint of urgency and determination in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded and stared closely at the Tianji ice and snow fox, trying to find flaws in its movements. However, the ice fox seemed to have merged into this world of ice and snow. No matter how he observed it, he could not find its weakness. "Are we really going to lose here?" Nuo Lin couldn't help but feel a little desperate. "No," Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, his voice full of determination and strength. As long as we still have a breath left, we must never give up. At that moment, the Tianji ice fox attacked again. It opened its mouth and spit out streams of ice, condensing the surrounding air into ice, forming sharp ice cones that shot towards the two. Let's fight! Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shouted at the same time. They jumped up and rushed towards the ice cones. There was an unyielding light in their eyes, as if they were going to set this world of ice and snow on fire. The ice cones were like a forest, dense and impenetrable. Each one contained an extremely cold force that was enough to freeze the soul. With a piercing whistling sound, they cut through the air and went straight to the heart veins of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two figures intertwined in the air, like two streams of light, shuttling through the gaps between the ice cones. Every dodge was extremely dangerous, as if they were not careful, they would be pierced through the body by these endless ice cones. If we continue like this, we will be exhausted sooner or later. Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly heavy amid the whistling wind. His eyes flashed with determination, as if he had already made plans for the worst. No, we can't just sit there and wait to die. Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm and powerful. He suddenly turned his body to avoid a speeding ice cone. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Flames jumped at his fingertips, as if to burn the cold world. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiang Tianlu waved his hands, and a wall of blazing flames appeared out of thin air, melting the flying ice cones one after another, turning them into wisps of white mist that dissipated in the air. However, the attack of the Tianji ice fox was continuous like a tide, and the number of ice cones did not decrease at all, but became more dense. Nuo Lin, you are responsible for restraining it, and I will find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Nuo Lin nodded. He took a deep breath, pushed the frost power in his body to the extreme. His body turned into an ice-blue stream of light and rushed towards the Tianji ice fox. He waved his hands quickly, and ice-blue light bloomed in the air, transforming into sharp ice blades that collided with the attacks of the heavenly sacrifice ice fox, making a deafening roar. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Tianji ice snow fox. Its body flashed again, turning into a silver stream of light, and easily avoided Nuo Lin's attack. Its tail swayed gently, as if mocking the two people's powerlessness. Is this all you have got? The voice of Tianji ice fox echoed in the air, with a hint of teasing and ridicule. Don't be complacent too soon. Nuo Lin shouted angrily. He jumped up again and quickly formed seals with his hands. An ice-blue halo bloomed around him, enveloping him. In the halo, an icy blue light flickered, as if it was going to bind everything around it. 10,000 miles of ice, Nuo Lin shouted, and the halo suddenly spread, covering the surrounding space. For a moment, the entire ice pit seemed to be frozen, and even the air became solidified. However, the Tianji ice fox seemed to be unaffected at all, and it spun lightly in the air and easily got rid of the shackles of ice. There was a gleam of wisdom in its eyes, as if it had seen through Nuo Lin's attack. A mere trifle. The Tianji ice snow fox snorted coldly. It flashed again and turned into a stream of silver light, rushing towards Nuo Lin. This time, it was faster and more powerful, as if it wanted to completely devour Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu, hurry! Nuo Lin shouted loudly, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Xiang Tianlu was shocked when he heard this. He knew that this was a matter of life and death. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and flames condensed at his fingertips, turning into a blazing pillar of flame that rushed towards the Tianji ice fox. The pillar of flame and the silver light of the heavenly sacrifice ice fox suddenly collided in the air, bursting out with bright and dazzling light, as if two stars exploded in the air, illuminating the entire ice pit like daylight. The blazing flames and the extremely cold ice and snow clashed fiercely at this moment, and the ice chips and flames intertwined, forming a shocking picture. Roar! The Tianji ice snow fox let out a deafening roar, and there was a crazy light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to swallow up the world. It opened its mouth and spit out streams of ice, condensing the surrounding air into ice, forming sharp ice cones, and shot towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again. Nuo Lin's figure turned rapidly in the air. He waved his hands quickly, and ice blue light bloomed in the air, turning into sharp ice blades that collided with the flying ice cones. Makes a crisp and harsh sound. However, the attacks of the Tianji ice fox were continuous like a violent storm. The number of ice cones increased and became denser, and the pressure on Nuo Lin became greater and greater. Xiang Tianlu, I can't hold on any longer. There was a hint of despair in Nuo Lin's voice. His figure was struggling to shuttle through the gaps between the ice cones, and every dodge seemed extremely difficult. Xiang Tianlu felt depressed when he heard this, but he did not give up. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and flames condensed at his fingertips, transforming into blazing fire runes that flew towards the Tianji ice fox. These fire runes exploded in the air, forming pieces of blazing flame nets, trying to trap the Tianji ice and snow goblet. However, the Tianji ice snow fox seemed to see through Xiang Tianlu's intention. It spun lightly in the air and easily avoided the restraint of the flame net. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spit out streams of ice air, freezing the fire runes one after another and turning them into wisps of white mist that dissipated in the air. You really can't do it. The voice of Tianji ice fox echoed in the air, with a hint of pride and sarcasm. Don't be so arrogant. Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily. His body suddenly jumped up. Waving his hands quickly, flames jumped at his fingertips, turning into a series of blazing fire tornadoes, rushing towards the Tianji ice snow fox. These fire tornadoes were spinning in the air, making a deafening roar, as if they were going to swallow up the entire world. When Tianji ice fox saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but did not retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth and spit out streams of ice air, freezing the fire tornadoes one after another. However, the fire tornado towards Tianlu seemed endless. It was frozen again and again, and recondensed again and again, launching a fierce attack towards the Tianji ice snow fox. In this fierce battle, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu fought with all their might. Their figures intertwined in the air, and each attack contained enough power to destroy the heaven and earth. The Tianji ice snow fox also demonstrated its powerful strength, resolving the attacks of the two time and time again. However, at this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly discovered a subtle flaw in the Tianji ice snow fox. There was a hint of fatigue in its eyes, and the swaying of its tail was a little slow. Xiang Tianlu was overjoyed. He suddenly burst out with a powerful force, and his body turned into a flaming tornado, rushing towards the flaw of Tianji ice snow fox. "Break it for me!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the fire tornado suddenly accelerated and collided with the Tianji ice snow fox. For a moment, the entire ice pit seemed to be torn apart by this force, and ice chips and flames intertwined in the air to form a chaos. In this life and death battle, Xiang Tianlu finally seized the weakness of the Tianji ice snow fox. His fire tornado instantly penetrated the body of the Tianji ice snow fox and blew it to pieces. For a moment, the entire ice pit seemed to be shaken by this force, and ice chips and flames intertwined in the air to form a shocking picture. As the night deepened, the two embarked on a new journey. They crossed the ice pit and followed a winding path. There are dense forests on both sides of the path, and the moonlight shines through the treetops on the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled, as if cheering for their victory. The two continued to move forward. The path gradually became rugged and uneven, but their steps were extremely firm. The trees in the forest became increasingly dense, and the moonlight could only shine through the sparse treetops, casting mottled shadows, adding a touch of mystery and adventure to their journey. Look, there's light over there. Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed ahead and shouted. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately looked up and saw a faint light flickering among the trees not far ahead, as if a secret deep in the forest was beckoning to them. What could it be? Nuo Lin asked curiously, his heart full of anticipation and curiosity. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, a puzzled expression on his face. I don't know, but since we have come here, there is no reason not to explore. The two quickened their pace and walked towards the light. As they approached, the light grew brighter and brighter, until they finally emerged from the forest into an open space. Above the open space, the wind suddenly intensified, blowing up thousands of piles of ice and snow, which intertwined with the chill of the night to form a vast picture. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood here. The air around them seemed to freeze, and even their breathing became heavy. There must be something fishy behind this light, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes like torches, piercing through the night, looking directly at the source of the light. It was an ancient relic with stone pillars eroded by time, standing in rows, and in the center stood an altar of huge amounts, shining brightly on it, like a lone star shining alone in the night sky. Xiang Tianlu frowned, his fingers gently stroking the flame rune token on his waist. It was the source of his strength and also the testimony of his fighting side by side with Nuo Lin. We have to be careful. This light is so unusual, it could be a serious crime. The two people slowly approached each other, each step stepping on the dust of history, as if they could hear the call of ancient times. On the altar of the king, the light gathered into a vortex, and there seemed to be some unknown power stirring in the center. Nuo Lin, look at that. Before Xiang Tianlu finished speaking, the light on the altar suddenly burst out, and an invisible force swept over, engulfing the two of them. In an instant, the space distorted, and they seemed to have passed through the cracks in time and space and came to a strange world. Here, ice and fire are intertwined. Above the sky, ice and flames are intertwined into a doomsday picture, while the ground is endlessly desolate with cracks crisscrossing like scars on the earth. Where is this place? Nuo Lin looked around, feeling extremely horrified. He tried to mobilize the power of ice in his body, but found that the rules here seemed to be distorted by some force, and even his strength became sluggish. I don't know, but we must find a way back as soon as possible. Xiang Tianlu looked solemn. He took a deep breath, and the flame runes in his body began to beat violently, as if responding to the call of this afterlife. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and a huge force surged out from the ground. Along with a roar, huge amounts of ice and fire pythons broke out of the ground. Their eyes were red, and their mouths spewed a mixture of ice and flames, heading straight for the two of them. Meet the challenge, Nuo Lin shouted, and a bright light shone from his body. The ice-blue cold air instantly condensed into armor, and an ice sword condensed in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the giant python. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone. He formed seals with his hands, and fire runes intertwined in the air to form a hot net, covering the giant python. When the two collided, ice and fire burst into dazzling light in the air, and a deafening roar echoed in this strange space. The giant python roared, and its huge body rolled in the air. Every impact made the space tremble, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu intertwined their figures, sword shadows and flames intertwined, and a fierce fight broke out with the giant python. The ice sword cut through the sky, leaving behind a trail of silver. Each strike contained enough power to freeze everything. The fire runes blossomed in the air, turning into raging flames, trying to completely devour the giant python. However, this giant python seemed to have endless power. Every attack was resolved by it in a strange way, and it became more and more violent during the battle. This is not a solution, Nuo Lin panted. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes were shining with an unyielding light. We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth, his 010 flame rune token shining with a blazing light in the night sky, as if it was the last hope in his heart. Just when the two were about to run out of strength, the giant python suddenly paused, and a trace of confusion flashed in its eyes. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. "Now!" Nuo Lin shouted. He jumped up, and the ice sword turned into a silver lightning, piercing the heart of the giant python. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu's fire symbol created a sea of fire that surrounded the giant python, trying to burn it completely. The giant python let out a shrill roar, and its huge body twisted in the flames. Finally, it fell down with a loud bang and turned into nothingness. The light of the altar also dissipated at this moment, and the two returned to the empty space before, but the scene around them had become completely different, as if they had experienced a dream. Above the open space, the wind gradually died down, leaving only a faint chill and a burnt smell intertwined in the air, which was the aftermath of the fierce battle just now. Nuo Lin stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of them, with mixed feelings in his heart. "We are really back." There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He looked around and saw that the stone pillars that had been eroded by time were now flashing with a faint fluorescence, as if telling an ancient secret. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes deep. "Yes, I'm back. But this place no longer seems to be the simple ruins we first encountered." The two walked forward slowly. The ground beneath their feet seemed more solid than before, and each step produced a different echo. There was an indescribable energy fluctuation in the air around, which unconsciously attracted people's minds. "Look, those runes!" Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed at the originally blurry ancient runes on the stone pillars. At this moment, they became clearly discernible, emitting a faint light, as if they had come alive. Nuo Lin took a closer look and saw that the runes contained complex patterns, with both the coldness of ice and the heat of fire. The two intertwined to form an indescribable harmony. These runes seem to record some kind of power, or they may be the key to another world. Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard this. "Are you saying that everything we experienced before was caused by the power of these runes?" Nuo Lin pondered for a moment and shook his head slowly. "Not entirely. I feel like that power is more like being activated by some kind of existence. And this existence may be hidden under these ruins." At this moment, a low humming sound came from deep underground, causing pain in the eardrums of both of them. Then, the entire open space began to shake slightly, as if some huge monster was waking up. "Hurry up! This place is going to collapse." Nuo Lin grabbed Xiang Tianlu, and the two of them retreated rapidly, away from the stone pillars that were beginning to crack. The moment they withdrew, the entire ruins seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Huge amounts of cracks spread from the ground, and accompanied by a roar, the entire open space began to collapse. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu rolled in the air, relying on each other's strength to barely keep their bodies steady. When they landed again, they were already in an unfamiliar forest surrounded by dense trees. The moonlight shone through the treetops, casting mottled shadows. "Where is this again?" Xiang Tianlu gasped, his eyes full of shock. Nuo Lin looked around, frowning. "I'm not sure, but the atmosphere here is completely different from the previous world. We seem to have come to a new space." The two looked at each other and saw the determination and uneasiness in each other's eyes. They knew that, for whatever reason, they had to keep going and unravel the mystery of it all. Deep in the forest, a breeze blew, and the leaves rustled as if whispering. Under the moonlight, a path was faintly visible, as if guiding them in the direction they were going. "Let's go. No matter what lies ahead, we have to face it." Nuo Lin took a deep breath and took the lead in stepping onto the unknown path. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his heart full of unknowns and expectations. He knew that this journey would be more dangerous and more mysterious than any previous one. On both sides of the path, the ancient trees were like as guardians, quietly watching their arrival. The moonlight shines through the treetops, casting mottled shadows, stretching their figures out, as if telling an ancient and mysterious legend. As the two went deeper, the smell of the forest became stronger and stronger, and the air was filled with an indescribable fragrance that made people feel peaceful. However, beneath this tranquility, there's an imperceptible crisis hidden. Nu Lin, do you feel? Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and looked around vigilantly. Hearing this, Nu Lin also stopped. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sensed the surrounding air. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes with a solemn look in his eyes. Yes, this place is not simple. At this moment, a low roar came from the depths of the forest, shaking the two men's hearts. Then, the surrounding trees began to shake violently, as if something was approaching. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other's thoughts. They knew very well that those hiding deep in the forest were definitely not good people. The low roar, like the call of an ancient giant beast, shook every inch of the land and also shook their hearts and souls. "Prepare for battle," Nu Lin shouted, and his figure instantly became solemn, like a volcano about to erupt, containing endless power. The cold air around him began to condense, forming a thin layer of ice armor, flashing a faint blue light, like the brightest star in the night sky. But here, it turned into a protective shield. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. The fire runes in his body were beating violently, as if they were about to break free from their restraints and turn into a raging flame. He formed seals with his hands quickly, and the flame runes intertwined in the air to form a fiery net, like an invisible flame shield, protecting him and Nu Lin firmly. At this moment, the surrounding trees suddenly stopped shaking. In the dead silence, a huge breath surged from the depths of the forest, like a mountain torrent, unstoppable. "Here it comes," Nu Lin shouted, and he jumped up like an ice-blue lightning, rushing forward. His ice sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, and the tip of the sword contained enough power to freeze everything, as if it was going to split the forest in two. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone. He waved his hands, and the flame runes turned into countless fire snakes, roaring and rushing forward, intertwining with Nu Lin's ice sword. Ice and fire collided in the air, bursting into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire forest. However, the huge aura did not weaken, but became even more turbulent. It was like an invisible wave that swallowed up all the attacks from Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, and then turned into an even more fierce counterattack, heading straight for the two of them. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's figures intertwined, sword shadows and flames intertwined. They were like two gods of war, fighting fiercely in the forest. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, and every slash contained enough power to destroy the world. The ice sword cut through the sky, leaving behind silver trails. Every strike seemed to freeze the forest into an eternal ice sculpture. The fire runes bloomed in the air, turning into raging flames, trying to completely devour the forest. However, that huge aura was like an endless abyss, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not fill it. On the contrary, during this fierce fight, the aura became increasingly powerful, as if it was going to devour them completely. "This is not a solution," Nu Lin panted. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes were shining with an unyielding light. He knew very well that they had to find the source of this aura in order to completely escape from the predicament. "Xiang Tianlu, you and I will join forces to break it with one blow," Nu Lin shouted, and the light around him instantly shone brightly, and the power of ice was condensed to the extreme. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also took a deep breath, and the fire runes in his body began to beat violently, as if they were about to break free from their restraints and turn into the hottest flames. The two figures intersected again. Ice and fire collided in the air, bursting out with unprecedented light. At that moment, the entire forest seemed to be illuminated by this power. Even the moonlight was eclipsed. However, just as the light was about to reach its peak, the huge aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed, leaving only Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu staring at each other in the silent forest. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu panted, his eyes full of confusion. Nuo Lin also frowned. He looked around and saw that the trees that were originally shaking violently had now calmed down. The moonlight once again shone through the treetops, casting mottled light and shadows. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point, except for the shock and confusion in their hearts, which took a long time to subside. Just then, a breeze blew by, and the leaves rustled, as if whispering. Under the moonlight, the path appeared dimly again, as if guiding them in the direction they were going. But this time, the direction was no longer deep in the forest, but unknown. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with solemnity and vigilance flashing in each other's eyes. They knew that this sudden calm was by no means a good thing, and that the calm before the storm was often the most terrifying. At this moment, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the front, accompanied by a slight vibration of the ground, as if a beast was slowly approaching. The two men turned around quickly and saw a huge creature walking out of the darkness. Under the moonlight, its figure looked particularly huge and ferocious. This is a Skyfire fantasy ancient bear. Its body is as big as a hill and is covered with red flaming hair. Each hair looks like a burning flame, emitting a fiery breath. Its eyes were like two burning flames, flashing with wisdom and cruelty, as if they could see into people's hearts and devour everything. The Skyfire fantasy ancient bear's limbs were thick and powerful, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly, as if even the earth was shaking under its feet. Sharp fangs were exposed in its mouth, and saliva dripped like lava, making a sizzling sound that was frightening. Is this the Skyfire fantasy ancient bear? There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well how terrifying this monster was. According to legend, the Skyfire fantasy ancient bear not only had amazing strength, but also had the ability to control fire. It was one of the overlords of the forest. Nuo Lin also looked solemn. He nodded and whispered, "Yes, it is the Skyfire fantasy ancient bear. It seems we are in big trouble this time." The Skyfire fantasy ancient bear seemed to sense the presence of the two people. It let out a low roar, and the sound echoed in the forest like thunder, which was frightening. Then it took a step forward and slowly approached the two people. Every step seemed to step on their heartstrings, making their heartbeats speed up. "Prepare for battle," Nuo Lin shouted, and he jumped up like an ice-blue lightning, rushing forward. His ice sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, and the tip of the sword, which contained enough power to freeze everything, stabbed towards the throat of the Skyfire ancient bear. However, the Skyfire magic ancient bear's reaction was extremely agile, and it easily dodged Nuo Lin's attack by turning its body to the side. At the same time, its front paws suddenly slapped out with blazing flames and blasted towards Nuo Lin like two pillars of fire. Nuo Lin turned sharply in the air and narrowly avoided the two pillars of fire. However, the moment the pillar of fire hit the ground, a violent flame erupted, instantly igniting the surrounding trees, forming a sea of fire. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately cast a fire rune, transforming it into a blazing flame barrier to protect himself and Nuo Lin. However, the flames of the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear were extremely fierce. The moment the flame barrier came into contact with the flames, it began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any time. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted, and he jumped up again and rushed towards the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear. This time, he did not use the ice sword, but formed seals with his hands, condensing a powerful ice force, which turned into a huge amount of ice balls and blasted towards the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear. The Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear roared, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a ball of blazing flames, which collided with the ice ball in the air. The ice ball melted quickly under the scorching flames, and the flames gradually went out in the cold of the ice ball. The two intertwined in the air to form a brilliant light, as if it was a feast of ice and fire. However, this feast was not a happy one. When the light faded, the Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear had approached the two again, with a violent light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to devour the two completely. "Xiang Tianlu, let's work together," Nu All-Lin shouted, and he jumped up again and rushed towards the Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear with Xiang Tianlu on the left and right. The aura of the two reached its peak at this moment. Ice and fire intertwined together to form an unprecedented force. The Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear seemed to have sensed the determination and strength of the two men. It let out a deafening roar, and its body suddenly grew in size, as if it was about to transform into a real giant fire beast. A fierce battle broke out in the forest. The ice sword and the fire claw collided in the air, and each confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar. The fire runes and the power of ice intertwined together, forming brilliant rays of light that illuminated the entire forest. However, the battle was extremely difficult. The power and defense of the Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear were far beyond the two's imagination. No matter how hard they tried, they could not defeat it. On the contrary, during the battle, the strength of the two was constantly consumed, and the scars on their bodies were increasing. "If this goes on, we will really die here," Xiang Tianlu gasped, his eyes flashing with despair and unwillingness. Nu All-Lin also looked pale, but he gritted his teeth and whispered, "No, we can't give up. 1, 2, 3 inch. As long as we have breath left, we must never surrender to this monster." At this moment, the Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear roared again. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and spit out a huge amount of fireballs, blasting them towards the two. This ball of fire contained all of its strength and firepower, as if it was going to completely engulf the two of them in flames. At this moment, Nu All-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's hearts seemed to be tightly connected by invisible chains. They knew very well that facing the fatal blow of the Skyfire Ancient Bear, the slightest mistake would lead to their eternal damnation. The huge amounts of fireballs were like falling meteors, cutting through the night sky and heading straight for the two of them with a breath of destruction. Nu All-Lin's eyes became unusually firm at this moment. He let out a low roar, and the cold air around him surged, as if to freeze this scorching summer day in an instant. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the power of ice condensed in the air, turning into an ice shield that stretched between him and Xiang Tianlu. How can ice withstand the power of heavenly fire? There was a hint of worry in Xiang Tianlu's voice, but he did not retreat. Instead, he waved his hands, and the fire runes intertwined in the air, turning into a hot fire net that intertwined with the ice shield to form a unique defense layer. The fireball hit the defense layer, and a deafening roar instantly erupted, as if the heaven and earth were shaking at this moment. The flames and ice intertwined, producing a violent reaction. The air was filled with white mist and a burnt smell, and the entire forest seemed to be shocked by this power. However, the Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear did not stop. It roared again, and its body tumbled in the air like a dragon, pouncing towards the two of them. Its front paws were blazing with flames, as if it wanted to reduce everything to ashes. Nu All-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's figures intertwined, like two streams of light, drawing graceful arcs in the air. They dodged the attacks of the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Every clash was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the entire forest was shaking with their battle. "We can't continue to be passive like this." There was a hint of urgency in Nu All-Lin's voice. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would be defeated by the Skyfire Ancient Bear sooner or later. Xiang Tianlu nodded, took a deep breath, and the fire runes in his body beat violently, as if they were about to break free from their restraints and turn into the hottest flames. He let out a low roar, and his figure soared in the air like wings of fire, pouncing towards the Skyfire fantasy ancient bear. Nu Lin saw this and showed no weakness. He waved his hands, and the power of ice condensed in the air, transforming into ice cones that shot towards Tianhua Huanggu like a rain of arrows. The ice cones drew silver tracks in the air, carrying a biting chill, and went straight to the vital points of the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear. However, the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear seemed fearless. It turned its body to the side and easily dodged the attack of the ice cone. At the same time, its front paws suddenly slapped out, carrying blazing flames, and blasted towards Xiang Tianroad. Xiang Tianlu turned sharply in the air and narrowly avoided the attack. However, he did not retreat, but rushed towards the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear again. His fire runes intertwined in the air, transforming into chains of blazing flames that tightly bound the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear. However, this Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear is extremely powerful. It let out a roar, and the flames on its body suddenly surged, instantly melting the flame chain. At the same time, its front paws slapped out again with destructive force, heading towards Xiang Tianroad. Xiang Tianlu rolled in the air and barely avoided the attack. However, his face turned extremely pale. He knew very well that facing the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear, they had to go all out, otherwise they would die without a burial place. Nu Lin, we must work together. There was a hint of determination in Xiang Tianlu's voice. Nu Lin nodded, took a deep breath, and concentrated the power of ice in his body to the extreme. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also pushed the fire runes in his body to the limit. The two figures intertwined again, like two bright stars colliding in the air. At that moment, ice and fire intertwined to form an unprecedented force. This force condensed in the air and turned into a brilliant light, heading straight for the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear. The brilliant light streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying with it the allure of destruction and rebirth. The Bear King roared deafeningly. Flames were boiling all over his body, as if he wanted to burn everything and swallow up all the light between heaven and earth. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's minds were completely integrated at this moment, and their powers intertwined in the air, forming a unique domain. In this realm, ice and fire coexist, as if two completely different forces have reached a perfect balance at this moment. The Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear felt threatened by this power. Its eyes widened, it roared continuously, and the flames on its body became more intense, surging like a volcanic eruption. It suddenly swung its giant claws, with blazing flames, and slapped towards the brilliant light, trying to destroy the force that threatened its life. However, the brilliant light seemed to have spirituality, dodging flexibly in the air and brushing past the giant claws of the Skyfire Ancient Bear. The light exploded in the air, turning into countless tiny points of light, as dazzling as stars. These light spots quickly gathered in the air, forming an even more dazzling light again, heading straight for the vital points of the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear. The Bear King roared continuously. He felt threatened by this force, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. However, it did not retreat, but waved its giant claws again, with even more ferocious flames, and moved towards the light. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu crossed their figures in the air. Their powers collided and intertwined in the air, forming brilliant rays of light. These lights cut through the air like sharp blades, making a sharp whistling sound that was heart-pounding. We can't let it have a chance to catch its breath. Nu Lin's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew that facing such a powerful enemy, they had to go all out and not let down their guard at all. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and the fire runes in his body began to beat violently again, as if they were about to break free from their restraints and turn into the hottest flames. He let out a low roar, and his figure soared in the air like wings of fire, heading towards the Tianhua Huangu Jia Hu Xiao medicine doctor again. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He waved his hands, and the power of ice condensed in the air, turning into ice cones that shot toward the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear like a rain of arrows. These ice cones drew silver tracks in the air, carrying a biting chill, heading straight for the Bear King's vital points. However, the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear seemed to possess infinite power. It swung its giant claws violently, smashing the ice cones one after another, and at the same time its body tumbled in the air, avoiding Xiang Tianlu's fire attack. The Bear King roared continuously, with a tyrannical light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to completely devour Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It swung its giant claws again, and pounced towards the two with blazing flames. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu turned rapidly in the air, dodging the Bear King's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Every clash was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the entire world was shaking with their battle. "We can't go on like this." There was a hint of despair in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, they must find a breakthrough, otherwise they would die without a burial place. Nuo Lin took a deep breath. He felt Xiang Tianlu's despair and also felt the fear in his own heart. However, he did not retreat, but turned this fear into strength. He let out a low roar and rushed towards the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear like lightning. Xiang Tianlu saw this and showed no weakness. The fire rune in his body began to beat violently again, transforming into a wing of blazing flames that pounced towards the Bear King. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, flanked the Skyfire Fantasy Ancient Bear, trying to find its weakness. However, the Bear King seemed to have infinite power. It swung its giant claws violently, repelling the attacks from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. At the same time, the flames on its body became more intense, as if they were going to burn up the entire world. Under the sky, fire and cold air intertwined, like the most splendid and dangerous picture of April 4th between heaven and earth. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two unyielding meteors. Even when facing the endless flames of the Skyfire Ancient Bear, they never retreated. Every roar of the Bear King shook the mountains and forests, and the power of its flames was enough to scare any living creature. However, at this moment of life and death, there was only determination and indomitable spirit in the eyes of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. They knew that only by working closely with each other could they find a glimmer of hope in this raging fire. Nuo Lin's body suddenly stopped and turned into an ice statue in midair. He was surrounded by cold air, as if even the space was frozen. He struggled violently, and the ice statue shattered, turning into thousands of ice chips, each of which contained a biting chill, and shot toward the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu's figure was like a fire phoenix, with flame runes shining all over his body, turning into a blazing trajectory that intertwined with the ice chips, forming a terrifying storm of ice and fire. The Bear King roared and swung his giant claws. Flames burst out like a mad dragon from the sea and collided with the icy firestorm, causing a deafening roar. Between heaven and earth, fire splashed and cold air filled the air. The two offset each other and formed a delicate balance in a short period of time. "Its power is fading," Xiang Tianlu shouted in the flames, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed when he heard this. He caught a glimpse of slowness in the attack of the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear, which was a sign that its strength was about to be exhausted. The two of them understood each other's ideas, so without further ado, they launched their offensive again. Nuo Lin spread out his hands, and the cold air condensed and turned into huge amounts of ice wall, stretching in front of the Bear King, intending to block its attack and buy time for himself and Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu's body shape suddenly changed, and the flame runes surged wildly in his body, transforming into a huge amount of flaming hands, with the power to burn everything, going straight to the Bear King's heart. The Bear King roared and fought back hard, But in this final decisive battle, its strength was no longer as strong as before. The hand of fire penetrated the Bear King's defense and went straight to the dragon's head. At this moment, New Orleans' ice wall also collapsed and turned into countless ice arrows, piercing Xiong Wu's whole body. Between heaven and earth, the fire and cold air reached their peak at this moment and then quickly dissipated. The huge body of the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the raging flames on it gradually went out, leaving only a piece of scorched earth and a burnt smell that lingered in the air for a long time. After the huge body of the Skyfire Phantom Ancient Bear fell, the fire and cold air between heaven and earth seemed to die down, leaving only a dead silent battlefield. New Orleans and Xiong Tianlu stood on the scorched earth, looking at the once invincible Bear King now lying quietly in front of them, and couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotion in their hearts. We really did it. There was a hint of disbelief in Xiong Tianlu's voice. He turned to look at New Orleans. Both of them had deep admiration and gratitude for each other in their eyes. New Orleans nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on the Bear King. He walked slowly forward, carefully observing this once powerful creature. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a gem on the Bear King's chest that was sparkling with strange light. The gem exudes a faint glow, as if it contains endless power and secrets. "Look, what is this?" New Orleans said to Xiong Tianlu while looking at the Ju gemstone. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tianlu immediately came closer, with a look of surprise in his eyes. The two men carefully took the gem from the Bear King's body and held it in their hands to examine it carefully. There seems to be flowing light and shadow inside the gem, revealing a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. This must be a treasure from the Bear King, and it contains powerful power, Xiong Tianlu said in a deep voice. New Orleans nodded in agreement. They all knew that such a treasure was priceless to any practitioner. The two looked at each other and understood each other's meaning without saying anything. They decided to share the treasure to strengthen each other and prepare for future adventures. They found a secluded place, sat cross-legged, and placed the gem between them. As they concentrated, the light inside the gem suddenly became brighter, and a warm and powerful force surged out of the gem, instantly enveloping them. Under the influence of this force, New Orleans and Xiong Tianlu felt as if their bodies were reshaped and every cell was cheering and absorbing this powerful force. Their cultivation is improving rapidly and their strength is constantly increasing. Under the baptism of this mysterious gem power, New Orleans and Xiong Tianlu seemed to be in a dream world where light and shadow were intertwined. The space around them seemed to become distorted and blurred. Only the two of them, like two isolated islands in a quiet ocean, were firmly rooted on the edge of reality and illusion. What kind of power is this? New Orleans' voice was filled with shock. He felt his meridians widening and his spiritual power surging, as if the whole world was making way for him. Xiong Tianlu closed his eyes, his whole body bathed in the light, his face filled with piety and awe. This is an ancient power, perhaps the purest energy in the world. It's reshaping our roots so we can reach higher. As the words fell, the air around the two began to ripple, and circles of visible ripples spread out in all directions with them as the center, as if even the space was shaken by this force. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, when the light gradually faded and everything returned to calm, Orleans and Xiong Tianlu opened their eyes at the same time. Their gazes became deeper and their temperaments became more stable, as if they had experienced 1,000 years of sedimentation. I seem to be able to touch the pulse of heaven and earth, New Orleans said softly, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Xiong Tianlu smiled slightly and stretched out his palm. On his palm, a tiny wisp of spiritual power jumped like a living thing. It was a direct manifestation of the power in his body. Me too, we become stronger. The two stood up and smiled at each other. No words were needed. The tacit understanding and trust were already deeply imprinted in each other's hearts. They calmed themselves down and carefully kept the dim gem. It was a testimony to their shared experiences and the source of their strength. Leaving the battlefield, they set foot on a winding path with lush trees on both sides. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The breeze brings bursts of fresh air, making people feel relaxed and happy. The road ahead may be more difficult, but with this strength, we are fearless. New Orleans' words were full of determination. Nodding toward the sky, gazing into the distance, his eyes sparkling with infinite longing for the future. Yes, as long as we are together, nothing is impossible. As they moved forward, the surrounding scenery kept changing. Sometimes it is a vast grassland with blooming wildflowers and flying butterflies. Sometimes it is a towering mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Every turning point is like a test and reward from nature. When the afterglow of the setting sun spread over the earth, stretching the two people's shadows, they finally came to an unknown valley. In the valley, shrouded in mist, an ancient relic can be vaguely seen, standing quietly in the long river of time, waiting for their exploration. In that deep valley, the fog lingers like a ghost, and the ancient ruins are looming in the haze, revealing a sense of vicissitudes and mystery accumulated over the years. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without saying a word, they knew each other's desire and determination to explore the unknown. This relic seems to hide an unknown secret, Nuo Lin said softly, his voice echoing in the silent valley with a barely perceptible tremor. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes as sharp as torches, as if he could penetrate the layers of fog and look directly at the core of the ruins. No matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead is, we must find out. The two men moved like two flashes of lightning, instantly cutting through the fog and rushing towards the ruins. As they approached, the outline of the ruins became clearer, and ancient runes flickered on the stone tablet, revealing an ancient and powerful aura. Suddenly, an invisible force surged out from the ruins, sweeping over like a violent storm, enveloping the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu paused, feeling huge amounts of pressure coming from all directions, as if to crush them into powder. This is the protective power of the ruins. Nuo Lin's face changed slightly. He could feel the antiquity and power contained in this power, which was not something they could easily resist. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were determined, and the spiritual power in his body was surging. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and fire runes surrounded his body like burning flames, trying to resist the invisible pressure. If we join forces, we will be able to break through this protective power. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded amid the roar, with an unquestionable firmness in his voice. Nuo Lin nodded. Cold air surged in his body. He waved his hands, and the cold air immediately spread out, turning into an ice wall, which complemented the fire runes of Xiangtian Road, and together they resisted the invisible pressure. The interweaving of ice and fire staged a thrilling confrontation in front of this ancient relic. The cold air and the flames collided with each other, causing a deafening roar that seemed to tear the world apart. As time went by, the invisible pressure gradually weakened, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's spiritual power was almost consumed. But they did not give up. Instead, they strengthened their faith, because they knew that only by breaking the protective power could they uncover the mystery of the ruins. Finally, with a deafening roar, the invisible pressure completely collapsed, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu flashed and rushed into the ruins in an instant. The interior of the ruins was dark and mysterious, with ancient runes flickering on the walls, exuding a heart-pounding aura. The two walked forward cautiously, each step full of vigilance and caution. Here, there seems to be a bigger secret hidden. Nuo Lin's voice rang out in the silence, his eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to find clues. Nodding to Tianlu, his eyes fell on an ancient stone door, which was engraved with complex runes, as if hiding the key to another world. Should we open this door? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of hesitation, because he knew that once they opened this door, they would face greater unknowns and challenges. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, his eyes determined. No matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead is, we must find out, because this is our mission and pursuit. As Nuo Lin finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the ancient stone door. A powerful force surged out from his hand and rushed towards the stone door. At the moment when Nuo Lin's power collided with the ancient stone gate, the entire ruins seemed to be awakened by an invisible force, and an ancient and heavy feeling of oppression filled the air. The runes on the stone gate began to flow, emitting dazzling light, as if ancient eyes that had been sleeping for thousands of years suddenly opened at this moment. Kacha! With a dull sound, the stone door slowly opened, and a frightening breath leaked out from the crack of the door, as if some terrifying existence was approaching Su Pin. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw solemnity and determination in each other's eyes. They carefully stepped over the threshold and entered the deepest part of the ruins. Here is a vast underground palace, covered with traces of erosion by time, and those ancient runes are dotted in every corner of the palace like stars, emitting a faint light. Just as they were about to explore further, a deafening roar broke the silence of the palace, exploding in their ears like thunder. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming bloody smell rushed towards them, making their faces instantly become solemn. "It's a monster!" Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice. His body tensed instantly. Spiritual power surged wildly in his body, preparing to deal with the impending crisis. I saw a huge figure jumping out from the darkness, like a dragon from the abyss, covered with scales gleaming with metallic luster. Each scale seemed to contain endless power. Its eyes were like a burning sea of blood, emitting a frightening light, and its mouth was dripping with sticky golden saliva, which was the proof of its power. This was a blood sea golden python, a powerful monster from legend. Is this the golden python in the sea of blood? There was a hint of disbelief in Nuo Lin's voice. He had never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying existence here. The blood sea golden python roared, and its huge body circled in the air for a circle before rushing towards the two of them like an arrow from a bow. Its speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of the naked eye. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the two of them in one gulp. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Flame runes surrounded his body and instantly transformed into a huge amount of fire dragon, facing the attack of the blood sea golden python. The fire dragon and the blood sea golden python collided in the air, causing a deafening roar. The flames intertwined with the metal scales, producing dazzling sparks that illuminated the entire palace. The collision of power between the two made the air in the palace tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. "We can't let it go on like this, otherwise we will all die here." Nuo Lin's face was pale, but he did not retreat. Instead, he stimulated a stronger power. He waved his hands, and cold air spread out, transforming into ice cones that shot towards the golden python in the sea of blood like a dense rain of arrows. The ice cones collided with the metal scales, making a crisp sound. Although these ice cones could not penetrate the blood sea golden python's defense, they successfully attracted its attention, causing it to temporarily give up attacking Xiang Tianlu. Good opportunity. Xiang Tianlu saw this, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on the side of the blood sea golden python. He clenched his fists tightly, and his fist containing infinite strength smashed towards the head of the blood sea golden python like a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiang Tianlu's fist collided with the head of the blood sea golden python, generating huge amounts of shockwave. The blood sea golden python roared in pain, and its huge body rolled several times in the air before it could barely stabilize itself. However, this is just the beginning of the battle. The blood sea golden python did not retreat because of this, but instead became more determined to fight. It opened its bloody mouth and spit out a ball of golden flame. The flame contained endless destructive power, as if it was going to swallow up the entire palace. This is its special skill. We must work together to resist it, Nuo Lin reminded loudly. He waved his hands, and cold air spread out, transforming into huge amounts of ice shield, blocking Xiang Tianlu. The golden flames collided with the ice shield, causing a violent explosion. The ice shield melted quickly under the burning flames, but it also weakened the power of the flames to a certain extent. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and flame runes condensed in the air into a huge amount of firebird, rushing towards the Blood Sea. The firebird and the Blood Sea golden python engaged in a thrilling fight in the air. The flames and metal scales intertwined to produce dazzling sparks. The air in the palace seemed to be ignited, filled with a hot breath. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness, Nuo Lin shouted while dodging the attack of the Blood Sea golden python. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement. He carefully observed the movements and expressions of the Blood Sea golden python, trying to find its flaws. Finally, in a fierce collision, he discovered that the belly of the Blood Sea golden python seemed a little soft, and the scales there were not as hard as other parts. That's its weakness, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his figure flashed and instantly appeared under the belly of the Blood Sea golden python. He clenched his hands into fists, and his fists, which contained endless spiritual power, smashed into the belly of the Blood Sea golden python like a meteorite. Xiang Tianlu's fist was like a meteor streaking through the night sky. With destructive force, it slammed into the Blood Sea golden square python's seemingly indestructible belly. However, what was shocking was that beneath the metallic scales, there was a barely perceptible flexibility. Although the fist was heavy, it failed to penetrate its defense as expected. Bang! A loud noise shook the entire palace, and dust rose everywhere, as if even the space was torn apart by this force. The golden python in the sea of blood let out a deafening roar, and the sea of blood in its eyes boiled even more. It felt an unprecedented threat, and anger and murderous intent intertwined, making its aura even more terrifying. The beast's defense is so terrifying. Xiang Tianlu retreated violently. His face changed slightly, and he was secretly horrified in his heart. He knew that his attack was enough to severely injure many monsters of the same level. But in front of the Blood Sea golden python, it only aroused a stronger desire. The huge body of the Blood Sea golden python twisted in the air like an angry dragon, and golden flames burst out of its mouth again. This time, the flames were even more intense, and with a will to destroy everything, it rushed straight towards the heavenly road. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and at the same time, he turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the flames that were powerful enough to melt steel. He knew very well that if he was touched by the flames, the consequences would be disastrous. Nuo Lin looked solemn. He felt unprecedented pressure. The Blood Sea golden python in front of him not only has amazing power, but also possesses unimaginable defense and attack power. He knew that it was almost impossible to defeat such an opponent on his own. Xiang Tian rode. Let's go together, Nuo Lin shouted, and quickly formed seals with his hands. The cold air condensed around his body, forming a thick layer of ice armor, which protected him firmly. At the same time, he kicked his feet and rushed towards the golden python in the sea of blood like an arrow. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, attacked at the same time. Xiang Tianlu, Lu Zhao, formed his hands into claws, and his spiritual power surged, transforming into two flaming tornadoes that entangled the body of the Blood Sea golden python, trying to restrict its movements. As for Nuo Lin, he used the cold air as a blade, transforming it into countless ice blades, which stabbed towards the Blood Sea golden python like raindrops. The Blood Sea golden python roared in pain, and its huge body rolled in the air, trying to break free from the two men's restraints. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's attacks followed it like a shadow, and no matter how it struggled, it could not completely get rid of them. This beast is really troublesome. Beads of sweat oozed from Xiang Tianlu's forehead. He knew very well that although such an attack was effective, it could not really hurt the Blood Sea Golden Python. What they need is a chance to kill with 10 strikes. Nuo Lin, get ready, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and suddenly, the flames on his body became brighter, as if they were going to set the entire palace on fire. At the same time, Nuo Lin also put away all the ice blades, clenched his hands, and the cold air in his body condensed to the extreme. Boom! The fire tornado towards the sky road suddenly exploded, turning into countless fire fragments, smashing towards the golden python in the sea of blood like a meteor shower. At this moment, Nuo Lin released all the coldness in his body, transforming it into an icy sword beam that pierced the vital point of the Blood Sea Golden Python. The scales of the Blood Sea Golden Python were sizzling under the bombardment of the flame fragments, and the golden flames and the blazing rain of fire intertwined to create a doomsday scene. It roared angrily, and its body shook violently, actually shaking off the fire tornado wrapped around it. Bloodshot flashed in its eyes, revealing its indomitable spirit and madness. Xiang Tianlu, don't think about defeating me easily. The voice of the Blood Sea Golden Python echoed in the palace, with an indescribable majesty and solemnity, as if it was the overlord of this world and would not tolerate any provocation. Xiang Tianlu's face darkened. He had not expected the Blood Sea Golden Python to be so tenacious, but at this point in the battle, there was no way back. He let out a low roar, and suddenly rose up again, like a phoenix rising from the flames, with flames blazing all over his body, and every wisp of flame contained enough power to burn the sky and boil the sea. Nuo Lin, you and I will work together to kill here today. Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm and resolute. He knew very well that at this moment, only a fight of life and death could give them a chance of survival. Nuo Lin nodded, with a determined light in his eyes. 953 chills surged through his body, as if his entire soul had been frozen and turned into an indestructible ice sword. He was light and nimble, moving through the flames like a ghost. Every time he swung his sword, cold air spread out, freezing the surrounding space, and even the flames were suppressed by him. Seeing this, the Blood Sea Golden Python's eyes became even bloodier, and it no longer held back. Its entire body glowed with golden light, and strange runes flowed on its scales, as if each scale contained ancient power. It opened its bloody mouth, and an even more terrifying aura than before gushed out of its mouth. It was an aura of killing and destruction from ancient times. Roar! The Blood Sea Golden Python roared again. This time, it did not flee but took the initiative to attack. Its golden figure was like lightning, heading straight towards Tianlu and Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other, and without further words, they already had a tacit understanding with each other. The flames on Shangtian Road surged to the sky and turned into huge amounts of fire phoenix, which collided violently with the Blood Sea Golden Python in the air. Nuo Lin turned into an ice messenger, and every time he swung his sword, he froze a piece of space and restricted the Blood Sea Golden Python's movements. In the palace, flames and ice intertwined, and the roaring sound was endless, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. The power of the Blood Sea Golden Python became more and more terrifying. Every impact made the palace tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Nuo Lin, be careful of its tail. Xiang Tianlu shouted, and saw the Blood Sea Golden Python's tail sweeping over like a golden lightning with destructive power. Nuo Lin moved to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. But even so, the ice armor on his body was cracked and cold air filled the air. Xiang Tianlu, its scales are too hard. Our attacks can hardly penetrate them. Nuo Lin's face turned pale. He felt unprecedented pressure. The power of the Blood Sea Golden Python was beyond their imagination. Don't be anxious. Find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were as sharp as torches. He stared at the Blood Sea Golden Python, looking for any possible flaw. After a fierce collision, the belly of the Blood Sea Golden Python was exposed again. Although the scales there were dense, they seemed slightly weaker than other parts. Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up. He shouted loudly, and the flames condensed into huge amounts of fire fists, which, with a sound of breaking through the air, blasted straight into the belly of the Blood Sea Golden Python. The moment the fire fist collided with the belly of the Blood Sea Golden Python, it seemed as if the entire space was ignited. Flames raged, golden light flashed, and the confrontation between the two produced a terrifying shockwave, which shattered the stone pillars in the palace, shattered stones, flew dust, and created chaos. The Blood Sea Golden Python let out a shrill roar, and its body twisted convulsively in the air. Its golden scales began to fall off under the scorching flames, revealing the blood-red muscles underneath. A pungent smell of burning filled the air. However, even after suffering such a severe blow, the bloodshot in its eyes did not diminish, but became even crazier, as if it wanted to turn everything in front of it into nothingness. Xiang Tianlu, today is the day you die. The voice of the Blood Sea Golden Python was like thunder, making Xiang Tianlu's eardrums buzz. It opened its bloody mouth, and a strong fishy odor wafted into the air. It was the breath of death belonging to an ancient ferocious beast, enough to make people feel terrified. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He knew very well that the Blood Sea Golden Python had gone crazy at this moment, and its combat power had reached its peak. But he did not retreat. Instead, he became more determined to kill it. He retreated violently, flames circling around him like a flowing flaming halo, releasing destructive power with every flash. "Nuo-Lin, hurry!" Xiang Tianlu shouted. He seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the Blood Sea Golden Python again. This time, he did not use the flaming fist. Instead, he condensed the flame into a sharp flaming blade, which cut through the sky like lightning and went straight to the vital point of the Blood Sea Golden Python. Nuo-Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the cold air in his body seemed to boil up at this moment, turning into an icy torrent that hit the surrounding flames. His body was as fast as lightning, and the ice sword in his hand flashed with cold light. Every time he swung it, he froze a piece of space and dissolved the attack of the Blood Sea Golden Python. The Blood Sea Golden Python looked increasingly embarrassed under the attack of the two. Its huge body tumbled in the air, and every impact made a deafening sound, and the rubble and dust in the palace raged like a storm. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the attacks of the two. Roar! The Blood Sea Golden Python roared again, shaking the heavens. This time, it no longer retained any strength. Golden flames gushed out of its mouth, turning into a blazing pillar of fire that rushed straight towards the road to heaven. At the same time, its tail was like a giant golden whip, sweeping towards Nuo-Lin with destructive force. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and cleverly avoided the attack of the pillar of fire. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and the flaming blade drew a strange arc in the air, piercing the neck of the Blood Sea Golden Python. Nuo-Lin retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the Blood Sea Golden Python's tail, but even so, his ice armor was cracked all over, and the cold air was overflowing. "Nuo-Lin, hold on!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he jumped up again. The flaming blade left a trail of afterimages in the air, like a net of fire, trapping the Blood Sea Golden Python tightly. Nuo-Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the cold air in his body began to boil again. He clenched the ice sword tightly in both hands and rushed towards the golden python in the sea of blood like an arrow. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the ice sword, transforming into an icy sword beam that pierced straight into the vitals of the Blood Sea golden python. Bang! With a loud noise, the huge body of the Blood Sea golden python trembled suddenly in the air, and the golden flame was extinguished instantly. The blood in its eyes disappeared, and its huge body fell powerlessly, hitting the ground of the palace, splashing up a cloud of dust. The fall of the Blood Sea golden python seemed to have brought a hint of tranquility to this land that had been ravaged by war and monsters for a long time. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin stood on the ruins of the palace, looking at the gradually settling dust with indescribable emotion and relief in their hearts. Finally, it's over, Xiang Tianlu said softly. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of the joy of victory. He turned to look at Nu Lin, and they smiled at each other. No words were needed, as the friendship of fighting side by side was already deeply engraved in each other's hearts. Then they gathered themselves together and continued along the winding mountain road. Soon, a quiet and peaceful village came into view, with smoke rising from the chimneys, contrasting beautifully with the green mountains in the distance, like a moving painting. Look, there's a village ahead. Nu Lin pointed ahead, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. They know that here they can get a short rest and learn more stories about this land from the villagers. Walking into the village, they found that people here lived a simple and harmonious life. Children were playing at the entrance of the village. Old people were enjoying the cool under the shade of trees, and occasionally they could hear the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. Two heroes, are you from outside? An old man in plain clothes came towards us, with a friendly smile on his face and curiosity and awe in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other, smiled and nodded. We are travelers. We have just experienced a battle. We are lucky to find a peaceful place here. Xiang Tianlu responded politely. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately and warmly invited them to his home. As you walk into the courtyard, a fresh floral scent hits your nose. The courtyard is filled with various flowers and plants. A few butterflies are dancing among the flowers, and everything seems so vibrant. Please sit down, please sit down. The old man greeted and brought hot tea. They sat around a simple wooden table and began a deep conversation. My two heroes, you know that there are often monsters around here, and the lives of the villagers are therefore greatly threatened. There was a hint of worry in the old man's words. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other and secretly decided to help the village solve this problem. They asked the old man in detail about the situation of the monster and the village's defense measures, and promised to do their best to protect the safety of the villagers. In the following days, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin rested in the village, and also began to prepare to fight against the monsters that might attack again. They instructed the villagers on how to strengthen their defenses, how to identify the traces of monsters, and taught them some simple self-protection techniques. During this time, they also established deep friendships with the villagers. Whenever night falls, the villagers sit around the campfire and listen to Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin tell about their experiences during the journey and their battles. They also learned about the history and legends of this land from the villagers and felt the tenacity and optimism of the people on this land. After Nu Lin and the villagers spent a few days of warm time together on Shangtian Road, night fell again. The sky was clear and dotted with stars, which seemed to be the most exquisite embellishment of nature. Beside the campfire, the two men sat in a circle with several village elders. The firelight reflected the wrinkles on their faces and the traces of time. I never thought that the world outside would be so vast and full of challenges. Nu Lin gently fiddled with the campfire, sparks flying. His eyes showed both a desire for the unknown and emotion for past experiences. Yes, every journey is a growth, and every battle is a transcendence of self. Xiang Tianlu took over the conversation. His eyes passed through the flickering of the campfire, as if he saw farther away. But no matter what, having such experiences and such friends are worth cherishing. The two smiled at each other, and their tacit understanding needed no words. At the moment, a breeze blew, bringing the fresh scent of the distant mountains and forests, as well as the sound of rustling leaves, like the whisper of nature. By the way, Nuo-Lin, have you ever thought about where our journey will eventually lead? Xiang Tianlu suddenly asked, his voice sounding particularly clear in the night wind. Nuo-Lin was silent for a while, seeming to be thinking about this question seriously. I don't know. Maybe it's a place we have never imagined. Maybe it's a place where we can find the real answers. He looked up at the starry sky, his eyes flashing with longing for the future. He nodded to Tianlu, and his eyes became profound. So, request flowers? No matter what the road ahead holds, as long as we have light and dreams in our hearts, nothing is impossible. As the night deepened, the bonfire gradually died out, and the two ended their conversation about the future. They returned to the room the old man had prepared for them, packed their bags, and prepared to continue their journey the next morning. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and fell on the quiet village, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin were already standing at the entrance of the village. They looked back at the land that gave them warmth and strength, their hearts filled with gratitude. Goodbye, beautiful village. May you always be safe, Xiang Tianlu said softly. His voice echoed in the morning air with a hint of reluctance. 0.0. Nuo-Lin also nodded, his eyes flashing with deep attachment to this land. We will remember this place, every person and every bit of warmth here. Afterwards, the two embarked on a new journey. They walked along the winding mountain road, through the lush forest, and across the crystal-clear stream. Every step was filled with exploration and expectation of the unknown. The mountain road became steeper and steeper, but the scenery became more magnificent. In the distance, there are continuous mountains enshrouded in clouds and mist, as if it is the most mysterious picture of nature. Nearby, wildflowers are blooming and butterflies are flying. Everything seems so vibrant and full of hope. Look, that mountain seems to reach straight into the sky. I really want to go and see the scenery on the top of the mountain. Nuo-Lin pointed to a towering mountain in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement. As soon as Nuo-Lin finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle, locked on the top of the towering mountain, where endless mysteries and challenges seemed to be hidden. Since your heart has set its goal, then move forward fearlessly. The scenery on the top of the mountain will surely broaden our horizons and shock our souls. The two men moved like two gusts of wind, instantly swept into the mountains and forests, and began their journey to conquer the mountain. In the mountains and forests, ancient trees are towering with lush branches and leaves. The sunlight shines through the treetops, casting mottled shadows, adding a bit of mystery and tranquility to this journey. Although this mountain road is dangerous, it also hides many opportunities. Xiang Tianlu climbed up while paying attention to his surroundings. His perception was like an invisible net, capturing every slight movement in the mountains and forests. Nuo-Lin followed closely behind. His steps were steady, every step was solid, as if every inch of land in the mountains was in tune with him. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is much richer than that at the foot of the mountain. If you can practice here, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. As the altitude gradually increased, the mountain wind became stronger and stronger, making their clothes rustle. But Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin were not afraid at all. Instead, they became more energetic, as if the strong wind was cheering them on. Finally, they came to a cliff. The cliff was as sharp as a knife or an axe, piercing the sky. It seemed like a natural moat, blocking their way. But Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin did not stop. In their eyes, there was only the front, the unknown mountaintop. "Watch me," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the cliff like a tiger coming down the mountain. He clenched his fists tightly, and the wind from his fists whistled as he slammed into the cliff with a force that could destroy June 13th in one fell swoop. Boom! With a loud noise, gravel and dust flew all over the cliff. Xiang Tianlu's figure drew a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily on the other side of the cliff. Seeing this, Nuo Lin was not willing to be outdone. He flashed and rushed up the cliff like a ghost. Every step he took was on the protrusions on the cliff, as if he was walking on a tightrope. It was extremely dangerous. Good. Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but cheer loudly when he saw this. He knew Nuo Lin's strength very well, but at this moment he was secretly amazed to see him climb the cliff so easily. The two of them, one in front and one behind, finally reached the top of the mountain. The place is shrouded in clouds and mist, as if you are in a fairyland. They looked into the distance and saw continuous mountains, winding like a dragon, all the way to the horizon. The scenery here is truly extraordinary. Nuo Lin took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling the faint spiritual energy of the mountains, her heart filled with joy and satisfaction. Xiang Tianlu also nodded, his eyes piercing through the layers of clouds and mist, as if he could see somewhere farther. Yes, the spiritual energy here is so rich. If you can practice here, you will definitely make rapid progress. Just as the two were immersed in the beautiful scenery and spiritual energy of the top of the mountain, suddenly, a violent vibration came from under the mountain, as if something was waking up and roaring. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other, with a hint of suspicion and uneasiness in their eyes. What is going on? Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He had never encountered such a strange situation. Xiang Tianlu also frowned. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and felt the direction from which the vibration came. I don't know, but we have to be careful. This force is not something we can easily resist. The two men moved and instantly retreated to the edge of the mountain, looking down vigilantly. I saw the clouds rolling as if something was passing through the clouds, and the vibration was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to shake the entire mountain. What should we do? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with anxiety. He had never encountered such a powerful force of nature. Xiang Tianlu was silent for a moment, his eyes firm and deep. Whatever lies ahead, we must face it bravely. Because this is our journey, this is our destiny. As Xiang Tianlu finished speaking, the shock finally reached its peak. I saw a huge amount of light shooting out from the clouds, straight into the sky, covering the entire mountain. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin only felt a flash before their eyes, as if the whole world was turned upside down at this moment. When the light faded, they found themselves no longer at the top of the mountain, but in an unfamiliar place. The area is barren and desolate, with no mountains, no water, only endless yellow sand and gravel. Nuo Lin looked at the barren land of yellow sand, his brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Where's this place? How did we suddenly end up here? His voice echoed in the empty yellow sand, with a hint of panic and uneasiness. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression on his face. He looked around, trying to find a clue in the endless yellow sand and rubble. It's unclear, but it's clear that we were teleported here by that mysterious force. The atmosphere here is a little weird. We must be careful. Just as the two were preparing to explore further, an indescribable force suddenly surged out from the yellow sand under their feet and rushed towards them like a tide. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu instantly felt huge amounts of pressure, as if the entire world was pressing towards them at this moment. Be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly accelerated like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins and galloped to the side. He clenched his fists tightly, and the wind from his fists whistled as he tried to counteract this mysterious pressure with his powerful strength. However, this power seemed endless, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from its bondage. Nuo Lin's face became paler and paler, and there was a gleam of determination in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find the source of this power before we can break free from its bondage. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of admiration and determination flashed in his eyes. Okay, let's find the source of this power together and see what secrets it hides. The two men moved, shuttling through the yellow sand like two flashes of lightning. They constantly jumped and rolled, trying to find a glimmer of life in this desolate land. However, no matter how hard they tried, the mysterious force always followed them, as if to trap them in the yellow sand forever. Just as the two were falling into despair, an even more violent force suddenly surged out of their bodies. This power seems to be connected with their blood and connected with their hearts. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt their whole bodies shaken, as if they were reborn in that instant. What kind of power is this? Nuo Lin exclaimed, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He could feel the power in his body constantly surging and strengthening, as if it was about to break through all constraints. Xiang Tianlu also felt the power of this force, and his face showed an expression of mixed joy and shock. This power seems to have merged with us, greatly increasing our strength. We must leave here quickly and find the true source of this power. The two men accelerated again, raging in the yellow sand like two strong winds. With this new power, they constantly attacked the shackles of the mysterious force. Finally, with a deafening roar, they successfully broke free from their restraints and regained their freedom. However, when they gained a foothold and prepared to explore further, they discovered that this barren land of yellow sand had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally calm yellow sand seemed to have turned into turbulent waves, constantly rolling and surging. The gravel seemed to be given life, flying and colliding in the air. This was going on. There was a hint of fear in Nuo Lin's voice. He had never seen such a strange sight. Xiang Tianlu also looked confused. He shook his head, trying to find a clue from the chaos. It's unclear, but it's clear that this force is not simple. We have to be careful to survive this chaos. The two men moved again, shuttling through the yellow sand and gravel like two sharp swords. With their newfound strength, they constantly dodged the flying debris, while also searching for the true source of this strength. In this chaotic battle, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's strength was unprecedentedly improved. They constantly waved their fists, smashing the flying stones into pieces, and their figures appear more agile and flexible among the yellow sand and gravel. However, just as they were gradually adapting to the chaos, a more violent force suddenly surged out from under the yellow sand. This force circled and raged in the air like a dragon, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. The power surging from beneath the yellow sand was like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened, and it instantly enveloped the entire space with endless pressure and violence. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a darkness before their eyes, as if the whole world was swallowed up by this power. What is this? Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded weak and trembling in the strong wind. He had never seen such a terrifying force of nature. Nuo Lin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The power in his body surged wildly, trying to fight against this external force. I don't know, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. Before he finished speaking, Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up like a cannonball and rushed straight to the core of that power. His fists were wrapped in violent airflow and slammed into the center of the dragon formed by that force. Boom! With a loud bang, the airwaves surged and yellow sand filled the sky. Nuo Lin's figure rolled in the air, but he was not swallowed by the force. Instead, he used the reaction force to rush towards Dragon again. Xiang Tianlu saw this and was unwilling to be outdone. He flashed and appeared on the other side of Dragon like a ghost, gathering powerful strength in his hands and blasting towards Dragon's head. "Break it for me," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and pushed with both hands suddenly. A powerful force surged out like a torrent, and the power of the dragon collided with each other. The two forces collided and intertwined in the air, bursting into dazzling light. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force, with yellow sand and gravel flying and colliding in the air, making a deafening sound. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu struggled hard in this torrent of power. Their figures were looming in the yellow sand and gravel, but they never gave up. With their newfound strength, they constantly fought against that power, trying to find its flaws. However, that power seemed endless, and no matter how they attacked, they could not completely destroy it. On the contrary, under the pressure of this force, their strength was gradually pushed to the limit. New All-In, we can't go on like this. We must find the source of this power before we can defeat it completely. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly. His voice sounded weak but firm in the strong wind. Nu All-Lin heard this, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Then he closed his eyes and felt the power surge in his body. Source! Source! Nu All-Lin repeated to himself, as if he was having a silent conversation with that power. Suddenly, an inexplicable throbbing surged in his heart. He suddenly opened his eyes, with a determined light flashing in them. I found a road to heaven. The source of that power is right under our feet. Xiang Tianlu was shocked when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head and saw that there seemed to be a mysterious energy fluctuation hidden under the yellow sand under his feet. Okay, let's attack there together and see if we can destroy it. Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up again, rushing towards the source of that power. Nu All-Lin followed closely behind, his fists wrapped in violent airflow, blasting towards the source like two meteors. The two forces collided again in the air, bursting out with an even brighter light. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force, and yellow sand and gravel poured down like a rainstorm. However, at this moment, the source seemed to have touched some kind of taboo. It suddenly burst out with an even more powerful force, instantly blowing Nu All-Lin and Xiang Tianlu away. The two rolled in the air, feeling an indescribable pain spreading throughout their bodies. When they finally stopped, they found that their strength had been unprecedentedly improved under the pressure of this force. However, this increased strength did not make them happy. On the contrary, their hearts were filled with vigilance and anxiety, because they knew that the source of this power was far more terrifying and powerful than they had imagined. What should we do? There was a tremor in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never encountered such a difficult situation before. Nu All-Lin stared at the source of that power, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. I don't know, but we can't give up. We have to find a way to defeat it, or we'll never get out of here. Just as the two were preparing to launch another attack, the source suddenly stopped surging. It seemed to be staring at them, and seemed to be thinking about something. The entire space fell into silence again, with only yellow sand and gravel slowly falling in the air. Nu All-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stared at the source, fearing that it would attack again. However, at this moment, the source suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This light is like a bridge, connecting them to another world. What's going on? Nu All-Lin's voice was filled with shock and confusion. Xiang Tianlu also looked confused. He shook his head, trying to find the answer from the light. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not unlock the secret of this light. On the contrary, under the illumination of this light, their strength was enhanced again. Just as Nu All-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were full of doubts about the mysterious light, a low and majestic roar suddenly echoed in the empty yellow sand land. The voice seemed to come from ancient times, carrying with it endless vicissitudes and power, shocking the two of them. Then a huge figure slowly rose from under the yellow sand, like a moving mountain, obscuring the entire sky. This was a monster they had never seen before. It was huge and covered with fiery red scales. Each scale glowed with blazing light, as if it could melt everything. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless majesty and murderous intent. This is the seven holy fire Luo Qi. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of fear. He had read about this monster in ancient books and knew that it was extremely powerful, comparable to a real divine beast. Nu All-Lin stared at the monster in front of him, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then said slowly, No matter what it is, we can't back down. We have to fight to find our way out of here." Before he finished speaking, New Orleans suddenly jumped up like a cannonball and rushed straight towards the seven holy fire Luo Qi. His fists, wrapped in violent airflow, smashed into the monster's head. However, the seven holy fire Luo Qi seemed to have anticipated New Orleans' attack. It slightly turned its body and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, its tail was like a burning fire dragon, carrying a fiery breath, sweeping towards New Orleans. New Orleans rolled in the air and narrowly avoided the attack. As soon as he steadied himself, he saw Xiang Tianlu had already rushed to the other side of the monster. With powerful strength gathered in his hands, he blasted towards the monster's belly. "Break it for me!" Xiang Tianlu shouted and pushed with both hands suddenly. A powerful force surged out like a torrent, colliding with the scales of the monster, making a deafening sound. However, the scales of the seven holy fire Luo Qi seemed indestructible, and Xiang Tianlu's attack only left a shallow mark on its surface. The monster roared, as if it was angry at Xiang Tianlu's provocation. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a ball of blazing flame, heading straight towards the road to heaven. Xiang Tianlu turned sharply in the air and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the flame did not dissipate, but turned into a huge amount of firebird in the air, and with a scorching breath, it rushed towards Xiang Tianru again. "New Orleans, help me!" Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with a hint of anxiety and helplessness in his voice. New Orleans was shocked when he heard this. He knew very well that if he retreated at that moment, both of them would be doomed. So he gritted his teeth and headed towards the seven holy fire Luo Qi. His fists kept waving in the air, causing gusts of violent air currents. Every attack seemed to be able to shake the heaven and earth, but it was never able to cause any substantial damage to the seven holy fire Luo Qi. The seventh Saint Luo Qi seemed to be toying with them, dodging every attack just right, and then counterattacking. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu gradually felt exhausted in this endless battle. Although their strength was improved under the pressure of this force, they still seemed powerless in the face of such a powerful monster. "We can't go on like this," New Orleans shouted loudly, with a hint of despair and unwillingness in his voice. Xiang Tianlu's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He knew very well that if he didn't cheer up, both of them would die here. So he took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. "New Orleans, let's work together to attack its eyes," Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with a hint of firmness and courage in his voice. New Orleans was moved when he heard this. He knew very well that the monster's eyes were its weak point. If he could hit it, he might be able to cause serious damage to it. So he nodded and rushed towards the seven holy fire Luo Qi together with Xiang Tianlu. The two figures intertwined in the air, as if turning into a flash of lightning, heading straight for the monster's eyes. Their fists kept waving in the air, bringing up gusts of violent air currents that seemed to tear the entire sky apart. The seven holy fire Luo Qi seemed to sense the intentions of the two people. It roared, and its eyes flashed with an even hotter light. However, New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu did not retreat. With their newfound strength, they constantly attacked the monster's eyes. Finally, in a fierce attack, New Orleans' fist successfully hit one of the eyes of seven holy fire Luo Qi. With a scream, hot lava flowed from the monster's eyes, as if it was going to burn the entire world to ashes. However, the seven holy fire Luo Qi did not back down. It roared even more violently, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. At the same time, its other eye became even hotter, as if it was about to spew out even more terrifying flames. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu were both shocked when they saw this. They knew very well that if they did not retreat at this moment, they would be doomed. So, they flashed away and withdrew from the battle. However, at this moment, Tian Shenghuoqi suddenly stopped roaring. It lowered its head, as if looking at its own wound, and then slowly closed its eyes. The entire space fell into silence again, with only yellow sand and gravel slowly falling in the air. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stared at the seven holy fire Luo Qi, fearing that it would attack again. However, no matter how long they waited, the monster never opened its eyes again. It seemed as if at this moment, it had completely lost its vitality. We won. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief and surprise. Nuo Lin nodded, a tired but relieved smile on his face. However, at this moment, the mysterious light lit up again. It is like a bridge connecting them with another world. The body of seven holy fire Luo Qi gradually became transparent under the illumination of this light and finally disappeared. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were immersed in the joy of victory, the tranquility around them was broken by a sudden change. The mysterious light not only did not dissipate, but became brighter, as if it was about to illuminate the eternal darkness. Under the shining of this light, space seems to be distorted and time loses its meaning at this moment. The body of the seven holy fire Luo Qi disappeared in the light, but its will did not seem to be annihilated. There was an indescribable sense of oppression in the air, like a dark cloud pressing down on one's head, making people feel terrified. No, this breath. Nuo Lin frowned. He keenly perceived the increasingly strong danger in the air. Xiang Tianlu's face also changed drastically. He looked at the light that was constantly gathering, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. This is like some kind of call. It's not really dead. Before he finished speaking, a larger figure slowly took shape in the light. It was a more ferocious and hideous seven sacred fire Luoqi. Its body was more majestic than before. Its scales flashed with a heart-pounding red light, and its eyes were like two burning stars, releasing destructive power. This is Li Hao, its true form. Nuo Lin's pupils shrank suddenly. He had never seen such a terrifying monster before. Its aura was so strong that it was enough to make people change color. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists. His heart was trembling, but his eyes were extremely firm. No matter what it is, we have no way out. We can only fight. After saying that, the two of them set off almost at the same time, like two meteors streaking through the sky, heading straight for the newly born seven sacred fire Luo Qi. Nuo Lin roared, and his fists brought up a huge gust of wind. Each punch seemed to be able to shake the mountains and rivers, and the friction with the air produced sparks. His figure left a series of afterimages in the air, trying to use his speed and strength to find the monster's weakness. However, the seven holy fire Luo Qi was like an indestructible rock, allowing Nuo Lin's fists to rain down like raindrops and only caused ripples on its surface. Its tail swept across suddenly, bringing up a flame that burned the sky and boiled the sea. Nuo Lin was unable to avoid it and was blown away by the heat wave. He rolled several times in the air before he could barely stabilize his body. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu saw this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. An unprecedented power surged in his body, as if it was going to burn him to ashes. His body suddenly grew in size, and his hands condensed into two invisible giant blades, shining with silver light, and slashed towards the neck of the monster. Seventh holy fire Luo Qi snorted coldly, and moved his body to the side strangely, easily avoiding Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow. Its counterattack was like a violent storm, and every swing of its claws carried a force that was enough to destroy the world, forcing Xiang Tianlu to retreat again and again in danger. How can this beast be so powerful? Xiang Tianlu gasped heavily. Sweat and blood mixed together and dripped onto the yellow sand. Nuo Lin got up from the ground, his body covered with wounds, but his eyes were even more determined. Xiang Tianlu, we can't separate. We must work together to fight. The two looked at each other, and without further words, they understood each other. They rushed towards the seven holy fire Luo Qi at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, like two bright stars, colliding with each other and bursting out with amazing power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's bodies intertwined in the air, and their strength reached its peak at this moment, as if they were about to tear the entire space apart. Their combined attack, with the power to destroy the world, slammed into the chest of 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi. The 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi let out a deafening roar, and its scales seemed to be under unimaginable pressure at this moment, making crisp cracking sounds 870. But there was a flash of madness in its eyes that was indomitable spirit, fighting spirit, and a provocation to the end of life. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, and yellow sand and flames intertwined together to form a doomsday picture. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were blown away by huge amounts of force, but they showed relieved smiles on their faces because they knew that this blow was enough to severely damage this powerful monster. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the figure of the 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi was still standing. Although there was a shocking wound on its chest, its aura did not weaken much, but became even more violent. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the figure of the 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi looked even more ferocious in the afterglow of the setting sun. The lava flowing from the wound was like the fire of hell, melting the surrounding yellow sand into a red, scorched earth. But its eyes were still as hot as torches, revealing its indomitable spirit and anger, as if it wanted to burn the entire world to ashes. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu struggled to get up from the ground. Their clothes were tattered and their bodies were covered with wounds, but their eyes were burning with an undying fighting spirit. They knew that this battle was far from over and the real life-and-death struggle had just begun. It hasn't fallen down yet, Xiang Tianlu gasped, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Nuo Lin clenched his fists. His eyes were as firm as iron. Xiang Tian rode, "We can't give up, otherwise we will all die here." After saying that, Nuo Lin rushed towards the 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi again. His figure was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the sky with endless murderous intent. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his fists condensing with silver light, as if to tear the entire space apart. The 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi came forward with a roar. Its claws were like sharp blades, and every swing carried enough power to destroy mountains and rivers. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu left afterimages in the air. Relying on their advantages in speed and strength, they constantly looked for the flaws of the monster. The battle once again became fierce, with yellow sand and flames intertwined to form a thrilling picture. Every attack from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to tear the entire space apart, and every counterattack from 7 Sacred Fire Luo Qi was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. In this chaotic battlefield, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to have become 2 eternal meteors. They constantly attacked the defense line of the 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi, trying to find that fatal blow. Finally, in a fierce battle, Nuo Lin discovered the flaw of District 7 Hua Luo Qi. There was a flash of determination in his eyes, and his body rushed straight towards the neck of the monster like an arrow. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his fists condensing with silver light, as if he wanted to shatter the entire space. "Break it for me," Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shouted at the same time. Their strength reached its peak at this moment, as if they were going to tear the entire world apart. Atf! The 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi let out a deafening roar, and his eyes revealed endless fear and despair. Under the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, its neck finally couldn't bear the huge amounts of pressure and made a crisp breaking sound. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge body of the 7 Holy Fire Luo Qi flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and slammed heavily on the yellow sand in the distance. Its eyes gradually lost their luster, and its huge body began to dissipate, eventually turning into a cloud of red smoke. The smoke and dust settled, and the last rays of sunset shone on the tired but determined faces of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. They stood quietly on the scorched earth, baptized by battle, looking at the place where the 7 Sacred Fire Luo Qi disappeared, feeling both relieved and a little disappointed. We really did it. Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little hoarse, but more of it was incredible joy. Nuo Lin nodded, a tired smile on his face. Yes, along the way, we have been on the verge of life and death so many times, but we finally made it through. The two looked at each other and smiled, and that smile contained too many unspeakable emotions: trust in each other, joy for victory, and longing for the future. Afterwards, they began to look for a place to rest and recuperate in this desolate land. After some exploration, they found an oasis in a small valley surrounded by huge rocks, where there were clear springs and green grass, which was in sharp contrast to the desolation outside. This place is nice. Let's rest here for a few days, Nuo Lin suggested. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, and the two of them worked together to build a simple shelter, and then sat quietly beside the oasis, enjoying the rare tranquility. As night falls, the starry sky is bright, and a bright moon hangs high in the sky. In the oasis, the breeze blew gently, bringing cool breezes. The two sat around the campfire, sharing each other's stories and dreams. I've always dreamed of traveling to every corner of this continent and seeing those legendary miracles. Wei Lu's voice floated gently in the night wind. Nuo Lin smiled. Me too, but I have one more dream, which is to find a way to make us stronger and protect everything we cherish. As the night deepened, the two gradually fell into a deep sleep. In their dreams, they seemed to see a wider world waiting for them to conquer. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on this oasis, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianru had regained their vitality. Their wounds have healed and their spirits are renewed. Are you ready? It's time for us to continue our journey. Nuo Lin stood up and looked into the distance, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. The two packed their bags and bid farewell to this oasis that gave them shelter and peace. Walking out of the valley, they stepped into the barren land again. But unlike before, their state of mind has changed by huge amounts. After experiencing the test of life and death, they cherish each other's friendship more and strengthen their belief in the future. Along the way, they walked through barren deserts, crossed deep canyons, and climbed over continuous mountains. Every scene seems to be telling the history and legend of this continent. In the desert, golden sand dunes rise and fall like waves, boundless. Under the scorching sun, the sand shines brightly, as if the whole world is covered with a layer of golden glow. The two men rode camels and moved slowly forward, leaving deep footprints in this vast sea of sand. In the canyon, the steep rock walls are as if cut by knives and axes, reaching straight into the sky. At the bottom of the canyon, a clear stream gurgles, adding a bit of vitality to this silent world. The two walked along the stream, admiring the strange peaks and rocks along the way and feeling the wonders of nature. The top of the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. The two climbed to the top of the mountain and looked down at the world below. The mountains in the distance are layered one after another, as if a beautiful painting is slowly unfolding before your eyes. They took a deep breath and felt the gift from nature. As night fell, they found a flat place to set up their tent and sat around the campfire. The starry sky is bright, and the Milky Way hangs low, as if within reach. They looked at the starry sky quietly, their hearts filled with awe and yearning. I always feel that this continent hides countless secrets. Xiang Tianlu broke the silence, and his voice echoed in the night sky. Xiang Tianlu's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Nuo Lin withdrew his gaze from the starry sky and stared at the jumping flames. The firelight reflected in his eyes, flickering with an inexplicable light. Indeed, every inch of this continent contains ancient and mysterious power. Everything we have experienced is just the tip of the iceberg. Nuo Lin's voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the night and touch the distant unknown. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind broke the tranquility of the night, rolling up yellow sand all over the sky, like an invisible beast roaring in the darkness. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood up quickly, gripped their weapons tightly, and looked around vigilantly. However, apart from the raging sandstorm, there was nothing unusual. This wind seems a little unusual. Xiang Tianlu frowned. His perception stretched out in the wind and sand, trying to capture any possible danger signals. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes solemn. It is not advisable to stay here for long. We have to find a shelter as soon as possible. The two of them quickly packed up the tent and took advantage of the wind to use their skills to shuttle through the sand. The wind and sand were like sharp blades, cutting through the air and testing their speed and reaction. Every jump and every dodge must be precise. Any mistake may result in being swallowed by the wind and sand. After a difficult trek, they finally found a natural shelter. The entrance of the cave was blocked by huge rocks, forming a relatively safe space. The two men hid in the cave and took a short rest with the help of the light of the torches. This sandstorm seems to be another test of us by nature. Xiang Tianlu wiped the sweat from his face with a hint of relief in his tone. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp. No, I think this is more than just a test. This continent seems to have its own will, and it is leading us to explore deeper secrets in this way. Xiang Tianlu was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Nuo Lin with an unprecedented light in his eyes. Are you saying that this continent is conveying some kind of message to us? Nuo Lin did not answer directly, but walked to the entrance of the cave and stared at the sandstorm that was still raging outside, as if he could penetrate the sandstorm and see the scenery farther away. Perhaps we should be more proactive in finding answers rather than passively accepting challenges. Nuo Lin's voice was firm and powerful, as if he had made some kind of determination. At this moment, a more violent gust of sandstorm came, accompanied by a roar, as if something was approaching. The two men immediately entered combat mode and were ready for battle. However, when the sand and wind cleared, there was nothing unusual except the mess outside the cave. Xiang Tianlu was stunned. He looked at Nuo Lin with confusion in his eyes. Nuo Lin also frowned. He slowly walked out of the cave and stared into the distance. There, in the chaos, it seemed that some kind of power was stirring, waiting for their exploration. The wind and sand gradually subsided, and the world returned to a dead silence, with only the unknown aura of chaos still surging in the distance. Request flowers. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without saying anything, they both read the determination in their firm eyes. There must be something strange behind this sandstorm. Nuo Lin's voice was low, like an echo from ancient times, reverberating in the empty wind shelter. He moved and was the first to walk out of the cave, heading towards the chaos with big strides. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. Both of them walked steadily, and every step seemed to be stepping on the vein of time, stirring up circles of invisible ripples. As they went deeper, the air around them began to grow heavy, as if an invisible giant hand was secretly obstructing them, trying to pull them back to the starting point. This power, Xiang Tianlu murmured, his eyes flashing with a strange light in the night, which was a desire for unknown challenges and awe of powerful strength. Point zero. He took a deep breath, and it seemed as if some ancient blood was boiling in his body, giving him the strength to move forward. Nuo Lin said nothing, but quickened his pace. His figure was looming in the chaos, like a ray of light that traveled through the cracks in time and space, leading the way to the sky. At this moment, the air ahead suddenly fluctuated violently, as if an invisible barrier was suddenly knocked open, and a violent energy surged in like a flood. Be careful, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure instantly turned into a shadow, flashing to the side. At the same time, he stretched out a hand, firmly grasped Xiang Tianlu's arm, and pulled him aside. The violent energy brushed past their bodies, tearing the surrounding space into pieces, as if even time had stopped at this moment. Xiang Tianlu's face changed slightly. He had never seen such a terrifying power. Even the previous battle with the seven holy fire Luo Qi had never made him feel such a strong sense of oppression. He looked at Nuo Lin and saw an unprecedented solemnity in Nuo Lin's eyes, as if he was facing something beyond imagination. It may have touched the deepest secrets of this continent. Nuo Lin's voice was low and firm. There seemed to be some kind of power awakening in his body, which resonated subtly with the surrounding chaos aura. He slowly stretched out his hands, palms facing up, as if summoning something. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu felt inexplicably excited. He knew very well that what Nuo Lin was showing at this moment was by no means an ordinary method, but the true strength condensed from all the tests and hardships they had experienced on this continent. He stopped hesitating, clenched his hands into fists, and the blood in his body surged, preparing to face the upcoming unknown challenges. At this moment, the chaos aura around them suddenly became more turbulent, as if countless forces were intertwining and colliding with each other, forming vortices visible to the naked eye. In those whirlpools, ancient runes flickered and mysterious totems emerged, as if the history and legends of the entire continent had condensed into substance at this moment. "Come on," Nuo Lin shouted. At this moment, his figure seemed to merge with the heaven and earth, and he was surrounded by brilliant light. That was his fighting will and his determination to explore this continent endlessly. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two of them shuttled through the chaos. Each attack carried the power to destroy the world, and they engaged in a fierce battle with those invisible whirlpools. The air was filled with the sound of explosions, and every collision seemed like a star falling, and the sky and the earth changed color. However, just as they were about to break through the core of chaos and touch the deepest secrets, an unprecedented force suddenly descended and forced them back. The power was so strong that even if Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu joined forces, they would find it difficult to resist. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were knocked back several steps by the sudden force. The ground beneath their feet cracked due to their impact, and dust flew everywhere, forming a small storm. The breathing of both of them was a little disordered. Obviously, the oppressive feeling of that force made them feel unprecedented pressure. What kind of power is this?" Xiang Tianlu gasped, with shock and confusion in his eyes. He looked at Nuo Lin, hoping to find the answer from this partner who fought side by side with him. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He shook his head slowly and said, "This power doesn't seem to originate from this continent originally, but seems to be something beyond this continent." Xiang Tianlu was shocked when he heard this. Existence beyond this continent? This means that they may have touched upon some taboo or the truth hidden in this continent. At this moment, the surrounding chaos aura surged again, and those ancient runes and mysterious totems seemed to come alive. They intertwined and collided in the air, forming complex patterns, each of which contained endless mysteries and history. "Look!" Nuo Lin suddenly pointed to the sky and saw a bright light cutting through chaos, as if a crack had appeared in the sky, revealing a scene that did not belong to this continent. Looking in the direction of Nuo Lin's finger, Xiang Tianlu saw countless stars twinkling in the light, which looked like a scene from another world, beautiful and mysterious. "Are we going there?" There was a hint of uncertainty in Xiang Tianlu's voice, but more of a desire for the unknown. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment. He stared at the light, with determination flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that this might be the key for them to uncover the secrets of this continent. "Go!" Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure turned into a ray of light again, rushing towards the direction of the light. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two figures shuttled through chaos like two meteors streaking through the night sky. As they approached, the light became brighter and brighter, and the surrounding chaos aura seemed to be swallowed up by it, becoming calm and peaceful. However, when they were about to touch the light, a strong resistance came again, blocking them firmly outside. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both stopped. They stared at the light with both unwillingness and helplessness in their eyes. They knew that this force was not something they could easily resist. At this moment, the light suddenly flickered, as if responding to them. Then, a warm force emanated from the light and enveloped their bodies. This force is both gentle and powerful, as if it can soothe their inner restlessness and anxiety. Xiang Tianlu felt this power, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He looked at Nuo Lin and saw a strange light flashing in Nuo Lin's eyes. Maybe this is our chance. There was a hint of excitement in Nuo Lin's voice. He knew very well that the emergence of this power was by no means accidental, but rather the result of some unknown guidance. Guided by that warm force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu took another step forward. This time, they did not encounter any obstacles, but passed through the light smoothly and entered a brand new world. This world is completely different from what they have seen before, full of life and vitality. There are colorful clouds floating in the sky, exotic plants growing on the ground, and a faint fragrance in the air. Everything seems so harmonious and beautiful, as if it were a fairyland isolated from the world. However, just as they were immersed in this beautiful scenery, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged in their hearts. They looked at each other and saw the vigilance and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu set foot in this new world. The beautiful scenery around them unfolds like a painting, but the warning signs in their hearts are like ice piercing their bones, making this tranquility seem extremely strange. The beauty of this place is intoxicating, but also hides unknown secrets. Nuo Lin whispered, his eyes like torches, penetrating the gorgeous appearance and looking directly into the dark abyss hidden behind the beauty. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn. Indeed, the more beautiful things are, the greater the danger they often hide. We need to be more careful. Just as they were observing their surroundings vigilantly, trying to catch a glimpse of subtle danger, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled, and an invisible wave surged out from the depths of the earth, like a sleeping beast being awakened and roaring angrily. Nuo Lin frowned. He felt the antiquity and power of this force, as if it was connected to the pulse of the entire world. The spirit of the earth seems to be warning us, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. His hands clenched unconsciously, and his blood boiled in his body, preparing to deal with the impending changes. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to distort. The colorful clouds turned as dark as ink, the strange plants on the earth withered quickly, and a pungent smell of decay filled the air. The whole world seemed to have fallen from heaven into hell in an instant. "Oh no, this world is going to change," Nuo Lin shouted. He flashed and appeared next to Xiang Tianlu. The two stood back to back at 2.9, waiting in formation. At this moment, huge amounts of cracks appeared in the sky, and a violent storm gushed out from the crack, sweeping towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu with destructive force. In the storm, ancient runes flickered and mysterious forces intertwined, as if to devour all living things. "Well done," Nuo Lin shouted angrily, his blood boiling like a volcano erupting. A powerful force surged out of his body and turned into a bright light, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the storm. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He waved his hands, and two golden blades of light flew out from his palms, like lightning that cut through the night sky, colliding with the runes in the storm, making a deafening sound. The battle between the two and the storm was extremely fierce, and every confrontation seemed to shatter mountains and rivers, and the color of the ground was different. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are like two unyielding flames, shuttling and fighting in the storm. Their figures appear and disappear from time to time, as if searching for a glimmer of hope in the endless darkness. However, as time went on, the storm seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and the strength of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu was gradually consumed. Their breathing became rapid and the wounds on their bodies continued to increase, but their eyes became more determined because they knew that this battle was about their life and death, and also about the truth of this continent. We can't go on like this. We must find the source of the storm and destroy it. Nual Lin shouted, and the power in his body burst out again, turning into a bright light and rushing towards the center of the storm. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his fists clenched tightly, and every time he swung his fists it seemed as if mountains and rivers were shattered. There was an unyielding light flashing in his eyes, and he vowed to fight this storm to the end. The two finally rushed to the center of the storm, where there was a vortex of huge amounts that was madly swallowing up everything around it. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the determination and firmness in each other's eyes. "Let's attack together," Nual Lin shouted. He and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time, releasing all the remaining strength in their bodies, transforming it into a 0-3 bright light, and launched the final confrontation with the vortex. Just as they were about to touch the core of the vortex, an unprecedented force suddenly descended, forcing the two of them to retreat. The power was so strong that even if Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu joined forces, they would find it difficult to resist. The two men flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood and breathing heavily. But they still did not give up. They supported each other and stood up, looking firmly towards the center of the vortex. The two men staggered to their feet, their eyes fixed on the center of the vortex. At this moment, a huge monster slowly rose from the whirlpool, carrying with it a monstrous blood and hot breath, as if it was a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, which was awe-inspiring. It was a blood-flaming blood turtle dragon, huge in size, like a moving mountain. Its back is covered with red scales, each of which sparkles with a metallic luster, as if it could withstand any attack in the world. Its eyes were like two burning flames, emitting a frightening light, and its four sturdy claws were as sharp as knives, and every swing was accompanied by the sound of tearing air. "This is the blood-flame blood turtle dragon." Nual Lin's voice was filled with shock. He knew very well how terrifying this monster was. Not only was it incredibly powerful, it also possessed an extremely strong recovery ability, almost a regenerative healing factor. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He stared at the blood-flaming blood turtle dragon, clenched his hands again, and the blood in his body surged, preparing to meet this final challenge. The blood-flame blood turtle dragon let out a low roar that echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. It opened its huge mouth and a stream of blazing flames gushed out of its mouth, heading straight towards Nual Lin and Xiangtian Road. The flames were like a burning galaxy, carrying with them destructive power, as if they were going to devour both of them. "Be careful," Nual Lin shouted, and in a flash he appeared beside Xiang Tianlu. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a golden light shield instantly enveloped the two of them. The flames hit the light shield, making a deafening sound, and the golden light shield trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any time. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces changed drastically. They knew that the power of this blood-flame blood turtle dragon was far beyond their imagination. "We can't let it go on like this. We must find its weakness," Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice, his eyes quickly scanning the blood-flame blood turtle dragon, trying to find the flaw hidden under its powerful appearance. Nual Lin nodded. He took a deep breath. The blood in his body boiled again, turned into a bright light, and went straight to the blood-flaming blood turtle dragon. His hands were like two sharp swords, and every time he swung them, there was a sound of tearing air. He engaged in a fierce battle with the blood-flame blood turtle dragon. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. He waved his hands, and two golden blades of light flew out again, like lightning that cut through the night sky, colliding with the claws of the blood-flame blood turtle dragon, making a deafening sound. The battle between the three was extremely fierce. Every time they clashed, it seemed as if mountains and rivers were shattered and the sky and earth changed color. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two unyielding flames, shuttling and fighting amidst the attacks of the blood-flaming blood turtle dragon. Their figures appeared and disappeared from time to time, as if they were searching for a glimmer of hope in the endless darkness. However, the power of the blood flame blood turtle dragon was too strong. Even if Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu joined forces, they could not gain the upper hand. Although their attacks were fierce, they were still unable to break through the defense of the blood flame blood turtle dragon, and were instead repelled by it time and time again. "We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness," Nuo Lin shouted, and the power in his body burst out again, turning into a bright light and heading straight for the eyes of the blood flame blood turtle dragon. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his fists clenched tightly, and every time he swung his fists it seemed as if mountains and rivers were shattered, heading straight for the vital points of the blood flame blood turtle. However, the blood flame blood turtle dragon seemed to be able to predict their attacks and was able to cleverly dodge them every time. Its eyes were like two burning flames, staring closely at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to take in every move of theirs. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a flaw in the blood flame blood turtle dragon. On its abdomen, there is a red scale that is different from the other scales. It is slightly raised and seems to be constantly beating. "That's its weakness," Nuo Lin shouted, and the power in his body burst out again, turning into a bright light and rushing straight to the protruding scales. Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up as well. He waved his hands, and two golden blades of light flashed like lightning across the night sky, heading straight for the Scale City. The attacks of the two arrived almost at the same time, and the raised scale shattered instantly under their attacks. A stream of black blood spurted out from the wound and sprinkled into the sky like a fountain. The blood flame blood turtle dragon let out a shrill roar. Its eyes instantly became dim, and its body began to tremble violently. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both cheered up. They knew that they had found the weakness of the blood flame blood turtle dragon. As long as they tried harder, they would be able to defeat it. However, at this moment, the blood flame blood turtle dragon suddenly changed. Its body began to shrink rapidly, as if it wanted to gather all its strength together. At the same time, its eyes became bright again, emitting a heart-pounding light. "Oh no, it's preparing for a final counterattack," Nuo Lin shouted, and the power in his body burst out again, preparing for the impending fatal blow. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He stared at the blood-flaming blood turtle dragon and clenched his hands again, ready to meet the final challenge. At this moment, the blood-flaming blood turtle dragon suddenly disappeared from its original location, and when it reappeared, it was above Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's heads. Its huge mouth opened and a stream of blazing flame gushed out again, heading straight for the two of them. The flames were like a burning galaxy, carrying destructive power, as if they were going to swallow both of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces changed drastically. They knew that this was the last attack of the blood flame blood turtle dragon, and they had to go all out to resist it. However, at this moment, the flame suddenly changed. It began to shrink rapidly, as if trying to gather all its strength together. At the same time, the color of the flame began to change, from scarlet red to deep purple, emitting a heart-pounding light. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and from their deep eyes, they could see each other's determination and unyielding spirit. Just when the flames were condensed to the extreme and about to explode, Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice, "Xiang Tian, you and I will work together, using our blood and energy as a guide, to build an invincible wall." When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that there was no room for hesitation at this moment. The two of them suddenly rose up like two meteors across the sky and instantly met at one point. Nuo Lin's blood surged like a volcano, and Xiang Tianlu's blood also boiled to the extreme. The two forces intertwined and integrated in the air, turning into an extremely gorgeous blood-red halo that protected the two of them firmly. The deep purple flame of the blood flame blood turtle dragon finally erupted, like an angry dragon in the abyss, with a will to destroy everything, It slammed fiercely into the blood halo. At that moment, it seemed as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was the collision of these two forces. The roar was deafening, and even the air was torn apart by this force, forming cracks visible to the naked eye. The blood-red halo trembled violently, and the light flickered as if it would collapse at any time. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu gritted their teeth, and the blood in their bodies poured into the halo like a river bursting its banks to maintain its stability. Sweat and blood were mixed on their faces, but no one retreated, because they knew that this was not only a battle of life and death, but also the ultimate test of will and belief. Hold on, it's already at the end of its strength. Xiang Tianlu's voice rang in Nuo Lin's ears, with a barely perceptible tremor, but more of a firmness. Hearing this, Nuo Lin felt an inexplicable power surge in his heart. He roared, and the blood in his body boiled again, as if he wanted to fully stimulate his potential. At this moment, the blood-red halo shone brightly and actually suppressed the deep purple flame. The blood turtle dragon let out a deafening roar, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared in its flaming eyes. It never expected that these two seemingly insignificant humans could burst out with such amazing power. However, the blood turtle dragon is an ancient monster after all, possessing amazing recovery ability and indomitable will. It roared, and all the scales on its body suddenly lit up, shining like thousands of stars. An even more powerful force surged out of its body, trying to break free from the restraints of the golden halo. "We can't let it succeed," Nuo Lin shouted. He and Xiang Tianlu were in tune with each other, so without further ado, they increased their output of qi and blood at the same time. The blood-colored halo expanded again, tightly wrapping the blood turtle dragon, as if it wanted to devour it completely. This is a contest of will and strength, and every minute and every second is full of thrills. The scales of the blood turtle dragon began to fall off, and each scale was accompanied by a crisp sound, which was a testimony to the fading of its power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces became paler and paler. Their bodies had reached their limits, but the faith in their hearts was like an inextinguishable flame, burning even more vigorously. Under the pressure of the blood-colored halo, the scales on the blood turtle dragon fell off at an increasingly faster speed, and every crisp sound was like a death knell for its fading vitality. Although the deep purple flame was still burning, it had obviously lost its previous ferocity and intensity, becoming flickering and seemed like it would go out at any time. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two figures appear particularly resolute and unyielding under the reflection of the blood-red halo. Although their faces were pale, their eyes were burning with fighting spirit, which was the desire for victory and the persistence of life. "Xiang Tian, we can do it." Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roaring background sound. His words were like a warm current that flowed into Xiang Tianlu's heart. Xiang Tianlu nodded. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Nuo Lin, today we are going to prove that even the ancient monsters can't stop us from moving forward." The words of the two were like war drums, inspiring each other and the surrounding space. The blood-colored halo at this moment seemed to be blessed by some kind of mysterious power, and the light became brighter and brighter, tightly binding the blood turtle dragon, as if to completely wipe it out between heaven and earth. The blood turtle dragon roared in despair, its eyes filled with resentment and anger. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the shackles of the blood-red halo. Its power is fading. Its vitality is dissipating like a dying flower. At this moment, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu roared at the same time, and the energy and blood in their bodies reached their peak at this moment, surging like a river bursting its banks. Under their urging, the blood halo shone brightly, forming a blood storm that completely swallowed up the blood turtle dragon. In the storm, the figure of the blood turtle dragon was looming, like a lonely boat trapped in the strong wind and huge waves, helpless and desperate. Its scales fell off one after another under the tearing of the storm, turning into a bloody rain that dyed the entire space red. The deep purple flame, under the ravages of the storm, was like a candle in the wind, swaying and about to go out. Xiangshan, try harder. It can't hold on any longer. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the storm, a little hoarse, but full of unquestionable firmness. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that this was a critical moment, and he could not relax at all. Then he mobilized all the energy and blood in his body once again, and like a volcanic eruption, it surged into the blood-colored halo. With the joint efforts of the two, the blood-red halo became brighter and brighter, like a rising sun, illuminating the entire world. The power of the storm also increased, like the collapse of heaven and earth, trapping the blood-flame blood turtle dragon tightly, unable to move at all. The blood-flame blood turtle dragon let out a shrill roar in the storm, its eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the bloody storm. Its vitality is rapidly fading, and its body is becoming weaker and weaker. Nuo Lin, it's almost dying. Hold on a little longer. Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out in the storm, with a hint of excitement and anticipation. When Nuo Lin heard this, an inexplicable power surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination. He once again mobilized all the energy and blood in his body, and it poured into the blood-colored halo like a tide, increasing the power of the storm even more. The bloody storm seemed to have reached its peak at this moment. The light was dazzling and bright, like the only light between heaven and earth. Under the impact of this force, the body of the blood-flame blood turtle dragon in the storm began to fall apart, and the deep purple flame was completely extinguished. Finally, it's over. Nuo Lin's voice rang out in the storm, with a hint of fatigue and relief. Xiang Tianlu also breathed a sigh of relief. A gratified smile appeared on his face. He knew that they had finally defeated this powerful ancient monster. The storm gradually dissipated, revealing the broken body of the blood-flame blood turtle dragon. Its eyes had lost their light, and its body had become stiff and cold, and it had obviously lost its breath of life. After the storm subsided, peace returned to the world. Only the broken body of the blood-flame blood turtle dragon lay there quietly, as if telling the story of the fierce battle just now. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the joy of victory and a hint of relief after exhaustion in each other's eyes. We really did it, Nuo Lin said softly. Although his voice was weak, it was full of indescribable determination. Xiang Tianlu nodded. His eyes fell on the blood-flame blood turtle Jiao. A hint of curiosity and expectation flashed in his eyes. I wonder if this ancient monster has any treasures? The two men cautiously approached the body of the blood-flame blood turtle dragon and began to search carefully. After some searching, they finally found a bead that was shining with strange light in the belly of the blood-flame blood turtle dragon. The bead was dark purple, with faint flame patterns flowing on its surface, as if it contained endless power. This is the blood flame pearl? Nuo Lin shouted in surprise. He had seen records about the blood flame pearl in ancient books and knew that this pearl was a treasure bred in the body of the ancient monster blood flame blood turtle dragon and possessed amazing power. Xiang Tianlu was also surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that we really found the blood flame pearl. This pearl is said to be able to enhance the strength of practitioners, and it may even make a person's cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds. The two smiled at each other, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. They knew that this blood flame pearl would be the key to improving their strength. So, they carefully put away the blood flame pearl, and then found a safe place to start taking it. The moment the blood flame pearl entered their mouths, a blazing force instantly erupted in their bodies, as if it was going to burst their bodies. The two of them gritted their teeth and endured the impact of this force. As time went on, they gradually adapted to this power and began to guide it into their own chi and blood. When the power of the blood flame pearl was fully integrated into their bodies, they felt that their strength had been greatly enhanced. The originally tired body became full of strength, as if it could shatter mountains and rivers with one punch. It's amazing. I feel like my strength has at least doubled. Nuo-Lin, shouted excitedly, with confidence gleaming in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu also showed a satisfied smile. Me too. This blood flame pearl is indeed worthy of its reputation. As the power of the blood flame pearl was fully integrated, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an unprecedented power, as if the whole world was shaking under their feet. They stood up and looked at each other, their eyes showing both satisfaction with each other's improved strength and anticipation for unknown challenges in the future. Xiang Tian, do you think that with our current strength, we can make a name for ourselves on the mainland? Nuo-Lin asked expectantly, his eyes looking through the sparse trees to the vast sky in the distance. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, his eyes deep. At least, we have more capital to explore those legendary secrets and find more opportunities. However, the road to becoming a truly powerful person has just begun. The two decided to take a short break here. After all, after experiencing a fierce battle with the blood flame blood turtle dragon, even they needed time to consolidate this sudden power. They found a hidden cave whose entrance was covered by vines, making it safe and difficult to be discovered. Inside the cave, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the two men's resolute faces. They sat around the fire, practicing quietly and consolidating the strength in their bodies. Outside the cave, the night deepens, the stars twinkle, and the moonlight shines through the sparse clouds and falls on the quiet forest, covering this ancient land with a layer of mysterious silver gauze. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and shone into the cave, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu had completed their training and were full of energy. They walked out of the cave, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt the vitality of nature. A new day and new beginning. Nuo-Lin looked at the rising sun in the distance, his heart full of hope. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the surroundings, as if looking for something. Nuo-Lin, look at the mountains over there, shrouded in clouds and mist, as if hiding some secrets. Nuo-Lin looked in the direction of the heavenly road and saw mountains in the distance, shrouded in clouds and mist, which indeed gave people a mysterious feeling. He couldn't help but feel a desire to explore. Then let's go and take a look. Maybe there are opportunities there that we haven't known about. The two packed their bags and set off on their journey to the mysterious mountains. Along the way, they passed through dense forests and crossed gurgling streams, and every step was filled with a desire for the unknown. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenery became more and more magnificent. The mountains become increasingly steep, and waterfalls cascade down from the cliffs like an upside-down Milky Way, with a thunderous sound and magnificent momentum. In the mountains and forests, exotic flowers and plants are everywhere. Colorful butterflies are flying, birds are singing, and flowers are fragrant, forming a moving picture. As the sun set, the two finally stood at the foot of the mysterious mountains. Looking up, I saw the mountain peaks piercing the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if they were the gateway to heaven. There is both awe and yearning in their hearts. As night fell quietly, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood at the foot of the mysterious mountains, looking up at the misty peaks, feeling both awe and indescribable yearning in their hearts. The mountain breeze blew gently, bringing a slight chill, but did not in the least dampen their determination to climb. Xiang Tian, this mountain is so steep. Do we really want to go up? Nuo-Lin's voice trembled slightly in the night wind, but it was not fear, but excitement about the unknown. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, his eyes as firm as iron. Now that we are here, how can we retreat? No matter what opportunities there are on the top of the mountain, we must find out. The two smiled at each other, and then set out on their climbing journey. The mountain road is rugged and rocky, and every step is full of challenges. However, they seem tireless, relying on their tenacious will and strong strength. They approached the top of the mountain step by step. As the night deepened, the wind in the mountains howled louder and louder, as if an invisible force was blocking their progress. But Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not afraid at all. The power of the blood flame beads in their bodies surged like a blazing flame, illuminating the road ahead. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard, and a huge rock in front collapsed under an unknown force, and the rubble flew everywhere like thousands of arrows. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu flashed and avoided the sudden disaster with their agility. It seems that this mountain is not as simple as imagined, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to find the source of this power. Nuo-Lin nodded, a surge of pride in his heart. The more dangerous it is, the more likely it is to hide huge amounts of opportunities. We must not give up easily. The two set off again. This time they were more cautious and took every step carefully. As the altitude increased, the sound of the mountain wind became stronger and stronger, as if countless evil spirits were roaring. But Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu remained unshakable. They held each other's hands tightly and faced the unknown challenge together. Finally, after going through countless hardships and dangers, they reached the edge of the mountaintop. There was an open space ahead, and in the mist, an ancient altar could be vaguely seen. There was a flickering light on the altar, as if a mysterious power was surging. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood on the edge of the mountaintop, their eyes fixed on the ancient altar in front of them. The altar is made of an unknown black stone, and the years have left mottled marks on its surface. But even so, it still exudes an indescribable solemnity and mystery. Look, there seem to be words on the altar. Nuo-Lin pointed to the edge of the altar, where circles of ancient runes were engraved, flashing a faint light, as if they were the mark of some ancient language. He walked a few steps closer to the heavenly path and observed the runes carefully. These runes, I seem to have seen similar records in the ancient books of my family. They seem to be related to the ancient sacrificial rituals. Sacrificial ceremony? Nuo-Lin asked curiously, with an urge to explore the unknown in his heart. Yes, according to legend, some powerful beings will leave altars, waiting for the arrival of destined people, and grant them power or knowledge through specific rituals. Xiang Tianlu explained. His eyes flickered with desire for the unknown. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they walked towards the altar tacitly. The moment they stepped onto the altar, the surrounding clouds and mist seemed to be summoned by something and began to slowly gather together, forming a vortex of huge amounts of matter that enveloped the altar. Nuo-Lin looked at the changes in front of him in surprise. He felt a powerful force awakening from the altar and resonating with the blood flame bead in his body. Xiang Tianlu closed his eyes tightly, feeling the fluctuation of this power. It seems that our arrival has triggered some mechanism. Nuo-Lin, get ready to take over. As the light on the altar grew brighter, Nuo-Lin felt a warm and powerful force surge into his body, integrating with the power of his blood flame pearl, as if unlocking some potential hidden in his body. Nuo-Lin couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes became as hot as flames, and a faint halo of fire surrounded his body. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu secretly thanked God that his judgment was correct. He knew that he and Nuo-Lin were standing at a turning point in their destiny and were about to experience unprecedented changes. When the light reached its peak, a crack suddenly appeared in the altar, and an ancient tablet slowly rose from it. The jade slip is engraved with complex runes, emitting a soft light, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. Nuo-Lin, look. Xiang Tianlu pointed at the jade slip, his voice filled with excitement. Nuo-Lin reached out to take the jade slip, and the moment he touched it, a huge stream of information poured into his mind. He saw ancient battlefields, powerful gods, and lost legends. As he gradually digested all this information, Nuo Lin slowly opened his eyes filled with unprecedented determination and wisdom. Xiang Tian have found the true path to Chu Tuesday. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded. He knew that Nuo Lin had obtained some kind of remarkable inheritance. But at this moment, the light on the altar suddenly dimmed, and the surrounding clouds began to dissipate, as if everything had returned to calm. However, when the two were about to leave, they discovered that there seemed to be some unknown existence hidden in the cracks of the altar. It was a faint but not negligible scent, as if telling them that the real secret had not yet been fully revealed. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both could read shock and confusion in their deep eyes. In the cracks of the altar, the faint scent became stronger and stronger, as if some ancient and powerful power was slowly awakening and trying to break free from its slumber. Nuo Lin, this. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of hesitation. He had never seen such a strange and tempting scene. Nuo Lin clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force awakening in his body due to the inheritance of the Jade Slip. His eyes flashed with determination and fearlessness. Xiang Tian, no matter what is ahead, none of us can back down. This is our opportunity and also our challenge. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a surge of pride surged in his heart. He nodded and stood side by side with Nuo Lin, facing the unknown crack together. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave erupted from the cracks in the altar. The energy swept over like a violent storm, instantly submerging the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu flashed and dodged in the energy torrent with their agility and profound cultivation, while at the same time mobilizing the power in their bodies to fight against it. Zero, request flowers. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground around the altar was shattered into pieces by this powerful energy, with gravel flying and dust flying. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, and after stabilizing themselves, they rushed towards the altar again, trying to explore the secrets in the crack. In the crack, a blurry figure was slowly condensing. The figure exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it was a powerful being who had traveled through time from ancient times. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both read solemnity and vigilance in their deep eyes. This is... Nuo Lin's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He had never seen such a powerful and mysterious existence. Zero. Xiang Tianlu tightly grasped his sword, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if telling of his inner tension and excitement. No matter what kind of existence this is, we can't let it leave easily. This is our opportunity and our responsibility. The two rushed to the altar again and started a fierce battle with the blurry figure. The sword flashed like a dragon, and the fist shadow was as fast as the wind. The two men started a thrilling contest on the altar. Although the blurry figure was powerful, it seemed a little stretched under the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. However, just as the two were about to win, the blurry figure suddenly released an even more powerful energy wave, and the two were instantly repelled. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu staggered, and after steadying themselves, they rushed towards the altar again, preparing for the final battle. At this moment, the crack on the altar suddenly widened, and an even more ancient and powerful force surged out from it, instantly swallowing up the three people. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt the darkness before their eyes, as if they were drawn into an endless whirlpool. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange space. This place is full of ancient and mysterious atmosphere, as if it is a forgotten ancient world. And that blurry figure was now quietly floating in front of them, with its eyes closed, as if it had fallen into some kind of deep sleep. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked around. This unfamiliar space was vast and boundless. The ancient stone walls were engraved with traces of time. The air was filled with a faint ancient atmosphere, as if every wisp of wind carried ancient memories. They were shocked, but remained alert, their eyes fixed on the blurry sleeping figure to prevent any accidents. However, at this moment, a low roar broke the silence. The sound was like the roar of an ancient beast, shaking the entire space and making people uneasy. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Their faces changed, and they turned around quickly, only to see a huge monster slowly walking into their sight. The monster was huge, like a moving hill, and its body was covered with snow-white fur. But beneath the fur, a faint breath of scorching fire could be seen. Its eyes were like two burning flames, flashing with ferocious light. Its mouth revealed sharp fangs, and drool was hanging from the corners of its mouth. It was obviously an extremely powerful monster. The city-burning white tiger. Xiang Tianlu cried out in shock. He had seen the description of this monster in the ancient books of his family and knew the terrifying power of 440. The city-burning white tiger. Nuo Lin frowned. He had never heard of this kind of monster, but judging from its aura, it was definitely not a good one. The flinching white tiger seemed to have noticed the presence of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It stopped and stared at the two of them with a cruel smile on its face, as if it had already regarded them as its prey. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu whispered a warning, while gripping his sword tightly, ready to fight. Nuo Lin also quickly entered combat mode. The power awakening in his body due to the Jade Slip inheritance surged as if it was about to burst out at any time. He stared at the white tiger, flinching with his eyes, and was secretly alert in his heart. Suddenly, the flinching white tiger let out a deafening roar, and its body was like a white lightning, instantly pouncing towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin dodged the attack narrowly, but the hot breath made him feel palpitations. What a fast speed! Nuo Lin was secretly surprised. At the same time, he mobilized the power in his body and shuttled through the space like a ghost, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the flinching white tiger. The sword light was like a dragon, the fish shadow was like the wind, and Nuo Lin and the flinching white tiger started a thrilling contest in space. Nuo Lin's boxing is fierce and powerful, and each punch contains tremendous power, as if it can tear the space apart. The claws and fangs of the burning city white tiger were also extremely sharp, and every strike was accompanied by a blazing flame, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Boom! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin and the flinching white tiger collided again. The powerful force wave instantly swept across the entire space, raising everything around them to the ground. Smoke and dust rose up, gravel flew everywhere, and the whole space seemed to be shaking. When the smoke and dust cleared, only Nuo Lin and flinching white tiger were seen standing there, breathing heavily. Nuo Lin's clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes were even more determined. There were also several deep scars on the body of the flinching white tiger, and it was obvious that it had suffered a great loss in the previous confrontation. It seems that you are nothing special. Nuo Lin sneered and once again mobilized the power in his body, preparing to launch the final attack. The flinching white tiger seemed to have sensed Nuo Lin's determination. It let out a low roar and leaped up again, launching a final battle with Nuo Lin. At this moment, the blurry figure in deep sleep suddenly opened his eyes, and an ancient and powerful force instantly spread out. Those eyes were like the deep universe, as if they could see through everything. It watched the battle between Nuo Lin and the flinching white tiger quietly, with a mysterious smile on its lips. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces changed drastically. They knew that the awakening of this blurry figure would bring greater variables to this battle. However, at this moment, an even more powerful energy wave suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the entire space. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and flinching white tiger all felt an unprecedented pressure, as if the whole world was about to collapse at this moment. What's going on? Nuo Lin exclaimed, his heart full of confusion and anxiety. Xiang Tianlu also gripped his sword tightly and looked around vigilantly, ready to deal with any possible crisis. The flinching white tiger let out a terrified roar, as if it had sensed some even more terrifying existence. Nuo Lin's mind was shaken violently. The energy fluctuations that descended from the sky seemed to contain the will of the entire world, pressing him so hard that he could hardly breathe. He raised his head with difficulty to look at the blurry figure, only to see the light around it becoming brighter and brighter, as if it had some kind of resonance with the energy fluctuations. Nuo Lin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu's voice exploded in his ears, pulling Nuo Lin back to reality from his contemplation. He turned his head suddenly and saw that the flinching white tiger had taken advantage of his distraction to launch a fierce attack. The sharp claws were like flaming blades, carrying a blazing wave of air, going straight to Nuo Lin's vital points. Nuo Lin retreated quickly and narrowly avoided the attack. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, but at the same time he was shocked by the cunning and strength of the burning city white tiger. He knew that he had to give it his all to survive this battle. Roar! The flinching white tiger roared again, with crazy light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to eat Nuo Lin alive. It leaped and pounced towards Nuo Lin like a huge white wave, waving its claws and fangs, bringing up waves of heat and strong winds. Nuo Lin took a deep breath and pushed the strength in his body to the extreme. His figure was like a ghost, dodging left and right in the attack of the flinching white tiger, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Every time he collided with the flinching white tiger, he felt a powerful force that seemed to tear his body apart. Xiang Tianlu, what are you waiting for? Let's attack together. Nuo Lin shouted loudly. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat this powerful monster by himself. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He gripped the sword tightly and rushed towards the burning city white tiger like an arrow. As the long sword was swung, it brought up brilliant sword energy like a meteor streaking through the night sky, colliding with the claws of the flinching white tiger, making bursts of metal clashing sounds. However, the burning city white tiger seemed tireless. Its attacks became more and more fierce, and every blow carried the power to destroy the world. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu could only barely hold off the enemy together. The strength of this monster is so terrifying. Nuo 4.8 Lin was secretly shocked. He had never seen such a powerful monster before. It was as if it was an insurmountable mountain, pressing the two of them to the point of suffocation. Just when Nuo Lin was thinking of quitting, Xiang Tianlu showed extraordinary tenacity and perseverance. His sword shone like a weave, and every time it collided with the claws of the burning city white tiger, it would stir up a spark, like the most dazzling meteor shower in the night sky, brilliant and deadly. Nuo Lin, we can't give up like this. No matter how powerful it is, it has its limits. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. His eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing through the surrounding darkness and illuminating the way forward. Nuo Lin was infected by Xiang Tianlu's determination, and his inner fear and hesitation disappeared instantly. He took a deep breath, and all the muscles in his body tensed, as if every bone was roaring in defiance. He rushed into the battlefield again and fought side by side with Xiang Tianlu. The figures of the two intertwined in the firelight and sword shadows, forming a tragic yet magnificent picture. The flinching white tiger seemed to have noticed the changes in the two people. Its roar became more deafening, and each attack became more ferocious, as if it wanted to tear the entire space apart. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are like two flames standing firm in the strong wind. No matter how fierce the storm is, it cannot extinguish them. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burning. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's clothes had long been soaked with sweat, and their bodies were covered with scars, but their eyes became more and more determined, as if they wanted to convey this unyielding will to the whole world. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Nuo Lin found the flaw of flinching Ripihu. He seized the opportunity, suddenly burst out with all his strength, and rushed towards the burning city white tiger like a flash of lightning. His fist, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, hit the belly of the burning city white tiger heavily. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the flinching white tiger was like being hit by a huge hammer. The whole body flew backwards and hit the stone wall in the distance heavily. At that moment, the entire space seemed to tremble, with gravel flying and smoke and dust rising. The flinching white tiger let out a sharp wail after being hit, and its huge body smashed a deep dent in the stone wall, and gravel fell like raindrops, stirring up the October dust. It struggled to get up, but its limbs felt as heavy as lead, and every effort was in vain. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to approach, their eyes filled with determination and murderous intent. Nuo Lin clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms coiled like a dragon, and every breath drove the surge of power in his body. Xiang Tianlu drew his sword. The tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, and the sword body trembled slightly, as if telling of the coming killing. "We can't give it any chance to breathe." Nuo Lin growled and rushed towards the flinching white tiger again like a wild horse. His fists fell on the body of the flinching white tiger like a violent storm, and every blow was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and tearing muscles. The flinching white tiger struggled in pain, its eyes filled with despair and anger. It tried to fight back with its sharp claws, but under the joint suppression of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, its attack seemed so weak. Xiang Tianlu was looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. His figure was erratic, wandering around the flinching white tiger like a ghost. Whenever the flinching white tiger showed a flaw, he would swing his sword and cut it down without hesitation. The sword light was like a dragon, and every swing was filled with fierce killing intent. Roar! The flinching white tiger roared again, as if it was trying its best to break free from the restraints of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. But at this moment, it is like a spent force, unable to recover. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and they knew that the moment to decide the outcome had come. Nuo Lin once again burst out with all his strength, like a moving mountain, and slammed heavily into the body of the flinching white tiger. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to swing his sword, and the tip of the sword cut through the throat of the flinching white tiger like lightning. Puss! With a soft sound, blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing Xiang Tianlu's sword red. The eyes of the flinching white tiger lost their light in an instant, and its huge body slowly fell down, stirring up a cloud of dust. With the fall of the burning city white tiger, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu finally got a break. They smiled at each other, and although they were exhausted, their eyes were shining with the joy of victory. The two men simply treated their wounds and continued on their journey. After several days of trekking, they arrived at a prosperous place called Pingtong City. Pingtong City is located on a vast plain, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, like a shining pearl inlaid on the earth. The city gate is tall and majestic, with various auspicious animal totems carved on it, highlighting the antiquity and nobility of the city. Walking into the city, you can see shops lining both sides of the street, and it is bustling with people. The various stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods, from precious medicinal herbs to exquisite accessories, from sweet cakes to mellow wines. Everything was available, making it a feast for the eyes. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianru strolled among the crowd, feeling the prosperity and hustle and bustle of the city. They would stop from time to time to admire the stalls and occasionally bargain with the stall owners to buy some of their favorite items. Nuo Lin stopped in front of a stall selling medicinal herbs. He looked carefully at the herbs on the stall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These medicinal herbs are rare species that he rarely sees in other places, and they are extremely effective in healing and maintaining health. "Hey, young man, how much are these herbs for?" Nuo Lin pointed at a few herbs and asked the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man in his 50s. He smiled and replied, "This young man really knows what he is talking about. These herbs were picked by me personally from the mountains. They are of high quality and naturally very expensive. But since you are so knowledgeable, I can give you a discount. After some bargaining, New Lin finally bought several medicinal herbs at a satisfactory price. He put away the herbs contentedly and continued walking along the Xiangtian Road. In front of a stall selling jewelry, Xiang Tianlu was attracted by an exquisite jade pendant. The jade pendant was emerald green all over and as smooth as jade. It was carved with a lifelike phoenix with its wings spread, ready to fly out of the jade pendant at any time. This young man has a good eye. The stall owner was a young woman. She smiled and introduced to Xiang Tianlu. This jade pendant is an ancestral treasure of my family. It has been passed down from generation to generation and is priceless. If you're interested, I can give you a detailed introduction to its origin and efficacy. Xiang Tianlu listened attentively and finally decided to buy the jade pendant as his own amulet. He carefully put away the jade pendant with a satisfied smile on his face. After shopping for a morning, the two came to a stall filled with all kinds of rare treasures. The stalls are filled with all kinds of items that look ordinary but contain hidden mysteries. New Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw curiosity and expectation in each other's eyes. "Brother, do you have any good stuff on your stall?" New Lin asked the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man with white hair and beard. He smiled and said, "All the things on my stall are good things. It depends on whether you have the vision to discover them." New Lin and Xiang Tianlu began to carefully choose from the stalls. Sometimes they picked up an object to examine it carefully, and sometimes they put it down and picked up another one. After some selection, Xiang Tianlu finally found a seemingly ordinary stone in an inconspicuous corner. "Is there anything special about this stone?" Xiang Tianlu asked the stall owner. The stall owner smiled and said, "This gentleman has a really good eye. This stone is not an ordinary stone. It is a spiritual stone that contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it looks like an ordinary stone on the surface, as long as you feel it carefully, you can find its uniqueness." When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart moved. He carefully felt the aura of the stone and indeed found a hint of unusual fluctuations. He was overjoyed, knowing that he had found a treasure this time. "Old man, I'll buy this stone," Xiang Tianlu said, taking out some silver from his arms and handing it to the stall owner. The stall owner took the silver and said with a smile, "Young master, you really know what you are talking about. May this magical stone bring you good luck." After purchasing the mysterious spiritual stone from Tianlu, he and New Lin continued to stroll on the streets of Pingtong City, their hearts full of anticipation for the next journey. The sunlight shines through the clouds and onto the bluestone road, adding a bit of warmth and peace to this ancient city. "Brother Xiang, this spirit stone of yours looks quite extraordinary. It must have its unique features," New Lin said as he walked, his eyes occasionally falling on the spirit stone in Xiang Tianlu's hand, with curiosity and envy flashing in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu gently stroked the spirit stone with a smile on his face. "Indeed, I felt the spiritual energy hidden in it when I first touched it. Although I don't know its specific purpose, my intuition tells me that it is definitely not something out of the ordinary." The two walked through the bustling crowd and came to an antique tea house. There is a plaque hanging on the lintel of the tea house, on which are written the three big characters Yuran Ju in flowing calligraphy, exuding an otherworldly atmosphere. "New Lin, why don't we take a short break here and taste the special tea of Pingtong City?" Xiang Tianlu suggested. New Lin nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked into the tea house and sat down by the window. The layout of the tea house is simple yet elegant. There is a pot of blooming orchid on each table, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of tea and flowers. "Dear guests, what would you like to order?" asked a waiter in a green shirt with a smile. "A pot of the best Longjing tea and 2 plates of your special snacks," Xiang Tianlu ordered skillfully. Soon, the waiter brought steaming hot tea and exquisite snacks. The two of them sipped tea while admiring the street view outside the window, enjoying the rare tranquility and leisure. "Brother Xiang, do you think this spiritual stone has some connection with our path of cultivation?" New Lin suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Xiang Tianlu put down the teacup, thought for a moment, and said, "It's possible. The path of cultivation is full of unknowns and miracles. This spiritual stone is the opportunity for our next breakthrough." Just then, there was a sudden noise in the tea house. A young man in brocade clothes walked in arrogantly with several followers. They walked straight to an empty table in the middle of the tea house, sat down, and started talking loudly, seemingly completely disregarding the feelings of the people around them. "Humph! These children of the rich and powerful are so arrogant," Nuo Lin complained in a low voice. Xiang Tianlu shook his head slightly, signaling Nuo Lin not to take it too seriously. However, at this moment, the young man's eyes happened to fall on the spirit stone in Xiang Tianlu's hand, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Hey, little brother, the stone in your hand looks very interesting. Can I have a look at it?" The young man said in a provocative tone. Xiang Tianlu smiled and declined. "I'm sorry, this stone means a lot to me, so I can't lend it to you." Upon hearing this, the young master's face darkened, and he seemed to be deciding not to continue the dispute. However, one of his followers quietly went around behind Xiang Tianlu and tried to steal the spirit stone by surprise. "Humph! How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight?" Nuo Lin was quick-witted and grabbed the follower's wrist. The atmosphere in the tea house suddenly became tense, and everyone's eyes were focused on this scene. Upon seeing this, the young man revealed a ferocious smile on his face, as if he was no longer going to conceal his malice. "Umph! You two outsiders dare to act so insolently in front of me? Come on, grab their stuff." As soon as the young master gave an order, several followers became restless and prepared to take action. Just as the young master's followers were ready to take action against Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the atmosphere in the tea house suddenly dropped to freezing point. The tea drinkers around stopped what they were doing. Some were surprised, some were worried, but they all chose to remain silent tacitly, not wanting to get involved in this sudden dispute. "Wait!" Xiang Tianlu's voice was calm and firm. He slowly stood up and looked directly at the young man in brocade clothes. His tone was full of unquestionable majesty. "Sir, we have no intention of making a grudge with you, but my things are definitely not something that can be bullied by others. If you're really interested, you might as well treat me with courtesy. Maybe we can sit down, drink a pot of tea together, and talk about the rare treasures in this world." The young master obviously did not expect Xiang Tianlu to be so calm and composed. He was stunned for a moment. Then a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he found Xiang Tianlu's reaction quite interesting. "Oh? Treat me with courtesy? That depends on whether you are qualified to impress me. How about this? If you can tell me the origin of this stone, I will not embarrass you anymore. How about that?" He smiled slightly at Tianlu, secretly calculating in his heart. He knew very well that he himself was not very clear about the origin of this spiritual stone, but faced with this situation, he had to use his wits and not fight head-on. So, he spoke slowly, with a hint of mystery in his voice. "This stone was obtained by me when I met a hermit master by chance in the mountains. He told me that this stone contains the essence of heaven and earth, which can help practitioners break through bottlenecks. It can also predict good and bad luck and protect peace. Although I haven't fully understood its secrets, I have already cherished this opportunity." After hearing this, the young master's eyes flashed with doubt and curiosity. He was obviously skeptical about Xiang Tianlu's words, but he didn't want to miss out on the possible treasure. Just as he was hesitating, there was a burst of hurried horse hooves outside the tea house, accompanied by a few crisp bells, and a gorgeously decorated carriage stopped at the door of the tea house. The door of the carriage opened gently, and a woman in a gorgeous long dress and wearing pearls and jade on her head slowly got out of the carriage. Her temperament was noble yet gentle, and her eyes were sharp, as if she could see into people's hearts. The woman looked around and finally fixed her sight on the young man in the tea house, with a hint of displeasure on her face. "Brother, are you causing trouble again?" The young man's face changed slightly when he saw this, and he was obviously surprised and uneasy about the appearance of the woman. He quickly stood up and said with an apologetic smile, "Sister, you misunderstood. I just had some misunderstandings with these two friends and was just trying to resolve them. The woman snorted and turned her gaze towards Xiang, Tianlu, and Nuolin with a look of scrutiny and curiosity. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. Gentlemen, I am Lu Ruyan, the daughter of the mayor of Pingtong City. Please forgive me if I have offended you in any way. However, I am very interested in the stone in your hands. Can you let me see it? Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin looked at each other and evaluated secretly in their hearts. They knew that the appearance of the city lord's daughter might bring a turn for the better for them, but it might also make things more complicated. In the end, Xiang Tianlu decided to trust his intuition. He nodded slightly and handed the spirit stone to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took the spirit stone and examined it carefully, with a glimmer of light in her eyes. She gently closed her eyes, as if sensing something. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Xiang Tianlu with a little more respect in her eyes. It's really extraordinary. You two, the value of this spiritual stone is far beyond your imagination, but more importantly, is destined to be with you. I suggest that you keep it well. Maybe one day it will become an important aid in your spiritual practice. After saying that, Lu Ruyan gently placed the spirit stone back on the table and winked at the young master, signaling him to end it. Although the young man was unwilling, he could only force a smile onto the majesty of his sister, apologized to Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin, and promised not to pester them anymore. The storm was calmed down with the intervention of Yen. The atmosphere in the tea house gradually returned to normal, and the tea drinkers continued to enjoy their tea as if nothing had happened. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu looked at Lu Ruyan with gratitude, secretly feeling fortunate that this trip to Pingtong City not only allowed them to see the prosperity of the world, but also brought them unexpected help and enlightenment. Just as the atmosphere in the tea house was slowly warming up and the sounds of tea drinkers' laughter and chattering were heard again, an inexplicable wave quietly spread in the air. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both caught a glimpse of vigilance in each other's eyes. This fluctuation did not come from the outside world, but from within their bodies, as if the mysterious spirit stone was silently calling out to them and stimulating the potential deep within them. Brother Xiang, I feel. Before Nuolin finished speaking, he felt the inner energy in his body surge, like a river bursting its banks out of control. His eyes instantly became hot, and an unprecedented power boiled in his blood. Yes, me too, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice, his hands clenched into fists, his muscles faintly visible under his clothes. An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing the air around him to solidify. At this moment, the light in the tea house suddenly dimmed, as if swallowed by some invisible force. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu looked up at the same time, and saw a tiny crack quietly appearing on the ceiling of the tea house. Then, the crack quickly expanded, as if it was going to devour everything. What's going on? Nuolin exclaimed. He tried to use his internal energy to resist, but found that his strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of this mysterious force. I don't know, but it seems that this spiritual stone is more complicated than we thought. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He took a deep breath, and the inner energy surged, turning into an invisible shield, enveloping him and Nuolin. As the cracks expanded, violent energy overflowed from them. The tables and chairs in the tea house began to shake violently. The teacups shattered, and the fragrance of tea and flowers mixed with the scent of dust filled the air. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin stood back to back, their figures looking small and tough in the strong wind. Brother Xiang, what should we do? Nuolin's voice trembled a little, but he did not back down. Yuanshi was more determined to fight side by side with Xiang Lu. Fight until we find a way out. Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm and powerful. The true energy in his body had been condensed to the extreme, as if it would explode at any time. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from the crack. The light contained endless energy, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin attacked almost at the same time. Their figures shuttled through the light, their fists whistling, and they engaged in a fierce confrontation with the mysterious force. Inside the tea house, the sound of energy collision was deafening, and every clash seemed to tear the space apart. The figures of Xiang Tianlu and Nua Lin intertwined between light and darkness. They put all their efforts into every attack, and every defense was flawless. However, as time went on, the mysterious power did not seem to weaken, but instead became stronger and stronger. Nua Lin and Xiang Tianlu's strength began to gradually run out. Their breathing became rapid, and sweat slid down their cheeks. "Brother Xiang, if this goes on, we—" Before Nua Lin finished his words, he felt a powerful force attacking him from behind. He turned around suddenly and punched out, but only saw an illusory shadow flash before his eyes. Nua Lin's figure flashed in the tea house. His fists were as swift as a dragon, and every punch was carried with the momentum of a tsunami as he fought a desperate battle with the illusory shadow. The shadow was erratic, as if it was floating between reality and illusion. Every attack avoided Nua Lin's fatal point and attacked his weakness instead. "Damn it, what on earth is this thing?" Nua Lin roared. The chi in his body had boiled to the extreme, and every breath seemed to be able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. However, facing this invisible enemy, his strength always seemed to be a beat slower and could not be fully exerted. Xiang Tianlu was watching from the side with fear and trepidation. He knew that Nua Lin was in a life-and-death crisis, but he was powerless to do anything. He could only do his best to maintain the invisible shield to prevent other people in the tea house from being affected. "Nua Lin, hold on," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice filled with endless anxiety and determination. He knew that at this moment, Nua Lin was not only fighting for himself, but also for their friendship and beliefs. Nua Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the true energy in his body seemed to have received some kind of mysterious blessing at this moment, becoming even more turbulent. He threw a punch with all his might, and the wind from his fist carried endless pressure, as if he wanted to completely destroy the illusory shadow. However, the shadow seemed to be able to predict Nua Lin's attacks and cleverly avoided them every 10 times. Nua Lin fought more and more fiercely. His punches began to become messy, and each attack seemed to be powerless. "I can't lose. I can't let Brother Xiang down." Nua Lin roared in his heart. He suppressed the fatigue and pain in his body and threw a punch again. This time, his fists were filled with the determination to risk his own life, as if he was pouring out all his strength. However, at this moment, the illusory shadow suddenly disappeared. Nua Lin's punch went blank, and he stumbled forward a few steps due to inertia. He turned back suddenly and saw that the cracks in the tea house had begun to heal gradually, and the violent energy was slowly dissipating. "Is it over?" Nua Lin murmured to himself, his heart filled with doubts and uneasiness. He didn't know who the illusory shadow was, nor did he know why it suddenly disappeared. Xiang Tianlu saw this and quickly stepped forward to support Nua Lin. He looked at Nua Lin's exhausted figure, his heart filled with gratitude and admiration. He knew that Nua Lin had tried his best in the previous battle. "Nua Lin, are you okay?" Xiang Tianlu asked with concern. Nua Lin shook his head and forced a smile. "It's okay. I'm just a little tired." However, at this moment, the light in the tea house dimmed again. Nua Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked up at the same time and saw that the crack on the ceiling of the tea house that had been healed had quietly reappeared and was rapidly expanding. This time, what shot out from the crack was no longer light, but a more violent and fierce energy. "This!" Nua Lin and Xiang Tianlu exclaimed at the same time, their hearts filled with fear and despair. They knew that this time, they were really facing an unprecedented crisis. The air in the tea house seemed to freeze, and the heartbeats of Nua Lin and Xiang Tianlu could be clearly heard in the silence. What was pouring out of the crack was no longer light, but an extremely cold air accompanied by a roar, as if the entire space was shaking. A huge monster, the thunderous silver ice fox, slowly stepped out from the crack. Its figure was elegant and majestic. Its silver-white fur sparkled with a cold light against the backdrop of the cold air. Its eyes were like two bright stars, but without any warmth, only endless indifference and arrogance. The thunderous silver ice fox was huge in size, but extremely agile. Every step it took seemed to leave a deep mark in space. Its tail was long and fluffy, with a faint blue light flickering at the end. Every swing was accompanied by the sound of air tearing, as if even space could be split apart by its tail. "Is this the thunderous silver ice fox?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with disbelief. He knew very well how terrifying this kind of monster was. Not only did they possess powerful physical strength, they also possessed the magical ability to control ice. They were the test subjects and dream partners of countless warriors, but they were also the most dangerous enemies. Nuo Lin stared at the thunderous silver ice fox in front of him. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the monster was much more powerful than them, and that even if the two of them joined forces, they would still find it hard to match it. "Brother Xiang," before Nuo Lin could finish his words, the thunderous silver ice fox had already launched an attack. It opened its huge mouth and a torrent of icy cold air gushed out like a tide, instantly dropping the temperature in the tea house to below freezing point, and even the water vapor in the air condensed into ice crystals. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu used their internal energy to resist at the same time. Their figures were looming in the cold air, like two candles struggling in a storm. Nuo Lin clenched his fists. The inner chi in his body surged. He suddenly leaped forward, his fist whirlwind like a dragon. With endless pressure, he blasted towards the thunderous silver ice fox. However, the thunderous silver ice fox just tilted its head slightly to avoid Nuo Lin's attack. It stretched out one of its front paws, the tip of which flashed with cold light like a sharp ice blade, and slashed towards Nuo Lin's chest. Nuo Lin was startled and quickly dodged to the side. But even so, his clothes were cut, revealing the slightly pale skin underneath. What a fast speed! Nuo Lin was secretly surprised. He knew very well the gap between himself and the monster. But even so, he had no intention of retreating. He swung his fist again, and his fist carried an unyielding will, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu also joined the battle. He formed seals with his hands, and the inner chi in his body surged, transforming into invisible sword chis that shot towards the Hongqing silver ice fox. However, when these sword energies came into contact with the cold air on the surface of the thunderous silver ice fox, they were frozen and turned into ice crystals that scattered on the ground. "Brother Xiang, its coldness is too strong. We must find a way to break it," Nuo Lin shouted. He knew very well that if they continued like this, sooner or later the two of them would be exhausted of their true energy by the thunderous silver ice fox and eventually be defeated. Xiang Tianlu frowned when he heard this. He knew very well that what Nuo Lin said was true, but it was not easy to break the coldness of the thunderous silver ice fox. He took a deep breath, and the inner chi in his body surged again, transforming into an even more powerful sword energy, shooting towards Silver Fox's eyes. However, the thunderous silver ice fox seemed to have anticipated Xiang Tianlu's attack. It slightly tilted its head and dodged the sword energy. Then, it opened its huge mouth and spit out a blue ice ball, which quickly expanded in the air, carrying endless cold air and pressure, and slammed towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu used their internal energy to resist at the same time. But even so, they were still forced to retreat again and again by the cold air, their faces as pale as paper. They knew that if they continued like this, they would be defeated by the thunderous silver ice fox sooner or later. "Nuo Lin, we must find a way to find its weakness," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice carrying a hint of anxiety and determination. He knew that at this moment, they were at a critical juncture of life and death. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the internal energy surged again, as if to burn his entire body. He suddenly leaped forward, clenched his fists, and slammed into the belly of the thunderous silver-eyed fox with endless pressure and will. However, at this moment, the thunderous silver-eyed fox suddenly disappeared. New Orleans' punch missed, and he stumbled forward a few steps due to inertia. He turned around suddenly and saw that the thunderous silver-eyed fox had appeared behind him, opening its huge mouth, ready to launch a fatal blow. Not good. New Orleans thought to himself that something was wrong. He knew very well that he was in a desperate situation. However, at this moment, 10 mysterious forces suddenly surged in his body. This power brought with it endless warmth and light, as if it could completely dispel the coldness in his body. New Orleans was shocked. He didn't know where this power came from, but at the moment he had no time to think about it. He turned around suddenly, clenched his fists, and with this mysterious power, he blasted towards the sky-shaking silver-eyed fox. The huge mouth of the thunderous silver-eyed fox suddenly closed the moment New Orleans turned around, but what greeted it was not a flesh and blood body, but New Orleans' fist that condensed all his will and that mysterious power. This attack seemed to have crossed the boundary of time and space, and with the majestic momentum of chaos just beginning, it slammed into the ice-covered body of the thunderous silver-eyed fox. Bang! With a deafening roar, the space inside the tea house seemed to be torn apart, and circles of ripples visible to the naked eye spread wildly in all directions with the point of contact between the two as the center. The cold air collided with a warm and mysterious power, interweaving into an extremely brilliant yet dangerous light, dyeing every inch of the tea house with strange colors. The thunderous silver-eyed fox was shocked by the attack and retreated repeatedly. There were actually tiny cracks on its silver-white fur, which were traces of erosion by the mysterious force. The cold air surged wildly on its surface, trying to repair these scars, but it seemed powerless. For the first time, shock appeared in its eyes. It obviously had not expected that New Orleans could burst out with such powerful strength. What kind of power is this? Xiang Tianlu was dumbfounded. Although he had fought side by side with New Orleans many times, he had never seen New Orleans show such amazing strength. This power seemed to transcend the comprehension of mortals and was approaching the most ancient source of power in the world. New Orleans himself was also slightly stunned, and then a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. This power seemed to be related to some potential in his body, or it might come from the depths of an unknown crack. In any case, it became his only support at this moment. "Brother Xiang, give me a hand," New Orleans shouted, with unprecedented firmness and determination in his voice. He knew very well that it was difficult to completely suppress the thunderous silver-eyed fox by his own strength alone, and only if the two of them worked together would there be a glimmer of hope. Xiang Tianlu heard this without any hesitation, and the inner energy in his body boiled to the extreme, turning into a bright sword light, piercing the other eye of the thunderous silver-eyed fox.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.